I pride myself on my car trip taking patience. I never rush, I take frequent breaks, and I try to generally enjoy the trip as much as possible. Sometimes this can lead to me staying overnight in random hotels. I was in Connecticut. My friend's wedding had come and gone, and I needed to get home. I really didn't know my friend's family all that well, so I didn't feel comfortable staying behind with them. I was getting very tired, and my eyes were starting to close on their own. I began driving off the road even. As I was not really anywhere near home, I figured I'd stop at the first hotel I could find. My GPS guided me to a Best Western, but it was all booked up for a biker gang weekend, I guess. The next hotel I found was off the beaten path. At this point, it was quite late, and I was so tired I didn't even care. I checked in, and they handed me a key made out of real metal, a real old-fashioned looking key. That's the kind of place this seemed to be. I found my room, unlocked it, walked in, and relocked the door, only to find there was no deadbolt or safety chain. Then, in a quick text to my wife, I let her know I wasn't going to be home until tomorrow afternoon. I was so tired I walked over to the bed and crashed entirely. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, though, I woke up, not really sure why I'd done so. I soon found, though, that I could not get back to sleep. Everything seemed to be too quiet. Usually, I sleep at home with a box fan for white noise, but here there was nothing. No air conditioner, no hum of the refrigerator, no neon lights to buzz noisily outside my window. The night was completely still. What was extra weird is that I didn't even hear footsteps or any cars or anything. You would think that it being so quiet, I would have heard something beforehand, but all of a sudden, I heard the sound of a key rattling in the lock of my door. It seemed to take an extraordinary amount of time, so long that I clearly remember thinking someone must have the wrong room. I was building up the courage to shout that exact thing when the key clicked. For 3 seconds or so, which seemed like an eternity, nothing happened. Then the doorknob slowly turned. I'm not sure if the moon was super bright that night or if I'd been tossing and turning so long that the sun had just started to come up, but there was enough light that I could see the outline of a person. He was tall, maybe 6 feet or so, wearing a hat. It was a baseball cap covering his face. Whoever it was had long hair down to their shoulders. They were thin, but not exactly skinny. They must have had a quilted vest on or something too, because they seemed kind of knobby around the shoulder area. I must have gone over the next 30 seconds a trillion times in my head. I got up to run over to the door and shout and raise a scene. I was going to be brave and scare this person off, at least turn on a light and let them know they couldn't be here. I was going to be courageous in the face of this unexpected intruder. In reality, though, I just lie there holding my breath and didn't move a muscle. My eyes felt like they would fall out of my head because I had them open so wide, desperately trying to make sense of this situation, to have some detail come into focus that would right this obviously wrong scene. There was an eerie silence as nothing happened. The figure just stood in the doorway. I knew my eyes must be playing tricks on me, but it almost seemed like his fingers started growing. The person wasn't moving. They were just standing there with their arms by their side, like they were posing for a magazine or something. We were locked in this stalemate for I'm not sure how long. In situations like this, it really hammers home that time is a construct of human invention. There's no exact measurement, really. Almost a lifetime passed by when finally the figure cleared their throat. They turned around and walked away, leaving my door wide open. I waited there, sitting and waiting for my heart to calm down and trying to convince myself this was all a dream. Eventually, I climbed out of bed, convinced a noise was going to alert the figure that I was here. I grabbed my bag and crept out to my car. I drove away as fast as I possibly could. Later, I got a bill from the hotel for $20 to replace the key that I drove away with. I recently acquired a new roommate. His name was Greg, and he told me he had some strange sleeping behaviors. He would sleepwalk apparently, and had night terrors fairly frequently. Funny thing was, I also had a history of sleepwalking, but only on rare occasions. The first incident occurred about 1 week later when I heard him screaming in the middle of the night. Since we slept on different sides of the house, the screams sounded distant. They were enough to scare me though, so I ran and checked on him. As I got closer to his bedroom, he stopped screaming, so I just decided to go back to bed instead. For the entire next month, he had no issues. I noticed that he seemed to have no friends or family that would visit him though, and I never saw him on the phone or texting. Another random night, Greg started screaming. Same thing. I got up and started to go to his room, but he would stop before I could get there. One night though, I was awoken by screaming in my bedroom. I couldn't see anything in the panic, so I turned on the bedside lamp. He was at the foot of my bed, wearing pajamas. It scared the hell out of me, so I started screaming too. That woke him up, and he apologized. Apparently, he had been sleepwalking. He went back to bed soon after. The scariest thing happened about 2 nights later though. I woke up to some clanking. It sounded like tools or hammers tapping. I turned on the light to see Greg kneeling down in a corner, working on something with his hands. A few seconds after turning the light on, Greg froze in place, then slowly turned his upper body around and stared blankly at me. I lay there in bed beyond creeped out. I slowly slid out and left the house. After sleeping in my truck down the road in an empty church parking lot, I returned home at around 8 in the morning. Greg was nowhere to be found. All of his belongings were gone too. There were no signs of him anywhere. It was like he'd never lived there at all. I didn't know any of his friends or family, so I had no one to call and ask about him. When I moved out after the lease was up, I was moving furniture out of my bedroom in the corner of the room, where I'd last saw Greg kneeling down that night. I realized the floor vent for the air conditioning was loose. Inside the floor vent, I could barely see an envelope. I pulled it out, only to find tons of pictures of me sleeping. The pictures all had handwritten dates and times on the back of them. The only other item was a whittled down wooden broom handle, brought to a full point. I truly believed that Greg had been preparing to kill me that night. It appeared that Greg had been coming to my room almost nightly and working on making that broom handle a bashing weapon. I never heard until the last night I saw him. When I was just out of high school, I didn't have a car. The concept of public transportation around here is about as foreign as letting strangers in off the street into your house and offering them a 5-course dinner. So I walked everywhere and everywhere that was within 15 miles. I was working at a fast food restaurant that was about a 45-minute walk away from my house, usually working 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. I personally loved that shift. It was usually quiet when I got out of work, and I could just walk in silence and think to myself, relax and listen to all the sounds of the night. That all changed, though, after I met this person. I was walking home like normal, my uniform shirt thrown over my shoulder, enjoying the feeling of the breeze, when I saw someone across the street, about 300 yards in front of me. All I could really see, though, was their silhouette against the front porch light of a house down the road. There were not exactly many street lights on these back roads in this county, so it was usually very dark. Something about this guy just seemed to be really off, though. I thought I could see him holding something, perhaps a knife, but then again, it was dark, and my mind was trying to scare me. I cautiously continued forward, reaching into my pocket and gripping my pocket knife as I approached this silhouette. I could sort of see his slightly darker shape against the black pine trees behind him. I knew for sure now I could see a knife in his hand. At this moment, my mind clicked as well that he wasn't walking like a normal person. He was kind of walking crouched down. I wasn't sure what to do. He was right between me and my house. The back roads don't connect to each other either. I know homeless people live in the woods around here, and some of them are okay, some of them aren't. My brain was screaming at me to do something, but I'm not sure what exactly I could do. I stood there and watched as he approached closer and got within probably 100 feet of me. Now I could hear he seemed to be saying something. I couldn't quite make out what it was, but I could hear him making some noise. I could also see he was swinging something in his other hand. Again though, it was dark and hard to make out exactly what was going on. I backed off the road a bit and put the drainage ditch in between us. I never took my eyes off the man as he continued to approach me. I could see that he did indeed have a rather large knife, and the other object he appeared to be swinging around was a dead cat. The warning lights were going off in my head now, but I still didn't know what to do. I was just hoping a car would drive by. He eventually was right across the street from me and stopped in place. I could hear him much better now. It almost sounded like he was chanting or reciting some verse over and over again. He turned his full body to face me and roared at me at the top of his lungs. I booked it towards my house, looking over my shoulder at every turn. He was always right behind me. I ran faster than I think I ever have in my entire life, and he kept with me pace for pace, swinging his knife and that dead cat every step of the way. I was not about to lead him to my house, though. My mom and sister were both home, and my dad was out of town for work. I ran as fast as I could, passing the road I lived on. I went for as long as I could, but I could feel the burn and the pain, that wobble that forecasts your knees giving out. I turned and looked back over my shoulder. He was still there, but now much further away. I tried to make it to a friend's house that I knew was home and most likely still awake. About 50 feet away from his fence, though, I felt a pop and a grinding. There was an intense pain in my knee as my knees went out and I fell forward. Grasping my knees and trying to curl into a ball, the pain was intense. I hit the ground with my shoulder and rolled. I remembered why I was running, and I looked behind me. The man was nowhere to be seen. I crawled desperately toward my friend's fence, getting back on my feet eventually and running the rest of the way. I jumped over his fence before collapsing on the other side against it. I landed on my leg, shouting in pain, and crawled across the rest of his yard. I started beating on the bottom of the door before my friend came and opened it. I saw his very irritated father coming down the stairs. They both stopped short, though, when they noticed how badly I looked. I explained what happened, and they both looked at me like I was speaking in tongues. I had to go through it all twice before my friend agreed to drive me home. I was watching the entire way, but I never saw that man along the road. We got home, and my friend waited till I was inside before he left. I changed my clothes, got in the shower, and stayed there until the water went cold, trying to wrap my head around everything. I eventually calmed down and finally laid down to go to sleep. Around 5 a.m. though, something knocked on my window. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. Then it happened again though, so I got out of bed to go look at what was happening. The man was standing right outside my window, smiling at me. I shouted and woke everyone else up in the house. I called the police, but they didn't show up for a half hour, by which time he was already long gone. I couldn't sleep for a month after. I stopped walking home from work, and I started carrying more than just a pocket knife on me if I ever had to walk alone outside after dark. I still have some trouble sleeping at night. I've never seen the man again, but I swear sometimes at night when I'm standing outside, I can almost feel someone watching me. After graduating from college, I recently moved to a new town, and I'm still trying to get settled in. I got a job at this local market, basically unloading trucks. The pay is pretty decent, and it's really just a placeholder job until I can get a better one in my field. More than anything, I like the scenery of the surrounding area of my job. The building is located right on the side of a lake, so when you're outside loading trucks, you get to stare at a very beautiful sight. When I moved here, I really didn't take much with me. It's only a small studio apartment anyway. I've recently started picking things up every week though, to make my little apartment feel more like a home. The one thing I don't have, and I'd severely underestimated the price for, was a stand for my TV. You see, I have this 60-inch TV that's just kinda sitting on the ground. It looks sorta ridiculous, and kind of unsafe maybe. My friend from work told me to check out the Facebook Marketplace, and I gotta be honest, I was a bit on the fence. I remember growing up and everyone talking about how sketchy places like Craigslist really were. I just assumed the marketplace was the new version of that. The friend who told me about the marketplace showed me a whole bunch of pictures on his phone of stuff that he'd bought from there. He got all of it for real cheap too. Basically, he got an entire living room set in perfect condition for only $100. He explained to me that a lot of people were always looking to get rid of old stuff. Sometimes they'd practically give it away for next to nothing. We searched for TV stands together, and I was excited to see all the different kinds on the marketplace for way cheaper than I was expecting. The first one I clicked on I loved. The stand was specifically for a 60-inch TV like mine. The woman listing it said she needed to get rid of it right away because she was moving at the end of the month. She was only asking for $25 for this beautiful, exquisite wooden stand. I understand for many this may be a red flag, but because I was listening to so many people telling me how good the deals were on here, I just assumed this was completely normal. I didn't even bother looking at this woman's profile or any information. I only grabbed the contact information in the post and messaged her right away. I got a response back within minutes, and we exchanged some more messages, talking about the stand. I told her I really wanted it. And this is where things started to get a little bit weird. Our schedules didn't exactly line up, and she told me she only had a few more days to get rid of this thing. I told her I worked Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., but she worked 2 p.m. to midnight. I wasn't going to drive 30 minutes away at midnight, when I had to wake up 4:30 in the morning the next day for work. She then suggested to me that she could meet me at the lake by my job at 5 a.m., just before I was due to start work. Not far away from my working area was a parking lot where you could park for a while if you wanted to. You could walk the various trails along the lake too. We agreed to meet up there at 5 the next day, and I would purchase the stand. I'll be honest, I felt a little bit bad about making her do this, when I wouldn't make the late-night trip to go see her. She claimed that she didn't mind though, and she was willing to do whatever she needed to do to get rid of this stand. I was just happy to finally get my TV off the ground. The next morning was one of those damp and foggy mornings. If it wasn't for the fact I was getting my TV stand, I probably would have hit the snooze button 2 or 3 times. I pulled into the parking lot of the lake just a few minutes before the arranged meeting time. I parked right in the center of the big lot and pulled out my phone. I sent her a message saying that I was there and to message me whenever she got there. No need to hurry though. A few minutes later, I got a message from her. It said something like, "Sorry, I'm just seeing this. I'm actually here already. I'm in the van parked right by the big tree in the corner." I looked around, and sure enough, in the very back corner of the lot was a van. It was so dark at this time that I hadn't even noticed it was there when I pulled in. I started to drive over, and as my headlights were illuminating this van, I realized there was nobody inside. I stopped my car, still quite a bit of distance away, and messaged her again. "Hey, there's no one in that van. Are you sure this is you?" She responded right away. "Yeah, I'm just in the back getting ready. Pull up next to the van and open the back hatch and I'll get it for you." Something felt very wrong and off about all of this. I slowly pulled up next to the van, but I did not get out. I kept my doors locked and my car running. Instantly, she messaged me again. "Are you going to get out or what?" I didn't respond. I started to reverse, so my taillights were hitting the windshield of the van. I clearly noticed that no one was inside, and no lights were on at all either. I couldn't understand why someone wouldn't just get out instead of trying to do all this. Instead of sticking around to figure it all out, I decided to simply drive away. I looked into my rear-view mirror, only to see that behind the tree next to the van, 2 people were emerging. They were holding something in their hands, but I couldn't tell what it was since it was so dark. I didn't drive back to work just yet. I drove down to a local gas station to get some coffee. I was shaking because of the gravity of what just happened. It really started to set in while I was sitting in my car in the gas station parking lot. I got a message from that woman again. "Good call, bro." I tried to inform the police, but I saw the listing was now gone, and so was that profile. They did take all my information, so I'm not sure if there's a way they can find the seller otherwise. I was terrified for days after, and I'm still pretty freaked out. I swear I thought I saw that van following me a week ago, but I'm sure it was just my paranoia. I realize I'm lucky to have made it out unharmed at all. It did make me also realize just how quickly something horrible can happen if you're not paying attention. Be careful meeting anyone online, because there are some truly evil people out there. When I was little, my family had a weekend cottage in the mountains of Vermont. Back then, it was still to some extent the back country and quite unspoiled. Our cottage was surrounded by woods, and there was a gravel road that formed a horseshoe, where about 7 or 8 neighboring cottages were. Oftentimes, though, there was nobody in those cottages, so we were pretty much alone for miles. Needless to say, the nighttime was extremely dark. One summer night, we were all sitting around the orange shag carpeting and watching Star Trek or something along those lines, when someone began to knock softly on the screen door. It was a woman wearing a house dress, looking very sweaty and out of breath. I must have been around 7 years old and had a brother slightly older. My dad walked over and talked to her for a moment. She explained that she needed a lift down to the village. My dad, ever the good Samaritan, said, "Sure, no problem. Let me get my keys real quick." They both left in my dad's car, leaving my mom, my brother, and I still sitting there with the screen door open watching TV on this warm, pitch-black summer night. Meanwhile, my father was driving this woman down to the village. It was a good 30 minutes each way. He began to talk to the woman and pay closer attention to her. He noticed she was barefoot and her dress was all torn and muddy. She explained that her husband lived with her in a cabin in the woods and they'd had a huge fight. She had to flee through the woods since he was apparently trying to kill her. She had lost her shoes in the chase and had to run through brambles and branches in her panic to escape. Now, my dad was at least 30 minutes away from home, and now he knew that the first house this guy would encounter as he chased his wife through the woods would be our cottage. The same one where we were all sitting around completely oblivious, with every door and window wide open. Cell phones hadn't even been dreamt of yet in this era, and he had no way to reach us. He drove the woman to a friend's house and urged her to call the police. Then he sped back to the cottage, wondering if he was going to be greeted by the sight of our massacred corpses. It was a different era, I guess, because it never occurred to anyone to call the cops just in case. I still remember him getting home and calmly trying to lock every door, sitting right by it and trying not to convey to us how scared he was. That's not even the creepiest part though. A couple of days later, my brother and I were looking around outside when we noticed hand and face marks on the back window. It appeared a tall person had pressed their face against the glass to peer inside. We explored the woods over that summer and actually found the woman's lost shoes stuck in the mud. We also found their utterly trashed cabin. Someone had absolutely destroyed the place, breaking every glass and picture frame and tossing their belongings into the woods. That was one creepy place. Unfortunately, we later heard the woman my dad helped that night committed suicide. For years afterward, my dad and I would often walk the dog out on the gravel road, and at the turn of the horseshoe that was closest to these people's cabin, we always got a really bad feeling. They were of course long gone, but the hairs on the back of my neck would just stand up on end. I would always feel watched and terrified. I always assumed my dad a calm and rational guy if there ever was one. He didn't seem to feel scared at all. Years later though, he confided in me that he also hated that spot. He felt very bad vibes there. Some kind of immense sense of foreboding of the unfortunate events that once occurred there long ago. I was never much afraid of anything. I was an avid hiker, a championship swimmer, and even went skydiving once. I was never as terrified, though, as when someone decided to terrorize me in my own home. It was 2 years ago, and I'll never forget the first night it happened. It was a Sunday, and my parents had taken off to England that afternoon to visit my elderly grandmother. Since they'd be gone for a week and a half, and I had a new job I couldn't take time off of yet, I had to stay home and look after the house. I was just out of college a few months prior, and still living at home while I saved up for a place of my own. The property my parents lived on was fairly isolated. It had a long, winding driveway that extended about a half-mile from the road. Our nearest neighbor was probably 2 miles away. In the living room, the couch was right under this big bay window, and that's where I found myself on this particular evening. I was flipping through channels on my parents' 55-inch TV while sipping some wine and glancing at texts on my phone. It was a quiet night. I had one text from my boss Maggie. "Hey, can you be at work 8:30 tomorrow instead of 9? The answer was of course yes. I must have dozed off at some point though, because I woke up around midnight. I clicked off the TV and, too lazy to go upstairs to my bedroom, I turned back over to the couch and went back to sleep. I was woken up suddenly at 2 a.m. to a loud noise jolting me out of my sound sleep. It took about 15 seconds to process that someone was at the window directly above me, pounding on the glass repeatedly. My blood ran cold, and I felt my heart beat in my throat. The window was positioned in such a way that while I was on the couch, someone looking in shouldn't even be able to see me unless I moved very visibly. I stayed completely still as the pounding continued. I was so terrified that I didn't even want to grab my phone. I didn't want whoever it was out there to see the light. After about 2 minutes of pounding on the glass, tears in my eye, the terror grew to an unimaginable level. That was when I heard a second person pounding on the front door. The front door was on the same wall as the bay window. It took everything in me not to scream, but at the same time, I don't think I could have if I tried to. The banging went on until about 4:15, when everything abruptly stopped. I had so much adrenaline running through my body, I couldn't bring myself to even look at my phone until daylight arrived. This was winter in northern Michigan, and this was private property. There was no reason anyone should have been outside in those freezing temperatures, pounding on my window and door for hours. Thankfully, my parents' garage is connected directly to our house. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have even gone to work out of fear. As I backed out of the garage, everything looked normal. It had been too cold to snow in this past week, so there were no footprints. I tried to rationalize what happened all day at work. I absent-mindedly answered the phone, made copies, and tried to pinpoint who could have been out there. It surely wasn't my parents, as they'd alerted me that day that they'd landed safely in London. Most of my friends were out of town that I knew of, and none of them were the type to play such a prank. I really didn't want to go back to the house alone that night after work, but I had to. I picked up some Chinese takeout, got home, and locked all the doors. I checked everything twice and poured myself a big glass of wine. I was calming down a little and told myself it must have been a fluke, some idiots messing around drunk. It didn't make any sense why drunk people would be on our property in the middle of the night, but who knows? Maybe it was someone attempting to be funny and failing miserably. I drew the curtains and kept the TV on all night. This time, though, at around 2:10 a.m., I knew what happened the night before had not been a fluke, because it happened again, pounding on the same window, pounding at the front door. Carefully, I picked up my phone and dialed 911. It wasn't until about 2:45 that the police showed up, and the knocking had ceased about 15 minutes prior. I begged them to look around the property, which they did. This is the part where I wish I could tell you they found some dumb teenagers out in the woods or something, not wanting to get caught smoking by their parents. But they didn't. They found no signs of anyone. The next day, I had a very awkward conversation with a male coworker of mine. I knew that Jeff was single and had a place in the city. I let him in on what was going on. He was genuinely concerned for my safety. "I hate to ask this of you," I said, trembling, "but do you think you could stay over the night?" Jeff showed up at about 8 p.m. with some snacks, and we ended up talking together until around 1. We fell asleep on separate couches in the living room. Nothing happened that night, and Jeff stayed with me for the next 3 nights in a row. Nothing happened as long as Jeff was there. I bought him lunch on Friday at work for all his trouble. By then, my parents were due back in town the following Sunday. If you can believe it, I was starting to feel a lot better. Then, though, it happened again. 1:37 a.m., pounding on the window in the living room. This time, though, I was not only afraid, I was completely livid. I pushed the fear aside and let my anger do the talking for me. I screamed at the top of my lungs. "What the hell do you want from me? Get off my property or I'll blow your head off. I'm armed." Honestly, I was not, but as angry as I felt, I wanted to fight off whoever was out there. I thought for a moment that would be it, but not 3 minutes of silence had passed by when there was again pounding on the glass and front door. This time, though, someone also started banging on the side of the house. And that's when I fully realized that whoever was out there was truly trying to terrify me. This was not simply some dumb kid having a laugh. This was a group of psychos. They knew I was alone, and they knew I was terrified. Hiking some of the most treacherous trails Michigan had to offer, or swimming across the lake every year for swim team in college, jumping out of a plane with the earth getting closer and closer, none of that could have prepared me for the fear I felt that week. The day my parents got back, my dad went into the city and bought 2 motion lights and surveillance cameras for the front and back of the house. Later that month, he bought a gun as well. I rest easy now knowing these defenses exist, but I'll never forget the feeling of utter terror I experienced on those nights 2 years ago. Since then, there's been no further incident. I moved to the city in a small apartment surrounded by neighbors and noise. Whoever dowered me on that string of nights remains a mystery. They say the only thing to fear is fear itself, but right now my biggest fear is not knowing who did that to me. I live in Tennessee, and every year we have a music festival called River Bend on the Tennessee River. The end of this festival is celebrated with one of the best fireworks shows in the world. It's hard to get into or even get close to the festival on the last day. It's like everyone in the southeast United States wants to come and see these fireworks. My best friend Tara and I wanted to find a good vantage point that would overlook the river and watch the fireworks together. We drove up to a ridge nearby and pulled off into a gravel parking lot where we found several other people with the same idea as us. Even though some trees were in the way, we noticed a trail that went down the ridge further. We walked about 40 yards down this trail when we came upon a clearing where we could see the river perfectly. We were talking and waiting for the fireworks to start when we started to hear this rustling noise from further down the trail. I thought I could make out the silhouette of a person moving between some trees down the ridge. Tara had a small keychain flashlight, which she took out and shined down the trail. We didn't see anything at that moment, but we kept hearing the rustling. Eventually, we chalked it up to just being a squirrel or wild animal. The fireworks soon started, and had been going on for about a minute or so, when I heard a stick break right next to me. We both turned around to look, but we couldn't see anything because it was so dark. Tara turned on her light again, only to find that there was a man standing there, literally 5 feet away from me. It was so dark in this area that we couldn't see him at all until the light was on him. It was just like a horror movie scene. We immediately got up and started heading back up the trail. The whole way the man was following us. He began to call out to us too. "Where are you going? What are your names? What are you two pretty little things doing out here all alone?" We ignored him and kept walking. Apparently that made him angry because he started threatening us to get back there or else nobody would ever hear our screams over the fireworks. "I have a knife. You don't even know my name. Nobody would ever catch me if I hurt you both." We started running and we got to the top of the hill where 2 kids were playing. I saw their dad standing further back. I called out to the kids that their dad wanted them so they would go closer to him and be safe from this creepy guy following us. I then walked a bit closer and asked the dad if it was okay if we stood with him, at least until the man was gone. He said of course, and thanked us for sending his kids in his direction. The man stood at the opening of the trail and watched us for a long time. He then finally disappeared back into the woods and out of sight. We figured he must have been watching us in the woods for at least 20 minutes before he approached. He waited until the noise of the fireworks began to approach us, to be sure he could cover the sounds of all his wrongdoings. When I was 16, I got a weird feeling and opened my blinds late one night with the lights off. Needless to say, I was quite startled to find someone's face pressed right up against my window. This was deep in the suburbs, where we had only one streetlight in our cul-de-sac. It was pitch black outside, so I couldn't make out anything beside this face. I couldn't bring myself to move or say anything. It was just this pale face pressed right into the glass staring in. It's almost like he hadn't really been looking at anything at all until I opened my blinds. My heart stopped in my chest. I tried to scream, but nothing would come out of my throat. I couldn't even tell if we were making eye contact. That's how dark it was. As my eyes fully adjusted to the darkness though, I could finally make out more of this face. I felt needles throughout my veins as a kind of pain that's hard to describe washed over me. The man's eyes were bug-eyed wide, and he grinned as though he could sense my fear through the window. I could see the whites of his eyes just 2 feet away from mine. His teeth were extremely rotten. He must have been on drugs or something, because his expression was absolutely insane. He was not blinking or moving at all, just locking his eyes with mine and following them wherever they looked. It was sickening. I bolted out of my room to wake my parents. I took one look back. The man was still there, grinning and wide-eyed. We called the cops right away and huddled in the kitchen with knives in the pitch-black darkness. We heard nothing but silence. The silence was the worst part. I wished I could have heard anything else, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Even the sound of this predator smashing through the window would have been less terrifying than this eerie silence. The cops came within only 10 minutes, although it felt like an hour in the moment. The cops did a thorough search, and they found an obvious face print on my window. To my surprise, though, there were other face prints on all the other windows surrounding my house. My parents' room, our kitchen, who knows how long he'd been out there staring inside. I don't think they ever caught him in the end. There was a small patch of woods behind our backyard. The cops suggested that he'd probably come through there, and that we should think about putting up a fence in the future. I've never opened the blinds at night since then, even after moving away years later and living in a condo on the 20th floor. This happened about 4 years ago. I live in a resort community and started working for a local real estate agent and taking photos of homes for sale. I usually photograph 3 or 4 homes a week, lakefront and sand shacks alike. I had seen unusual things like the occasional hidden room or perhaps a unique art collection that had been left behind, but I'd never encountered anything scary. That is, until this event happened. It was a summer day, warm and bright. I knew the neighborhood I was heading to, and so I had no concerns about safety. The area was very suburban, with a large park and school nearby. I packed up my camera and drove 20 minutes to the home. Upon arrival, I began my session by taking pictures of the exterior. Nothing was out of the ordinary. After struggling to navigate the sharp slope that the home was on, I managed to snap pictures of all its sides and its rear deck. It was now time for the interior shots. I proceeded to the front door and entered the lockbox code. I tried to unlock the front door, but as I fumbled with it, I felt overwhelmingly uncomfortable. A strange feeling washed over me in that moment, and I felt like I shouldn't be there. I finally managed to get the door open and stumbled inside to find the house completely destroyed. The living room was a sea of debris. There was something lying in the middle of the room with a charred doll beside it. Holes littered the walls. The light bulbs were all smashed. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. I observed all of this without taking a single step further. I immediately closed the door and walked back to my car as fast as I could. I called the agent and told her what I'd found. She would need to send someone else to take pictures of this house. When she asked me why specifically, as I tried to explain it to her, I realized I might sound a little crazy. How can you professionally describe the feeling of being scared shitless for no apparent reason, other than a disgustingly filthy house? She told me she had seen many homes that were less than welcoming, but we both had a job to do here, and she couldn't complete hers without me doing mine. I decided I really didn't feel like losing my job today. I called my father, who lived locally, and asked if he'd accompany me to the house. In all my days, I had never heard my dad scared of anything remotely spooky. He's a very no-nonsense kind of man, and simply wouldn't tolerate any talk of ghosts or monsters or anything of the like. Therefore, I thought he would be the perfect person to help me with this assignment. He'd be able to keep my head in the game, so to speak. I arranged to pick him up at his house in 30 minutes. My heart sank a little as I pulled up and saw my dad's truck was missing. My mom came running out, though, and told me my father had to leave for work reasons. She would go with me instead. She brought a flashlight and assured me it would be just fine. As we drove to the house, I described to her what I'd seen. I could tell she was slightly unnerved as well. We parked in front, and I could see she really didn't want to go inside. I didn't really want her to go in either. She came up with a solution though. She'd call my cell phone and talk to me as I walked through the house. She'd stand right outside the front door as well. I headed back inside again. Immediately upon entering, I was scared. Just for clarification, I'm not an easily scared person. I'm not one to see or feel things of that nature whatsoever. It was later in the day by this time. The house was positioned in such a way that it was shaded from the sun. The electricity was obviously off, and it was dark, very dark. My mother was on the phone reminding me to breathe. As I walked in further, I saw the toilets were completely black on the inside. The kitchen had these red smears all over the counters and walls. Children's toys were mixed in with magazines lying on the floor. I kept clicking, taking pictures, trying not to focus on any of the weird things inside this house. I went as quickly as I could through the main level, then came to a set of stairs leading downward. I told my mother through the cell phone I was heading down. She continued to reassure me and told me to hurry up and get it over with. I began walking extremely cautiously down the steps, one at a time. The steps led to a small landing, then turned the corner, so all I could see was a white wall at the bottom. I had a certain feeling I was going to see something bad once I turned that corner. I was only 2 or 3 steps away from turning the landing when I heard a scream come from my phone. Not a mild scream either, but a blood-curdling kind, as if someone was being murdered on the other end. I've never ran as fast as I did sprinting back up those stairs. I completely expected to find my mom lying lifeless outside the house or something. When I got to the top of the stairs, though, she was standing there looking completely terrified and perplexed. I grabbed her and we went back to the car. We drove for about 5 minutes before one of us said anything. Then she turned to me and asked why I was screaming. I told her I'd thought it was her. Neither of us had apparently done it, but we both clearly heard a woman screaming for her life. We stopped at a grocery store parking lot and sat there trying to catch our breath. When I got home, I uploaded the pictures without actually looking at them and sent them to the real estate agent. I told her she would have to do the editing on her own. I deleted the email and every single image. Because of that, I don't know the exact address of the house, nor have I driven by it since. In hindsight, I would have liked to research the property a little bit more. I'll never know what happened there, or why I got the feelings I did that day. I remember back when I was in university, I liked to watch zombie movies a lot back then. Late one night, at about 3 a.m. after finishing a watching session, I went to get something to drink from the kitchen. As I happened to look outside the window, I noticed there was a person standing in the middle of the road at the end of my street. They were far enough away that I couldn't really make out anything about them. They were just a sort of shadowy figure. I watched them for about 15 minutes. They didn't really move other than some idle swaying back and forth. I decided it must not be that big a deal. My imagination was getting the best of me. I decided to go watch another movie. After that movie, I went to the kitchen window again, and sure enough, the figure was still there. This time, though, a car drove by while I was watching, and I watched as the figure began to run after it, then stopped after whoever it was had already driven away. I went to sleep, but whoever that was outside was gone when I woke up. It really creeped me out, though, enough that I still remember that weird zombie man 10 years later. This happened in Antioch, California. It was around 2 a.m. or so, and I was at a friend's house, all safe and warm. We were having a lot to drink, chatting and enjoying ourselves, of course. When you're having a fun time, though, it's like the fast forward button, and those few moments turn into an entire hour. I'd had far too much to drink. That night, my friend had a bit of an abrupt bedtime, so I had to dodge out pretty early. Still intoxicated, I felt too shameful. thinking I'd be asking too much to stay at his house to sleep off my drunkenness. I suppose he was either too rude or too drunk to consider it himself. I'd need about an hour or so to sober up and drive back. As fast as time passed by during my stay, it decided to drastically slow down as soon as I stepped out of his house. It was a cold area, a concrete jungle, with the stem of the street breaking off into forks. Alongside the road my car was parked at, the only street light that worked was right in the middle. It was in the middle of the cul-de-sac circle, about 80 yards away. I stumbled towards my car and produced my keys. I lined the metal up and opened my door. I shifted into the back seat. This was a dark and unfamiliar neighborhood. I took some leftover newspapers and a sweater in my back seat to cover myself up. I was a little bit scared of resting in my car, actually. I wanted some camouflage for myself, not just to be some guy awkwardly sitting in his car waiting for time to pass to sober up. I couldn't manage to fall asleep, though. The uncomfortable feeling of the cheap back seat, plus being shrouded in darkness, didn't make slumber any easier. It felt kind of ominous, actually. Of course, my mind began to wander, and I thought of worst-case scenarios, like how the police might shine their lights in on me through the window, or a drunk driver might hit my car. In the distance, about 100 yards away or so, I could hear some footsteps approaching. The gravel scuffed with each step forward, growing in loudness as their proximity increased. Periodically, the person would just randomly stop. I wondered why. It clicked in my mind, though. Whoever this was probably looking into each car with the intent to steal something. I couldn't recall how many cars were on the block, but I counted 3 full stops until he was at my window. I froze there, listening to his breathing. There was no more than a foot between us. The car was the only thing encapsulating me as I lay hidden behind backseat clutter. I did my best to look like an object and be unnoticeable. I didn't want to move or check the window. I remained clutter. My body reacted by minimizing my breathing so much that I felt almost paralyzed. I dared not to look, my eyes fixated on the back of the passenger seat. I didn't blink. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe, really. My heart was pounding so hard, my entire body was shaking. The man continued to circle around my car. I could feel him touching the trunk as he carefully pressed down on it, as if to test the alarm, as if to test me. I was in the middle of a fight-or-flight reaction, and I couldn't do either without elevating the danger. I froze and hoped to God this guy was bluffing. He circled the car once more, and the door handle to my right began to jiggle. He seemed to be getting more and more agitated and stressed with each pull. I was convinced he was trying to make me move and reveal myself. My muscles were tensed up, like a cow before slaughter. I heard a tap at my window. A crowbar? A knife? A rock? A gun, perhaps? My eyes stayed fixated on the seat in front of me, never averting my gaze. I couldn't see anything. I could feel eyes resting atop me, though. My mind forced a visual into my head. I had already accepted death. Surely I was about to be shot or something, or maybe he'd break the window and stab me. I just prayed it would not be excruciating as I died. I imagined my friend waking up the next morning after a calm night of safe and sound sleep, only to discover my mutilated and defiled body hanging outside my car door or something. It was then, though, that all the sounds stopped. I could feel the person just staring at me in the middle of the night. Time froze before the footsteps began to be swallowed into the distance. It seemed he was walking away. I waited another hour until the sun came up, and then I jumped in my front seat and drove away wide-eyed and sober. My wife and I had just purchased our first home and had our first child as well. The house was still being built by the builders, so we would drive past every so often just to look and see how the house was coming along. We started visiting the house at night as well, only to notice that at some point, there was a car parked out front of our house. It was quite strange, but we figured it was just one of the workers, perhaps leaving their car overnight. Sometimes the car would be there, and sometimes it wouldn't be. We didn't really think that much of it. Fast forward a few months though, and our house was now fully built. The house was empty, and we were slowly moving everything in during the first week. As for the mysterious car, it started showing up late at night again, but not parking directly in front of the house anymore. It would always park about 50 feet away at a nearby park. Now keep in mind, we were the only house on the block currently, as this was a brand new development. We were literally the first house that had been built. So there we were, just this lonesome house in the middle of the desert, a few blocks away from the nearest neighborhood. My wife demanded that we buy a security system, and so I did. She spent many nights alone, since I had to work the graveyard shift. It was my day off, so I spent it organizing stuff from the moving boxes and hanging out with my 6-month-old son. My wife was at work, and I realized there were no diapers. I called my mother-in-law and asked if she could swing by today to drop some off. I told her I'd leave the front door unlocked because I'd be taking a nap with my son. A few hours later, my son was fast asleep on the bed, and I decided to go and cuddle up with him. I laid down next to him when I heard the door chime of my security alarm for the front door. I knew it was my mother-in-law though, and I really didn't feel like talking to her. I figured I would just lay there and pretend to be asleep. I had to hope she wouldn't come upstairs. I heard her footsteps though coming up the bottom of the stairs, moving very slowly. I thought that was quite weird, but I figured she must know we were sleeping and didn't want to wake us up. My back was facing the door to my bedroom. I heard the door open as I continued to pretend to be asleep. I stayed still, and I heard a quick breath of air, as if she was startled to see us sleeping together. No other noise was made. I assumed the person must have just been standing there. I thought to myself, okay, you can go away now. It took a full minute or two though before I heard her slowly tiptoeing out of my room, back downstairs, and then out the front door. As soon as I heard the door chime, I popped out of bed and walked downstairs to grab the diapers, only to find they weren't there. I thought to myself, what the hell? She showed up and didn't even leave them. I ran over to the front window, and she was already gone. During this whole event, my phone had been off and charging, so I finally turned it on to see that I had a new voicemail. It was from my mother-in-law. Sorry, honey, I can't come over today and bring those diapers. I got caught up in some other plans, so have a nice nap. This happened about 1 year ago. To be clear, I live with my mother, father, and 2 brothers. My dad is a truck driver, so he's gone pretty much constantly. My other brother was visiting his girlfriend in Peru when this all happened, so it was just me, one of my brothers, and my mom in the house. One particular night around 12 a.m. or so, I was heading to bed and decided to get a glass of water. I headed back downstairs while drinking the water and decided to look out the tiny window my door had. And that's when I noticed a shadow in the front yard. At first, I thought I was just seeing things, but I decided to keep looking. There was definitely someone out there. I wasn't sure exactly what to do, mainly because this person just seemed to be standing there, not doing anything at all. He wasn't trying to break in or peer in or anything like that. I stood there just watching him stand still for a good 20 minutes. In those 20 minutes, he didn't even move a single muscle. It was almost like he was a statue or something. All of a sudden, though, I noticed another man come out of nowhere. From what I could see, it seemed like they were talking to each other. About a minute or two goes by, and they both disappeared. They moved to the side of the house and jumped the fence to get into our backyard. I freaked out and woke up my mom and brother. I probably should have woken them up to begin with, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of nothing. We called the cops, but at this point in time, there were a couple of car accidents out, so they said it would take them 20 to 30 minutes to get there. We locked ourselves in my mom's room and waited, hoping they wouldn't come in. While waiting, we heard the garage door open. We started to hear things being thrown around in the garage. They were in there for 15 minutes. The cops finally showed up, though, and caught and arrested both of the men, who were apparently still there. It turns out they were both really strung out on drugs. I learned my lesson that night, though, to call the cops immediately if you see something suspicious. You never know what might really be happening. When I was a teenager, my grandfather, who was my mom's dad, started suffering from dementia. He came to live at our house for a few years. It was a nice time being with him, but it was also sad watching him decline. The dementia went mostly as expected, strangely misplaced items and general confusion. But there was one really weird thing my grandfather did that really disturbed me and my mom. One day, he started talking about Connie. "Where did she go?" he asked. We thought he was talking about my deceased grandmother, but her name was Anne. No one in our family was named Connie, so we figured he was just confused. He kept on asking about this Connie, though. I started wondering if maybe Connie was some woman that had been in his life that none of us had ever known about. The weird stuff started happening shortly after. He would randomly have his shoes already tied by seemingly no one. He had long ago lost such motor skills to do so himself. And when asked about it, he would of course say that Connie had tied them for him. One day, he casually explained there would be a storm coming, and shortly after, it came. Again, he said that Connie had told him. There were lots of little things like this. Furniture and doors moving around, mysterious footsteps at night. Always he would say it was Connie. My mom and I started to think of this Connie as some sort of ghost, or perhaps an angel looking after him in his old age. That was until one day. He was talking about Connie again when he grabbed me suddenly and looked at me with his eyes wide and his lips trembling. He looked absolutely terrified. "Where's Connie?" he asked as usual. "She's not here," I said, which was my usual response. "Quick, shut the door. Don't let her find me before she gets me again." A creepy feeling came over me. Who was this Connie? I asked him for the millionth time, but he just put his hands over his face and started to rock back and forth moaning. After that, we heard less and less about this Connie. Mostly because we were too creeped out to keep asking about all the weird noises and random things he seemed to know. One night, though, I woke up to the sound of footsteps and scratching. The footsteps were fast, like someone was running around the house. I hesitated to leave my room, scared of what I would find. I saw a figure down the hall, turning around the corner. I almost stopped there and shut my bedroom door when I heard my grandfather moaning. I realized the figure was him. "Grandpa?" I asked. I went over to him. He was scratching frantically at something. "What's wrong?" I tapped him on the shoulder, and he turned around startled. On the table was a ripped-out page from a magazine, an ad of a woman who he had scribbled and penned all over her eyes. "Connie's eyes," he whispered. My mother and I had no real way of comforting my grandfather through these nightmares and terrors he was experiencing. The doctor said it was normal for him at this stage. We all kinda sensed that he had very little time left. When he died a few months later in the hospital, the nurses told us he'd called out Connie's name in his worst times. My mother and I don't really talk about it anymore. We just kinda figured it was all a symptom of his dementia. but sometimes I think I hear weird sounds in the middle of the night. Maybe that Connie is still sticking around with us for whatever reason. During the summer when I was 17, I was waiting for a friend to come over to my house while my family was out of the country. We planned on playing video games all night long. I live in a small city of 7,000 people in France near Paris, and the houses are few and far away from each other. I also live in front of a small park that gets very dark and scary at night. There's no one around if you're in trouble. Around 11 p.m. or so, my friend called me up on the phone and told me to open the door for them. There was apparently somebody following them. We don't usually have any problems with violence in our neighborhood, but some young kids do sometimes try to steal your stuff when you're alone in the street. I ran downstairs to open the door and looked outside to see my friend swiftly walking up my driveway and closing the gate behind him. I opened the door, and he rushed inside, telling him someone had been following him the entire time and telling him they were going to kill him. I watched outside for 20 to 30 seconds, but nothing happened. Suddenly, though, just as I was about to turn around and forget about it, the motion light turned on. I saw a huge man running into my driveway and closing the gate behind him. I looked at the house door, just waiting for that guy to try and open it. Exactly 2 seconds later, the man hit the door with force as hard as he could. He started yelling through it that my friend was going to die. He demanded he open the door. He kept on slamming against it again and again with his full body. We ran upstairs and locked 2 different doors behind us before locking ourselves in another room, where I then called the cops. I told them to hurry, as the man was actively trying to get inside. My friend and I were terrified, especially because we didn't know this guy at all. For a full 5 minutes, the stranger kept pounding on my door and trying to break it down. All of a sudden, though, there was total silence. I couldn't see what was happening from the area we were in, and I was too scared to go look outside. The only thing I could see were the motion lights turning off and on all around the house for 10 minutes after that. Everything was silent and dark. I was sure the guy was skulking about outside. I immediately thought he must have managed to get inside the house, either by breaking a window or something else. The police took 40 minutes to arrive. 40 minutes of pure terror. We were so relieved when we saw the blue lights stop in front of my driveway. The creepier thing, though, was still yet to come. There were 5 policemen in total, and I yelled out from my window that I didn't know where the guy was anymore. He might still be in the house, so they had to be careful. 3 of them went to check the backyard, while the other 2 were investigating the front area. 5 minutes later, the 3 guys that went to the back opened the front door from the inside and told us to stay locked in that room because there was a broken window. The guy probably was inside the house still. It took them another 10 minutes to find him. He was hiding in the bathroom upstairs in the closet. They arrested him after a brief fight. The man claimed he didn't know where he was or why he was there, and he was hiding in the closet because he was so scared. I didn't sleep for weeks after, and that person will forever haunt my slumbering moments. I work the PM shift and get done around midnight or so. I was walking into the grocery store when a man from across the parking lot started catcalling me. I can deal with this much. As a woman, I'm pretty much used to it. He started walking quickly toward me though, and I started to get a little bit nervous. It's midnight, it's dark, I'm on edge. He started commenting on my hair, which was dyed green at the time, saying he liked my scrubs from work and asking if I had a boyfriend. I simply blew him off and rushed into the store. I came out about 20 minutes later, only to see he was still there, standing about 20 feet away from my car. As I approached, he started up with the same stuff again. I was trying to laugh it off, even though I'm pretty sure he was trying to murder me or something at this point. I finally got to my car door and was putting everything inside when he said this. "Hey Lee!" I slowly turned around as he walked up to me and said in a very sinister voice, "Yeah, I know you." I asked him how he knew my name. "Oh, don't worry about it. You're gonna know me much better." I was frozen and about to push the panic button on my car alarm when his mood suddenly turned from crazy serial killer to goofy best friend. He patted me on the arm and said, "Don't worry too much. You're good people." He then asked me if I had any coke in me, which obviously I did not. He scoffed and jumped into a car nearby, then drove away very quickly. Needless to say, I was very confused and alarmed for the rest of the night. My boyfriend and our good friend were living in an apartment in our city. To initially get into the large complex, there are security gates that need an access key, then another security door to get to the stairwell of ours and our neighbors. Then there's the unit doors themselves. There had been a few occasions where I'd come home and realized the door to the stairwell was just sitting on the frame without actually closing. I would always make an effort to close it properly as I came and went. On this night, my boyfriend, my flatmate, and another friend were having drinks on a weeknight. It was around 11 when our friend who lives up the road left. Like normal, we went to bed. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I suddenly woke up. I thought I could hear someone treading on our carpet. I remember audibly gasping because as I opened my eyes, I was confronted by the sight of a silhouette of a man standing in our bedroom. I couldn't make him out very well because my eyes were still adjusting to the light. Immediately, I thought it had to be our flatmate. Maybe we had his car keys or something. It's funny how the brain tries to make sense of a strange situation. To me, this silhouette looked remarkably like our flatmate. I stared at him as he slowly backed out of the room. Then I saw him peer around the doorframe. I couldn't make out his face. "Josh, what do you want?" It was the lack of response that really scared me the most. My flatmate would have at least explained what was going on. Instead, this figure left the doorway. My heart started pounding, and I elbowed my partner, who then woke up. "I think there's someone in the house." I was surprised at how quickly he got up, still half asleep. I watched him leave the room, then heard him call out, "What the hell? Who are you? Get the hell out!" It turns out the guy was waiting in the hallway just out of sight. I don't think he was expecting to be confronted by my partner, though. This guy bolted to the door, which he left hanging on its hinges. He was saying sorry over and over. I started screaming. How close this stranger had been, how vulnerable we were sleeping. It was all just so terrifying. So I met an agent who showed us this building, and when I tried to verify the price with her, she said it was actually several $100s cheaper than it was supposed to be. That was quite strange. Every other place that we saw nearby had lines of people and tons of competition, but strangely, we were the only ones interested in this property. She immediately called us after we left and said we could have the apartment. We were ecstatic when we filled out all the forms. Later, she mentioned there was a building manager who lived there. He was friends with the owner, who was a very old woman. He was also very old, but we should give our rent checks to him and let him know if we needed anything. Living there started off fine. The apartment was a little weird, even had an electrical socket in the shower, which I didn't think was the best. I tried my best to cover it up and make it waterproof. The manager, though, was quite strange. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head exactly why he was strange. but I just knew there was something off about him. On any given day, he would nod in our direction if we saw him, but on other days we would hear him mumbling incoherently at people that weren't there. The few times we went to him with an actual problem, he would start yelling, almost in a different language. One day, we were startled by a loud banging on our door. We opened up, only to find it was him. I was terrified. I made my husband step out front as he screamed and raved about a note we'd left on a car that was blocking our garage door, which apparently was his car. He wasn't making any sense, but it was a terrifying sight to behold. He told us he would make us pay if we ever left a note on his car again. Here's where it gets real scary. I had been trying to avoid him as much as I could at this point. He seemed extremely unhinged. Somehow there was a look in his eyes that wasn't quite right. It was obvious he was very angry with us from then on. One night I woke up in the dead of night to a noise in our hallway. We had wood floors, and they creaked whenever someone walked on them. I could hear them creaking right now. My husband was dead asleep, and I had a history of being paranoid, so I just closed my eyes and tried to fall back asleep, telling myself it was nothing. That's when a feeling of absolute horror and fear seized me. It was unlike anything I've ever felt before. I still can't even describe it to this day, except to say I was completely terrified. I couldn't move at all. It was like I was paralyzed. I managed to open my eyes, even though a part of me didn't want to, only to find that man standing there right next to the bed, watching me. I laid there in complete panic, unable to move. The man looked almost like a shadow. He shifted his feet, and the floor creaked. His breathing was hard. I wanted to scream or do anything, but I didn't know what to do. Finally, I just closed my eyes, unable to even pray. I was so scared. The floor creaked again. I opened my eyes and the man was gone. I laid awake for the rest of the night. The horrible fear that pressed against me was now gone, and I was able to move again. Tears poured down my face. The rest of the night, all I could do was lay there and cry. The next morning, I looked at the front door to see the latch was still set. No one should have been able to open the door from inside and get in without breaking it. I tried to convince myself it was just a terrible dream, but I knew I was awake when that had happened. We moved shortly after that. When we went to give notice to the manager, though, he gave us a creepy smile and said, "Now that's a real shame. You've been such good tenants." He looked at me specifically. "Didn't you love it here?" When I was about 11 or 12, I rode the school bus with this tall, skinny boy that lived down the street. He was my age and known in the neighborhood as being a very odd kid. On the bus and in school, he would just stare at me with these cold and unblinking wild eyes that sank deep into his face. One night, alone in my bedroom, I took off my school clothes and changed into my pajamas. I stood there in front of my mirror, buttoning up my top, when I suddenly got the feeling I was being watched. As I looked over, I saw his hungry, wild eyes in the corner of my mirror. I froze, realizing he had been standing outside my bedroom window in the pitch-black night, watching me undress. When I turned around to face my window, he was just standing right there, staring in at me with no expression on his face. It was just this emotionless void of life, except for his terrifying eyes. I screamed as loud as I could, and he ran away into the night. We continued to go to school together for the next 2 years, but he never stopped staring at me. The image haunts me still, as well as the notion that that night he'd walked over to my house for over 3 miles in 20-degree weather in the pitch-black night just to spy on me. I almost wonder how many times he continued to do that over the years. A few years ago, my wife and I went to a haunted corn maze a couple of days before Halloween. We had been drinking a little bit, so we managed to get lost as hell inside. We had wandered around for about 20 minutes or so when this weird-looking guy started to follow us around. We made a turn and ended up at a dead end. When we turned around to find a different way, the guy was right there blocking the exit. Extremely calmly, he looked both of us over and said, "You know, some psycho could come in here and kill people. Everyone would just think it was part of the show." It scared the shit out of us. I have no idea if this guy worked for the maze or what, but we got the hell out of there. We just cheated and started running through the walls of the maze. We never saw the guy again after, so we didn't get any closure on the matter either. This happened about 2 months ago. I was alone in the house as my parents were away working for the weekend. They were due back that evening though. My mom texted me to say they had broken down and were waiting for the tow truck to come pick them up. I asked them if there was anything I could do, but they told me to just go to sleep as they would probably be back late. Fast forward to around 3 a.m. I woke up to use the bathroom. When I left the bathroom, I glanced over to their bedroom. The door was shut, but I could see that the light was on inside. At this point, I should note that when I'd gone to sleep, their bedroom door was open and the light had been off. Of course, I thought they must be home by now. I stumbled toward the door and remember stopping myself thinking I shouldn't bother them. I'd simply talk to them in the morning. I turned back to my room and went back to sleep. The next thing I know though, I'm being awoken by the sound of the front door opening downstairs. I glanced up at the clock, noting it was around 3:45 a.m., 45 minutes after I'd woken up last. I thought it was a bit strange. I got a tense feeling in my stomach. I walked out of my bedroom and glanced over to my parents' room, only to see the door was now open and the light was off. The bed was also neatly made, so clearly no one had been in it. I felt sick. I went downstairs and nervously called out to my mom. "Did you guys just get home?" She responded, "Yeah, why?" I sat staring into space, wondering what the hell just happened. A while ago, during the NHL lockout, I was up at 3 a.m. in the morning, watching the World Juniors. That was when I noticed a van pulling into my cul-de-sac. It was very strange, because I didn't recognize this van. It certainly wasn't the van of any of my neighbors. The van stopped right in front of my house, and 3 people got out. 2 of the people went to my neighbor's house to the right, and the other came to mine. They were all dressed in black and were moving pretty quickly. I was pretty much frozen when I heard footsteps approaching my door. Then nothing happened though. Literally nothing. The van drove away without anyone getting back in. I never saw the guy at my doorstep leaving out the windows either. It was snowing that night, so in the morning I had to go shovel my driveway. I could visibly see the man's steps going right up to my front door and then stopping right there. There were no tracks leaving though, nor were there any anywhere else. I don't exactly know what happened that night, but it was very strange. My husband and I were on a road trip, coming back from Louisiana from Iowa. We would drive in 4-hour shifts while the other person slept in the back. It was about 2 a.m. or so, and he woke me up to start my shift. I looked around and didn't see any other cars in sight, or even a streetlight or single building. He told me he had taken an alternate route that he thought would be faster. Eventually, we came across a small local gas station with a single light on it. It appeared to be closed, and our car was the only one present. We pulled over, and I was getting ready to open the door so we could switch places. My husband stopped me though, and told me to hold on for a moment. I looked up and saw that from behind the back of the gas station, a man wearing rags was shambling towards us. He was moving quickly, but not quite running. That only made the sight even scarier though. I told my husband to hurry up and drive away. He was intrigued though. He stared ahead as the man got closer and closer. I started freaking out and screaming for him to go until he finally did so. As he drove away, I looked behind us until the gas station disappeared. As far as I could see, the man continued to follow the car at that same odd pace he was walking until I could no longer see him at all. The sight of that man in the darkness still gives me chills whenever I think about it. When I was in college, I took a part-time job stocking shelves at Kohl's. We would arrive at 2 a.m. and work until 7 in the morning. Each morning, we'd have 5 people arrive like clockwork. We would all walk in through the same door and take the far left aisle to get to the back of the store, where the employee lounge was located. On this morning, though, I took the middle aisle because I wanted to bypass the lounge and go straight to the inventory room to load up my cart. Department stores are really creepy when they're not open yet, especially with 90% of the lights turned off. The floor sometimes has mannequins half-dressed and in the aisles because they're constantly shifting product around after closing up the day before. On this morning, I walked down the center aisle and noticed this man walking from the back of the store to the front. He looked to be an older man, wearing business clothes of some sort. Obviously, I thought this was out of place, but sometimes the regional manager would show up. It was very early, and this guy was very tall. As we approached one another, I couldn't get a good enough view of his face to really tell. He seemed to be wearing these really thick eyeglasses that cast a shadow over his mouth and chin, blocking any chance of making eye contact. Because of this, it was really awkward when we got within 10 feet of each other. I just looked down and said good morning, giving a quick look. I couldn't really see his face still, so I just looked back down. He gave me a cheerful good morning response as I continued to the back. The man continued on to the front, and I went into the inventory room. I began unboxing items and placing them on the cart. The manager of the morning team came back and started giving me instructions for the Christmas items. She was the sort of person that was very charismatic and always happy. After she finished, I asked her who that corporate guy from earlier I saw that morning was. She gave me a weird look and said nobody was expected to be there. She asked me for a description, and I shared it with her. At first, she thought it could be the new regional marketing guy, but we realized that couldn't be it, because he didn't have the keys to get inside yet, and they never come at 2 o'clock in the morning anyway. She darted off to the neighboring admin office to find out if anyone was expected, and I went back to work. 20 minutes later, she came back, saying that indeed nobody was expected to be there. The security system showed no entry since closing that night before. She asked me if I was messing around, or if I'd been drinking or something. I told her to check the cameras because I'd definitely seen someone. She asked if I would go with her to check the camera feed. I agreed, and we walked to the room. She was joking around, saying, "Let's go see if we can find your new imaginary friend here." She pulled up the interface for the cameras and set the dial to the hour we arrived. It started to play the first camera angle. At first, we saw nothing. I couldn't remember exactly where I'd crossed paths with the man. She asked me if this really was the area. My mind was blown. I really started to question my sanity. There's no way he was not in the camera feed. She pulled up the next angle, though, and this time, we saw a shadowy figure moving around in the back next to the walls. They were quickly scrambling around, weaving in between the clothes racks with the clothes moving on their own hangers. They ran through the women's section. I went from questioning my sanity to being completely freaked out. We both got the chills. She stood up to turn the lights on in the room that we were in, and we both looked in disbelief. After viewing it again, she decided to look from all angles to make sure this really happened. She clicked the next camera pointed in that direction. As it started to play, we saw the dark shape more resemble a person this time. Clearly, this person was moving about on all fours though, low to the ground like something you'd see in an Exorcist movie. At this point, the manager picked up the phone to call 911. While she was on the phone with them, she clicked the next camera angle, which gave us the overhead 360-degree view. I get goosebumps thinking about this. You could see the man in his clothes, but I could finally see his face, which is what made our jaws drop. In surprise, she hung up the phone. I screamed at her for hanging it up, and she picked it up again to dial 911. To this day, I still really can't explain it. It was almost like the man had no mouth or something wrong with his face. He had those glasses on, and no lights were able to get through them to see his eyes. It made it difficult to confirm what he really looked like. We played the next camera at the exact same time. We arrived to the point showing him going toward the front of the building. As we watched though, we never saw him leave. As we looked at further camera angles from right now, we confirmed there was someone in the back moving to the front of the building again. As they moved past the dressing room, there was a gap in the midsection between the cameras that couldn't be found. She asked me to get on the overhead speaker and ask everyone to come to the lounge. I did so, and heard her telling the police we had an intruder or a possible squatter and didn't feel safe. She asked that they hurry. She got on the intercom and told everybody to come once again, but stated it was for a quick meeting. She switched the screens on the live camera feed to focus on the front entrance, seeing if anyone would show up or leave. I started to hear everyone coming to the lounge. We received notification from the 911 operator that 2 officers had arrived and asked that we open the door. Thank goodness. The patrolmen were sitting in the parking lot right next to the door. We asked that they come into the building because we felt the intruder might still be hiding in the middle area. We continued to look through the different camera angles until we heard banging on the door next to us. We jumped up in surprise but disarmed the locks. The 2 officers walked in, and we told them more details. They asked for one person to speak at a time and to slow down. After explaining that we believed the person was still there once again, they started to be more alert. One cop said he would stay with us, and the other volunteered to walk around the floor. As I showed the cop what we'd seen on the video earlier, he was disturbed by what he was seeing. These were obviously not normal moving patterns. He grabbed the radio on his shoulder and requested assistance. He specifically requested 5 of the closest patrolmen in the area. He asked if the brightness could be increased. She brightened it, but it didn't really help. Then came the distorted face scene. He was quite surprised that this really creepy guy went from a demon running on all fours to a casual guy from a distance earlier. He claimed he had never seen anything this bizarre, and definitely felt the man was still in the building. Within 5 minutes, the other patrolmen started to show up, and they did a search of the store area. We all stayed in the back watching the cops. Nobody was found, and no video showed the man leaving. They got their paperwork and started interviewing us during this time. We viewed all the different angles and in fast-forward mode to see if we could find him again. We did find one strange instance where a coat fell from the hanger onto the ground, but nothing was near it, so no videos of anyone were found. Except for the crew that had closed the night before, the entry log showed no intrusion or access request was made. In the end, they had no idea who the man was or what happened to him. A report was filed, and the video was taken by the cops. They went to the neighboring stores and looked through their video feeds too, but found nothing. We opened at the usual time later that day, and nothing else unusual happened. I came home from a date at around 11 p.m. or so. The house was completely dark, but I didn't switch on the lights at the moment because I knew my way around well enough. When I emerged out of the bathroom on my way back to the bedroom down the hall, I bumped into my dog. He's pretty big, about mid-thigh or so. I told my dog that I loved him and that he needed to get back to sleep with me. I opened my bedroom door and switched on the light at the same time. To my surprise, though, I saw my dog already laying on my bed, lifting his head up in confusion when the light came on to look at me. I wondered what I'd just bumped into in the hallway. I had a favorite pair of silver hoop earrings that I like to wear pretty much all the time. One day, I decided to look for them, and I couldn't find them anywhere. No big deal. I'm kind of disorganized anyway. I figured I'd just left them lying around somewhere. I kept my eyes open for the next day or two, figuring I'd eventually stumble across them, but there was no such luck. They had been missing for several days, and I had a date planned for later that evening. I really wanted to find them, so I really thoroughly looked everywhere I could think of. Behind the furniture, under the couch, everywhere. I especially looked in and around my bedroom, as I had a tendency to climb into my bed with them on and feel them poking and pulling when my head would hit the pillow. My usual habit was to sleepily pluck them out and toss them on the nightstand, but sometimes I would miss. I looked everywhere. Behind the nightstand, under the bed, in the sheets, under the pillows, no luck. Bummed out, I gave up a couple of hours later. I went and got ready for my date. Just as I was about to leave, though, I glanced over at my bed, only to find them sitting there in plain sight on top of my pillow. I was home alone at that time and hadn't left the house in between looking for the earrings and getting ready for my date. There's no way I could have missed them. I can't for the life of me figure out how these things were happening to me. It's so strange. I went outside one early morning and saw this woman kneeling in my mother's flower garden. I was a little creeped out. I was about 10 years old, and suddenly a person I didn't know was just sitting there in the middle of our garden. Not knowing what else to do, I waved hello to her. She turned around and immediately apologized for being in our yard. She said that we had such nice flowers, she just couldn't help it. Then she just walked away. I didn't really think that much of it. I went about my day as usual. My mom and dad left to do errands eventually though, so my brother and I were home alone. We were both watching TV when, without any warning at all, someone tapped on my shoulder from behind me. I turned around and saw the woman was standing right there. She apologized and asked me where my mom and dad were. I told her they would be coming back at any time, but that she really shouldn't be inside our house. Strangely enough, she asked for a pen and a piece of paper, saying she wanted to write them a little note. I complied and told her to do it out in the dining room. I watched from behind a corner in a hallway and never let her out of my sight. I was beyond afraid in this moment. She calmly set the pen down though, then walked out the front door like nothing ever happened. I bolted to the window and made sure she'd actually left. Then I went to the door and locked it up. I nervously and very slowly approached the note she'd left on the table and read it to myself. I was dumbfounded by what it said. She said she believed I had spoken to her in the garden and told her to build an altar for her grandmother. The note was her scheduling an appointment with my mother to discuss placing a tombstone and a prayer table in the garden. My parents got home soon after, and I told them what happened. She'd left her phone number on the note. My mom took the day off and sat out on the porch. At the time, the woman said she waited for her to arrive, but the woman never showed up. My mom called the number on the note too, only to get a disconnected message. The only proof I had that any of these things had actually happened was the note she'd left for my mom and dad. They don't believe most of the story. It seems like my brother even forgot about it too, but I know it really happened. This random crazy woman somehow got into our house in the middle of the day and just gently tapped on my shoulder and left a note. I worked in the graveyard shift doing security at a facility that had a couple of large warehouses on it. It was Christmas Day, so there were not many other people on the property at all, which was going to mean a super easy night for me. As I was roving around doing my patrols though, I noticed one of the bay doors was open in one of the warehouses. It was odd for any of them to be left open at all, so I decided to check out what was going on. I walked over to the bay door and walked inside. One thing I must point out now is that in an effort to save money on utilities, all the lights in the warehouse are motion activated and turn on as you walk underneath them. After you're out of range of the sensor, the lights immediately shut off. That means the lights are never on unless someone is moving directly underneath them. As I peered into the warehouses, I looked down one of the aisles of shelves and saw a light on in the distance, approximately 300 yards away. As I watched, the next one turned on, and then the next. The lights were coming toward me, as if there were someone moving in my direction. Yet I could see absolutely nothing in the aisles. After watching the lights move all around the facility for a few moments, I got weirded out and left. I never figured out why it happened, but it creeps me out whenever I think about it. I've lived in the British countryside my whole life, so dark woodlands and animal noises are nothing new or noteworthy for me. I joined the Scouts when I was young, so many nights were spent playing, tracking, and doing stealth games in the woods. I knew the terrain and the area like the back of my hand. However, the campsite was much larger than I actually knew. When I was younger, I hadn't quite memorized the entire area. There were some beat-down old signs labeling the borders of the camp to the neighboring moorland and murky pond, full of duckweed. This is also where the toilet block was located. A small wooden shack with showers and stuff inside. The light had been broken for as long as I'd ever known, so when camping at this end of the site, we used to tie gas lamps to the washing line to light it up at night. For some reason, when going there alone, I always felt quite strange. When it was loud and busy, I could simply ignore this feeling, but it was much more pronounced on one night. I was just finishing in the bathroom before my friend. I was waiting for him to get done as well. We were about 9 or 10 at this point, so of course neither of us wanted to go alone. There I was, perched on a tree stump waiting for a good 20 minutes. No clue as to what he was doing taking so long in there. The whole time I had this strange feeling, like I wasn't alone. I felt a presence in the trees behind me, which I brushed off as just me being paranoid. Eventually it got too much though. I climbed up a tree nearby to get a better view of the woods. What I saw I could swear were eyes. However, they weren't that of a cat or a badger or any other kind of animal. I reckon they looked like a human beings. They stared back at me for a good few seconds while I held my breath, trying to melt back into the tree. A loud bang was heard, startling me. I looked back to see my friend was now finished. I quickly looked back to where the eyes had been, only to see nothing there. I grabbed my friend and hurried back to camp. Nothing else strange happened for the rest of that weekend. There's a reason, though, that I mentioned earlier. The grounds were bigger than I had known. I always felt a little uneasy in one particular end of the woods, like I was always being watched there. There was nothing past that toilet block on our crude printout maps. However, there was a much larger tapestry map in the base room, which I had never paid much attention to. After the weird eyes incident, I tended to avoid using that block at all, sometimes even bothering to walk an entire mile to the fancier clean ones near the base. When I was 12, I remember making my way back from the nicer toilet block. I was daydreaming a little, as it would take me a while to get back to camp. I wasn't fully paying attention to my surroundings. Suddenly, I heard a faint crunching of leaves right behind me, too heavy and uncoordinated to be an animal. I whipped around and punched it into gear. Of course, I was very shaken up. While running, I was entirely going off adrenaline. I didn't get a good look at the guy. I only knew that I'd punched and smacked them before I turned to leave like only a terrified preteen girl could manage. I was stumbling backward to get away from whatever this was when something pulled me up. I looked back to see my scout leader had pulled me onto his quad bike. He'd been looking for me, since the other girls had been complaining about how long I'd been gone. I felt safe with him. He gave me a lift back to camp, but I still have nightmares about what might have happened to me if he hadn't come exactly when he did. Nothing else happened for a long time since that incident. That was until I was 15 years old. Our gas lamps were running out, so we only had one very dim light left this evening, just enough to light up the area. The nicer toilet block wasn't an option this time, as another group was camping near there. I went to open the door to one of the cubicles when I felt a slight vibration through the wood. The door swung open, and I saw a figure slide out of sight into the night. I kind of turned and walked out, not really sure how to react. Needless to say, I pissed in the woods near camp that night. I loved the circus when I was a kid. I absolutely loved it. The spectacle, the big tent, the popcorn and animals, all the balloons I'd get to keep. It was all so exciting. I was an only child and a pretty lonely kid, so I guess my parents wanted to take special trips with me every year to give me some good experiences. The circus was one of them. I know as an adult that most circuses treated their animals horribly and aren't quite as glamorous as I remember them, but when I was little, none of that really crossed my mind. I still have the big Scooby-Doo balloon from the first time I ever went in my closet. I don't know why they were selling Scooby-Doo and alien balloons in particular, but I won't question it. I didn't mind the clowns either. They weren't exactly my favorite, but I would still laugh when they did their flips or chased each other around the ring after one got pied, sprayed with the water flower gun. Sometimes they would come to the front row and wave at us little kids. We usually sat higher in the stands though, so we could get a better view. I also remember having this little booklet with pictures of the clowns and all their stage names that they would autograph after the show. I particularly remember one called Mr. Turkey Lips, one with yellow straw hair and these bulging painted lips that overtook his entire face when he smiled. He was nice, polite, and pretty hilarious. He was the one to help me get over my initial fear of clowns in the first place. There was one clown, though, that completely turned my view of the circus upside down, and that would be the last time I would ever go. For the first couple of hours, this trip was completely normal. We pulled up to the big top, got a jumbo popcorn, a couple of pretzels, and grabbed our seats. This time, however, most of the back rows were already taken up, so we had to find a spot in the very front row. I sat between my mom and dad as they pointed out the trapeze and animal acts, as usual. It was amazing seeing them all up close like this, but it also made me have to really crane my neck in order to see the tightrope act. When the clowns came out, they pranced about into the ring with water guns shaped like flowers and mimed fighting with one another. One ducked as another fired, resulting in the front row turning into a splash zone. I laughed while my mom groaned and waited for the show to continue. I noticed one clown standing off to the side, though, that looked a bit different than the others. Instead of a bright and professional-looking outfit, his costume was somewhat disheveled, ill-fitting and dirty, as if he'd been rolling around outside in the mud. I also thought it was kinda weird he was just kinda standing there, not really doing anything entertaining. Being a little kid at the time though, I figured it was all part of the show, and he'd do something silly with the other clowns in just a minute. Maybe he was just waiting for his turn or something. That's when he turned around and saw me looking at him. He continued to stand and stare at me until another clown ushered him away to make space for the next act. He glanced at me before heading by the stands in the direction of the bathrooms. By the time the animals were let in, I'd forgotten all about that strange clown who'd stared at me. That is, until I had to use the bathroom myself. My parents were the kind that once I got to a certain age, they trusted me to at least be able to find the bathroom and my way back to them on my own. I went off behind the stands and outside, where the small restroom building sat at the edge of the grassy parking lot. The air was cool, and the grass, being wet from the recent rainfall, squished underneath my sneakers with each step. There was no one else outside, so it was eerily quiet, which made me hurry to the light of the bathrooms even faster. I opened the door for the men's side and hurried in. I was half hoping there would be at least one other person in there to ease this feeling of isolation. On the other hand, though, I was very shy, so I was glad on some level to have it all to myself. Or so I thought. While in the stall, I kept hearing this ominous creaking. At first, I thought it was the wind or someone coming in. It definitely didn't help with my anxiety. The bathroom was completely quiet, save for this singular creaking sound. That's when I realized, though, that it was coming from a nearby stall. "Hello?" I called out. It was stupid, I know, but maybe someone was stuck in a stall or something and too embarrassed to say anything. There was no answer, just more creaking. Maybe one of the stall doors was broken. I finished up and went to wash my hands. The sinks were framed by a gigantic mirror that hadn't been cleaned in a while. A thin layer of dust obscured my face as I washed my hands and wondered what act might be on now. Suddenly, the stall door next to mine came crashing open, and the clown from earlier rushed up behind me. He grabbed my hand and forced it behind my back. He forced my stomach into the sink so I couldn't move. His makeup was smeared, and he ditched the bodysuit, wearing only a ripped t-shirt and jeans. I could smell the sweat coming off him, as if he hadn't showered for days on end. I felt sick. I wanted to scream. Something sharp pressed into my back. I didn't know what it was. The man whispered in my ear, "Scream and I'll gutcha. Now, you want to kiss the clown, boy?" His voice was deep, and I could smell something bitter on his breath. He looked to be in his mid-40s, maybe older. Now that I think about it, he was also clearly drunk. "No! Let me go!" "No one's coming for you. Get going." He started trying to shove me out the door. I clung onto that sink for dear life, to the point where my knuckles turned white and my fingers hurt. I was begging, crying for him to let me go. For my mom, my dad, for anyone. That's when Turkey Lips in full clown garb burst into the men's room. He took one look at me, at the man who was presumably holding a knife in his hand, and he sprang into action. He dashed at the man, repeatedly striking him in the face until his grip slipped just enough that I could get away. I ran with tears streaming down my face and fogging up my glasses. I thought my lungs would burst. I ran into the big top screaming as I found my mom and dad. They were shocked, confused, and scared because I'd never acted this way before. They took me outside when I pointed to the bathroom. I frantically explained everything along the way. The clown, the man, and most importantly, Mr. Turkey Lips coming to my rescue. We found him lying on the floor, blood trickling out of his nose and a gash in his stomach. The man who tried to kidnap me was gone. We called 911 immediately and waited with Turkey Lips until the ambulance arrived. My dad took me outside so I wouldn't have to see all the blood any more than I had already, while my mom tended to him. She was an ER nurse, so she knew how to relatively stop the bleeding on the fly using paper towels. It was not the cleanest method, but when you had a man bleeding to death in the circus bathroom, you had to make do with whatever you could. The ambulance showed up not long after, as well as the police. They took him away on a gurney and questioned me and my parents separately. I told the officers how he'd helped me, and about what the kidnapper had looked like both in and out of costume. I remember throughout the entire ordeal, the peppy circus music was playing out of the speakers like nothing had happened at all. My parents took me home and made me sleep in their room that night, in between the two of them. I think they were afraid of leaving me alone, like I might disappear if they weren't looking, none the wiser. They also wouldn't let me go to the public restroom again for a long time, circus or not. It was a little bit embarrassing, but I understood. I didn't really want to go alone either. We also stopped going to the circus after that. I was a bit sad that one of my favorite childhood places had been tainted by such a bad experience, but with the way I felt even seeing ads for it on TV or in the paper, I got over the sadness pretty quickly. Thankfully, I learned later that Mr. Turkey Lips, I never learned his real name, made a full recovery. Apparently, he was on break and going to the restroom when he heard me screaming. After I ran out, he wrestled with the man and ended up getting slashed twice and smashed once in the stomach. He said he didn't regret getting injured to help me though, and I'll forever be grateful for that. Had he gone straight to his car like usual for his break, or decided not to get involved, I wouldn't be here today. I learned from my parents that apparently the man who tried to abduct me didn't work for the circus at all. He'd somehow stolen a clown costume and slipped in unnoticed by everyone. That's why he'd just been standing there. He didn't know the choreography, nor did he have the right props to really blend in. Maybe when he zeroed in on me, he went to the bathroom hoping I would use it during the night, and unfortunately I did. I don't know what he had planned for me, but I think I never had to find out. Stay safe out there, and remember, if something looks out of place, don't just ignore it. In 1997, I was 17 years old. I was driving my girlfriend at the time home late one night. We were sitting at a stoplight at an overpass above a freeway. All of a sudden, an 80s Dodge Omni comes flying up to the light across from us and barely even stops at all. They blasted through while the light was still red. I looked across at the driver in disbelief, only to see he looked extremely panicked. That's when I looked over to the passenger side, and this immediately got real. I noticed there was a girl with duct tape wrapped around her face and shoulders. Her hair was disheveled, and she was crying. It took me a few seconds to even process what I was seeing. I looked over at my girlfriend, and she looked back at me. What the hell is going on in that car? No sooner than I turned to look back, the guy had already turned the wrong way onto a one-way street. I freaked out. I threw my car in reverse and tried backtracking. I flew down city streets to keep sight of him. At one point in time, we even saw him hit a curb and turn around onto 8 Mile. He didn't have plates on his car. I didn't know what else I could do though. I hurried up home and rushed in. I called the cops right away, while my girlfriend frantically tried telling my mom what we'd seen. The cops came and took our story. There was never a missing persons story that matched what we'd said about that night, so my mom never quite believed us. It was all just written off as two teens with overactive imaginations. I know what I saw that night though. I'm a man in my 30s now, and I'll never forget the look on that girl's face, the crazy look in that guy's eyes as he drove away. My girlfriend, who later became my wife, remembers it vividly as well. It was one of the craziest nights of both of our lives. I was hiking through the remnants of a long abandoned remote town. In the surrounding area, to get as far into the woods as I was, you had to cross fallen trees over a creek 3 times. I had just crossed over the 3rd bridge and was about 5 miles in or so when something blue caught my eye just ahead of me. There was a man about in his 60s or so, wearing blue satin pajamas, sitting in a tree. The closer I got to him, the more and more he began to laugh. It wasn't like a maniacal laugh, but it did set off alarm bells in my head nevertheless. He wasn't wearing any shoes and looked well-groomed and clean. I gave him a friendly wave as I passed him by. He just kept laughing. As I'd gone on a bit further, it stopped. I turned around to check, and he was already gone. There had been no branch cracking, no plants rustling, nothing. It's like he'd just disappeared. It rubbed me the wrong way. The area I was in was a pretty rough hike already. It was very secluded, and not many people ventured as deep as I was that day. I have no idea what that man was doing there, but it sure was a freaky sight to see. I grew up on an island in Alaska and lived on the same property ever since birth. Our house had 2 stories, and the downstairs had a bathroom, furnace room, storage room, entryway, and rec room. One of the walls had some plywood pieces up, so we could feed extension cords through it to our crawl space. We had a C-shaped driveway that you could enter from one side, then park in the carport, then just drive toward the exit. The crawl space consisted of 2 big water tanks. We caught our own rainwater. We also used this area for storage. The space was 10 by 15, but only 3 feet high. You had to lift up a cover to get into the water tanks, and you could only enter the crawl space from the side of the house. It was a 2 by 2 door that we kept a master lock on, but we never actually locked it. Our dog Brewster had an area to the side of the house as well. He had a big fenced area, his own stairway, and porch too. He had a doghouse there. During the summer, we had black bears in our yard most nights, and Brewster would give a quick bark to let them be on their way. We knew his barks well because of this. There were 4 of us in my family. My parents, myself, and my older brother, who's 2 years older than me and has Down syndrome. My brother was in special education at school, and there were other kids who would come into the same room. They had similar disabilities and were able to keep some of their general classes. Some of the kids had discipline problems though, or mental illnesses. My brother was loved by the school kids and everyone that knew him pretty much. One day, a native kid that was about 15 came to our door and wanted to play with Travis. We thought it was odd because Travis had moderate snot and he didn't really like playing with other kids. Instead, he liked watching them play more. Travis really liked watching movies and listening to music. My mom asked the kid what his name was, and he said he was Mark. He knew Travis from junior high the year prior because he would go into Travis's class sometimes for help with his homework. I remember him staring at me a little too much. He didn't seem like someone who was mentally challenged either. My mom let him come in but kept a watchful eye on him. Travis seemed like he didn't even want him to be there. My mom told this Mark that we were having dinner soon and told him it was time for him to go. My mom found out he'd moved into the area where we live, but it was still a little ways away. He had been in and out of foster care for most of his life. His parents were abusive. I think he came over another time too. My mom felt bad for him, and she really felt as if something was off. She felt like he was coming over only because of me. My mom told him that Travis didn't really like having visitors, and he seemed okay with that. He never came over again. My parents went to a church service on Wednesday evenings and would be gone for a couple of hours. I would stay home with Travis during that time. I was around 11 and he was 13. I started helping out in the church nursery when I was 9, and when I turned 11, my best friend and I took a babysitting course, which included CPR and first aid. We would babysit together, and at age 12 we started babysitting on our own. My mom was a homemaker and would always be home except for Wednesday's church service. My parents didn't drink, didn't do drugs, didn't smoke either. I could only even remember them going out a few times. When we were in need of a babysitter, I would leave the downstairs door unlocked for my parents, usually when they were only going to be gone a couple of hours. I was expecting them home in half an hour, and I was surprised when I heard the downstairs door open early. I thought I must have not heard their car pull up or something. Travis was up past his bedtime, so I quietly told him to go to his bedroom and get to bed. I started walking through the kitchen, and I called out for my mom and dad. I heard footsteps stopping. I looked down the stairs, and I could see men's work boots and jeans. This was obviously not my parents. The way the stairs are set up, you could see the bottom half of someone without descending them. I was scared to death. I ran to Travis, who was going down the hall. I grabbed him and dragged him to my parents' bedroom because that was the only room that locked up there. It had a phone, too. I don't mean this in a very rude way, but my own kids can be very stubborn. My brother wanted to go to his room. I got him to sit down on the bed, though, and was trying to keep him inside while grabbing a gun. I called my neighbor. I could hear whoever this was walking around downstairs. My neighbor answered her phone immediately, and I whispered to her that someone was in our home and that I was really scared. She told me to come out to the front porch and she'd be there. I got the courage to run down to the door. I got outside, and she was already in our driveway. She had a hound dog with her. She let me know she was going to enter the house through downstairs. She disappeared from sight, but came back quickly to tell me the door was locked. She made her way upstairs. When she got to the top, we heard the downstairs door open and the crunching of gravel. The intruder ran off. She let her dog go, and the dog chased the person into the woods. The dog came back 10 minutes later, and our neighbors sat down with us until my parents got home. The police were never called. I think my parents assumed it was a neighbor's boy screwing with me. We live in a safe place where the only thing you have to worry about are bears and the occasional wolf after all. A week after this incident, our dog would bark for 15 minutes after we went to bed, consistently every night. We would look out the windows and see nothing though. We figured it had to be bears because it was springtime. Brewster was probably getting used to them again. A couple of months and the barking was still happening. I had my best friend stay the night. We would always stay downstairs so we could be louder and stay up as late as we liked. She had a brother that was 7 years older, and we'd ask him to bring us booze. All the kids were starting their vices at our age. It was a little after midnight. Her brother never showed up, and Brewster never barked that night either. We were sitting on the stairs braiding each other's hair when we both got the feeling as if someone were looking at us. We looked over, and there was a guy staring into the window. We ran upstairs in a panic. We thought perhaps it was his brother, but he wouldn't have come up to the window to spy on us. The face also seemed a bit darker than his. We had lights on downstairs, and there were no lights by that window outside, so it was hard to tell who it was exactly. We didn't want to wake my parents up just in case it was her brother, so we waited 30 minutes, then went back down to grab our stuff, and went to sleep in my bedroom for the night. The next day we spoke to her brother, and he said it wasn't him. That night, Brewster was back to barking again. 2 more months go by, and I had gone to bed and heard Brewster's bark once more. I looked out my window, and as usual, I didn't see anything. I dozed off again, but woke up to Brewster barking frantically this time. I looked out my window and saw a guy running down our driveway. I thought about waking my parents, but we had a trail on the side of our house that kids used to use to run to the road behind ours. The neighborhood was on the side of a mountain, so all the kids used trails to get straight through to another road instead of using the main roads. I'd never seen someone come out of that part of the driveway though, because the trail was on the south side of the house, along with the crawl space. My room was the only room on the north side. I decided to go back to sleep and was tossing and turning. 15 minutes go by. I smelled smoke. I went into the hall where the smell was a lot stronger. It was starting to get hazy too. Travis's room, which was directly across from mine, was on fire. I screamed, which woke my parents up. Travis didn't want to get out of bed, but thank God for the strength of adrenaline. We got outside, and the flames were pouring out of the crawl space. We got Brewster out of his enclosure, and the neighbors all came out to help us. The firemen arrived rather quickly too, but the fire had destroyed the crawl space and my parents' and Travis's rooms because they were directly over it. The firemen got the fire out thankfully, and no one was physically hurt. That was one of the scariest nights of my life. I always remember the fire chief kneeling down to speak to me after he'd spoken to my parents. He told me, "Hey, Melinda, we believe it was arson." I looked at him with tears streaming down my face and said in anger, "Who is arson?" Everyone started laughing so hard. I was just thinking, how is this funny? This arson could have killed our whole family. He then explained to me what arson is. I'm actually still friends with the old fire chief's son. I share that story with him often because his father passed away from cancer when we were teens. His father is the only happy memory I have from that horrific night. The island I grew up on had a city and a village out south. We lived in the area down south, but before the village. We had firemen for the south, north, and the city. We had state troopers for the island, and city cops in the city limits. My mom took my brother and I to our family friend's house, and my dad dealt with the fire officials and the state trooper. After the investigation, my family, neighbors, and firemen pieced together that a person had been living in our crawl space for at least 4 months. We knew he set the house on fire on purpose. He used a box of matches. My mom said the odd thing she noticed was that night she smelled sulfur. We also figured out who did it. It was Mark. His uncle was one of the first firemen who showed up to our house and saw him standing near our driveway, watching. My mom had told him my description of what the person was wearing that I saw fleeing from our house, and that was exactly what Mark was still wearing. Because our crawl space wasn't locked, our insurance company wouldn't have paid for the repairs. Because the space was supposed to be locked, my parents never said anything to the police, and the firemen never said anything either. It took 4 months for our house to be repaired, and it smelled like ozone even years later. What bothered me the most, though, is knowing he had seen me and my friends undressed numerous times while changing in the rec room during tons of sleepovers. He had set up shop right next to the plywood with the holes drilled through. He listened in on all our secrets. I never explained to my friends that he'd seen us and heard us during our sleepovers. I didn't want them to feel sick to their stomachs like I did. I can't sleep if I'm the only adult in the house. I keep the volume on everything very low, and I'm scared to shower. I like to be able to see the front door. I have night terrors to this day. I'm 34 now, and I've been dealing with the anxiety since the fire and panic attacks since I was 18. I was just recently diagnosed with PTSD. When the intruder was in his early 20s, he was caught for burning down a house and put in jail. All of my childhood toys have been stored in the crawl space, along with a lot of our family's sentimental possessions. Ultimately, though, we lost a lot more than just some possessions that night. The creepiest thing that ever happened to me would have to be when my old neighborhood served as the setting for warfare. Now, this neighborhood was fairly nice, and mostly a middle-class suburb. I was in elementary school back then, and lived with my brother and mom. At 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up to a loud popping sound. Surprised, I ran into the hallway to see my mom and brother standing there as well. We heard several more of these sounds and slowly went to see what they were. The living room was located right next to the front door and had a huge window overseeing the front lawn. When another pop was heard, it followed by a bright flash from the window. My mom yelled at me to get down, so I did so. We crouched together under the window for about 3 minutes on end. At the end, there was a loud screech of tires, followed by even more cracks in the night. Then there was silence. After a few more minutes of waiting, my mom slowly opened the door and peered outside. When she gave us an okay, we also went out with her. All of our neighbors were outside, looking around to see what had actually happened. In the morning, local news trucks came by to cover the event. Apparently, two Asian American gangs met at the local park to make a deal. When things went awry, one of the gangs chased the other throughout the neighborhood. One of the gang members was even shot dead right on our very block. I used to sneak out of my house as a teenager to go spend time with my girlfriend who lived 3 miles away. I would normally ride my bike, but I decided against it this night for some reason. After I left my girlfriend's house, I had to head home. And that was when I noticed a pair of headlights coming down the road opposite me. As soon as the car passed me by, I could see the surrounding area lighting up red from their taillights. They were slowing down. The car turned down into a side road, so I didn't really think much of it. Maybe someone coming home from the bar or something. About a minute passed by though, when I see headlights coming up from behind me again. It was the very same car. As it got closer to me, it slowed down. I calmly reached for my pocket knife, just in case anything was about to happen. I wasn't ready for what I was about to see though. The car pulled up right beside me. I looked inside and could see a man dressed as a clown. He smiled at me, and it was not a friendly smile either. It was a smile that could induce nightmares. A lowered brow, showing his teeth. I could feel my legs going numb. I couldn't even look away. After about 15 seconds of driving by me at walking speed, he sped off over the hill. A veil of relief fell over me, as I thought I was now home free. No. Only moments later, the same distinct headlights came roaring back over the hill. I knew immediately it was him. I gripped my blade so hard my knuckles turned white as I prepared to defend myself. He slowed down as he approached me, but this time his smiling face was gone. He was dead-faced and serious. What I had thought was some cruel joke erupted into the realization that this clown had something sinister planned. He drove past me and turned into a side road once again. While he was turning around, I knew I had to act fast. I took off running into the woods, knowing my house was only a single mile away. I stayed hidden in the shadows, praying I wouldn't be spotted. Thankfully, it seemed I had lost him in the woods. I got home safely that night. I still wonder what would have happened, though, if I had just kept walking along the road. Thinking back about this, it still seems like something out of a horror movie and makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. So me and a girl drive her car out to a nature center at around 11 p.m. one night. The gate was never closed after business hours, so we stopped the car in a parking lot overlooking a marsh. There was a boardwalk which ran through it, and heavy brush as well. Fleetwood Mac was playing over the stereo, and we were just shooting the shit. 10 to 15 minutes after we'd parked the car, I swore I could see a flickering light far off in the brush. We both kinda shrugged it off, as we were in the middle of nowhere. Who the hell is going to be roaming around in the woods of a closed-down nature center? As you can imagine, it's pretty dark in a marsh at night. Once your eyes adjust, though, you can just about make out silhouettes and see things directly in front of you. That's about it, though. Fast forward to 15 more minutes later. We're making out in the driver's seat, and she's sitting next to me. Both of our seats were sort of reclined back, and I was leaning over half on top of her. After a few minutes of this, I leaned up to say something to her when I noticed a big dark object pressed up against the passenger side window. At first, it didn't quite register. Then it hit me like a ton of bricks, though. I realized there was a man with his face pressed right up against the window, watching us. I shot back a bold stare at the man, but he did not seem to move or react at all. The girl looked at me, then traced my line of sight over to the window and screamed. With that, the guy took off and ran off into the marsh. I turned the car on and put that nature center in the rearview mirror as fast as I could. When I first started working with a medical examiner, I was asked to come in and prepare the autopsy one day. We would typically do our autopsies early in the morning due to the pathologist's schedule, which meant I had to go in very early to prepare the body. So here's me, a kid fresh out of college, in the morgue, during the dark of night at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was surrounded by dead bodies, thinking to myself this was how every horror movie started. The body I was preparing for autopsy this time was that of a larger person, and I had to move the body from the gurney and body bag onto the autopsy table by myself. I was still pretty new, so I struggled for quite a while. As I was pushing the deceased's torso up onto the table, I heard a low wheezing sound escape his lips. If I hadn't studied anatomy and physiology so closely, I would have dropped that body, potentially ruining the autopsy, and pissed myself while running out of the morgue. As it stands, I was pretty freaked out. I tried to remember, though, that some air does get into your lungs and stay after you pass away. Pushing on the body, I seem to have forced some of it out of his trachea, and this caused the dead body to moan like a ghost. It really surprised me while I was trying to move it around while alone in the morgue, with a fridge full of dead people at 3 o'clock in the morning. A literal graveyard shift. Luckily for me, though, it was a totally explainable phenomenon and not a zombie outbreak or something. I was home alone with my sister. I was 11 and my sister was 14. We had just gotten home from school, and we were entirely new to the concept of being home alone. My younger brother had left his bike out on the stoop by our front door, as he always had a tendency to do. I was practicing my piano when I heard a sudden knock on the door. I went downstairs and saw a woman dressed in all black, wearing black sunglasses outside the door. I opened it slightly, and she said hello. She told me she was looking for her lost son, and that he might possibly be playing somewhere in the neighborhood. I was confused, and asked her what her son's name was. She insinuated by looking at the bike by her that her son might be playing with my brother in our house. She refused to give me his name, though. I called my sister, who approached the door. The woman was very deadpan and gloomy. She just kept asking us if we had seen her son, like she was a robot or something. Finally, we were freaked out enough that we slammed the door in her face. I ran to the window to see what was going on outside after we had shut the door. The lady just kind of stood there for about 5 minutes, staring at the doorway. She didn't move at all. She was just standing there silently. After a while, she slowly walked back to her car and got in. She backed out of our driveway and out into the middle of the street, where she proceeded to sit and idle for quite some time. I remember frantically not understanding what to do during this moment. My sister and I were both panicked. We didn't understand who this woman was. We were unsure if we should call 911 because there were 2 daycares close to where we lived. We sat and watched her car until we saw Mother's car approaching. When our mother's car pulled into the driveway, her car sped off immediately. Our mom didn't believe us when we told her about the weird encounter. I still remember how deadpan and off-putting the woman was. I don't know what that was all about or what to believe. My neighbor is an old lady who comes outside every once in a while to chat with people who walk by her house. The first conversation that she had with my dad, she complimented the painting that he had hanging in his bedroom. No big deal. She probably saw us moving in or caught a glimpse of it at some point before we got curtains. Then though, when she met our dog, she said, He's much scarier through the window, isn't he?" Again, no big deal. She began to comment on things like this often though, asking us why we didn't walk our dog that morning. She's just an old lady though, right? She's probably just bored and outside a lot. When she met me, she swore she'd already met me before, but I'd never seen her in my entire life. She asked me how I liked my room and told me all about the girls who'd had it before me. It was starting to get kind of weird. She rubbed me the wrong way, but I didn't really mind it much. She was fairly easy to avoid, or so I thought at least. As I was taking the dog outside one day, I happened to glance over and see her staring in at me through her window. She lowered the blinds when she saw I'd noticed her, but I could tell she was peeking through them, watching me still. Hours later, I went to the kitchen, only to see her again watching me very intently through the window. Upstairs in my parents' room, there's a window in their bathroom. I saw her again watching as I was replacing the towels in there. She just kept on watching me more and more. The more I looked for her, the more I could see she was watching our house, basically all the time 24/7, not only from her window either. She'd sit behind her car and watch us from the street, or sit on her porch and watch our front door. She'd slowly walk down the street in front of our house and watch us at literally all hours of the day. Apparently, she'd done it to the people who lived here before us too. Everyone knew in the neighborhood to keep their blinds and curtains shut all the time, otherwise she was basically guaranteed to stalk you. I live in Denmark at the edge of one of our larger cities. The apartments here are for students only, and a lot of people live close together in this area. You don't really see a lot of people though, except for the student bar after midnight. A friend of mine lives here as well, just on the other side of the parking lot, next to which there's a small playground. This friend and I enjoy watching horror movies, and that's what we were doing on the evening I'm describing. I was at his place and we had been watching movies all night long. It was getting quite late. I think it was around 3 a.m. or so. I was going to head home and go to bed. I've never been too comfortable in darkness, and watching horror movies doesn't necessarily help. Furthermore, for some reason, there were often issues with some of the lampposts outside in this area, so some areas would be completely unlit. There I was walking home at 3 a.m., and naturally the light was out in the parking lot. It was also out in the playground area. Not a problem though. I was not particularly excited about it, but I was very familiar with these areas. I was about halfway across the lot when I heard a squeaking sound coming from the playground. I turned to examine the origins of this sound, and on the playground on one of the swings is what appeared to be a girl of some sort. I could tell she had long hair, but it was very dark. She was swinging eerily back and forth in the dark alone. I went straight home and called up my friend, whose place I'd just left. I told him about this weird sight. He has a window overlooking the playground and was of course intrigued. He left his computer to have a look outside and returned only seconds later to inform me the playground was completely deserted. I used to work overnights at a hotel and would monitor the security cameras. A little indicator would blink when motion was detected. It always gave me the creeps when I would hear the elevator ding. I'd run out to the lobby to greet the guests and make sure they didn't need something, only to see nobody getting off the elevator. I'd watch the tape sometimes and see the motion indicator blinking on a floor. Then I would see the elevator open on that floor and the motion indicator blinking on the camera down the hall. It really scared the hell out of me to see no one was there. One time I was in my office in the middle of the night even, when I began to hear what sounded like someone banging on the door with their fists, just slamming down over and over. You could even see me reacting to it in a video from the security cameras. My head whipped to face the door where the sound was coming from, then immediately whipped around to stare at the cameras to see who the hell was outside my door. There was nobody there though, and none of the motion sensors had picked up anything either. It was not fun finishing the rest of that shift that night. There were always just some weird things going on there. I worked the night shift at an Amazon warehouse. On slow nights, management would send people home. On this particular night, though, I was stuck working on a very slow night, with only 2 other employees in this enormous warehouse. You could hardly see anyone else amongst the 5 floors and hundreds of racks on a normal day, let alone during a shift like this. During that shift, though, I started to catch glimpses of someone wearing red, turning the corners as I did. I saw them numerous times. I waited until lunch and checked out what my other coworkers for the shift were wearing, and neither of them were wearing red. Let me preface this by saying I'm just a domestic engineer living in North Texas. I don't believe in paranormal, ghosts, demons, or aliens, or whatever else. I did have an event happen to me this Halloween though, that I have to admit kinda has me scratching my head ever since then. So, we'd been having a slow trick-or-treating night in our neighborhood. That was pretty odd in and of itself. We usually have kids from all different areas dropping off in ours and constantly parading around our door. That night, I'd say we had no more than 8 to 10 groups of kids though. It was around 9:30 or so, and my husband and I were sitting in our family room watching some of those ghost shows based on supposedly true events. Like I said, I kinda scoff at that kinda stuff. I do like a good ghost story every now and then though, and I was in the Halloween mood. We hadn't had any activity at the door in over half an hour or so, and it was getting quite late now. We decided to turn the porch light on and let our dog Chloe out of her crate. Chloe is an American bulldog. We only put her in the crate because we were afraid she'd try and get out and play with all the kids, and I didn't want to have to chase her down every time down the street. I also didn't want her scaring or intimidating anyone away because she can be a little bit scary when she's excited. I turned the outside light off, let Chloe out, and she followed me back to the couch. She laid down on my feet. It was getting close to 10 p.m. or so when my husband decided he'd had enough fun for the night and was going upstairs to take a shower and get ready for bed. After all, it was a Thursday, and he still had to get up early for the next day. Our teenage son was out with his friends at the local haunted house and wasn't expected back for another hour or so. That left me all alone on the couch with Chloe. Just because I don't believe doesn't mean that those shows don't freak me out though, and being alone now, I have to say I was kind of on edge watching the shows. It wasn't long until I heard the upstairs shower turn on. All of a sudden, the light came on in the patio. My initial reaction was, what the hell? Really? It's almost 10 p.m. Soon though, an uneasy feeling came over me. Why was nobody ringing our doorbell? It glows in the dark, and without the porch light on, it should have been extra obvious to everyone there. I paused. I couldn't really ignore it. Our door had a big glass panel, and everyone right by the door could easily see inside and know I was just sitting there watching TV. It would have been rude for me to not answer whoever was there. Just before I got up though, there was a knocking sound from the door. I glanced down at Chloe, only to find she was already gone. My gaze followed her usual path to the front door, expecting her to be on her way there as she normally did. Instead though, I looked around the room and found her crouching by the back door like she wanted to go out. I have to say this strange behavior heightened my anxiety. "Chloe, crate," I said. She just turned back to look at me like I was crazy, though. I yelled up to my husband, but if he was already in the shower, I knew there was no chance of him hearing me. That was about the time a car drove by our street and cast enough light on the door for me to see the silhouettes of two small people through the glass. I instantly felt relieved, as it was just some kids. Probably a couple from my neighborhood even, on their way back home after a long night of trick-or-treating. Maybe wanting a bit extra or something. I headed for the door and watched back to make sure Chloe wasn't following me. I turned the porch light on. When I got to the door, sure enough, I could see through the glass what appeared to be a couple of pretty small kids. Out late for such young ones, I thought. I began to wonder what kind of parents would let their kids run around the streets this late at night alone. I opened the door just enough to see who was outside. What struck me as immediately odd was that these kids were not wearing any costumes. They were just wearing normal street clothes. There was no customary trick-or-treat either. I began to feel a bit uneasy. It was one girl and one boy. The girl on my left was older, I'd say around 11 or 12. I could tell she was blonde, but couldn't make out any distinct features, as our lights come from high above and on the columns at the front porch, so most of the light was coming in from behind them. The boy was younger, and about a foot shorter, I'd say between 8 or 9. The girl very politely spoke up. "Ma'am, can we please come inside and use your phone to call our mother?" As she spoke, though, something in the pit of my stomach was telling me that something was wrong. What kind of kid that age didn't have a phone of their own these days? I couldn't even remember the last time I had someone ask me to use my home phone. "Huh? Don't you have a phone of your own that you can call your mom on?" I asked. This is when things got really weird. They both turned to look at one another, as if they were supposed to say something, but neither of them spoke. They both turned back to me at once, and the girl said, "Ma'am, my cell phone battery doesn't have any charge left. Can we please come inside and call our mother? We're alone out here, and my brother is scared." I have to admit there were two competing feelings going on inside me. The first, that of a mother's heart wanting to help these two small children. But there was that sinking fear in my gut that was keeping that feeling at bay. It was then that I noticed during the short conversation, the door had already opened a few extra inches. I was completely unaware of having done so myself. "Honey, why don't you give me your mother's number and I'll call her myself?" There was another pause, and they again looked at each other. After a short moment, they turned back to me. "Ma'am, my little brother has to use your bathroom. Can we please come inside while you call our mother?" With that last statement, the little girl moved closer to the door, almost as if she was just going to walk inside. As she did, she stepped into the light coming from inside the house, and I got my first real good look at her. She had these solid black eyes. That's all I could see. The motherly instinct was gone and replaced by terror. I don't think I've ever felt that before in my entire life. I could feel every hair on my arm and the back of my neck standing at attention. I closed the door to where my face was just able to stick out a little bit. The girl again pleaded, "Please, ma'am, we're really scared and alone out here. We have to come inside. Please help us." Then, like on cue, both kids began to whimper and fake cry. I shut the door and locked it. "I'll call your mom if you give me the number," I shouted through the door. "But I'm not letting you into my house." I could still see them standing there on the porch, just staring at me through the glass pane. Part of me wanted to run upstairs to my husband, but the bigger part didn't want to lose track of where they were. That would have freaked me out even more, to know they were not there. After what seemed like forever, probably only a few seconds, I decided to call my neighbor who lived across the street. As I made my way to the side table by our couch to get my phone, though, I glanced back to the door. I got my phone and started to look for his contact info. That was when the kids stepped away and began walking off into the street. As they did so, I went over to the door to get a better look at who they were, where they went too. I could see that the kids had walked out to stand under the street lamp nearest my house and were staring in at me. As I lifted my phone to my ear, Only then did the kids start walking down our street. I met up with my neighbor out under the lamp once he was out there, but the kids were nowhere to be seen. Like I said, I don't really believe in any paranormal stuff. I had never even heard about black-eyed kids before talking to my friend. What I really think, what I have to think, is that these kids were just yanking my chain on Halloween night. But I will say this for them. They were really, really good at it, because they scared the fuck out of me and my dog, black-eyed kids or not. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, my mom was putting me to bed one night. I'd fallen asleep when suddenly I was awoken in the middle of the night. I saw a dark figure in the shape of a man standing in front of my window. I woke my mom up almost about to cry. I was hoping it was just a tree or something, because we were on the second floor of the house. When she woke up though, she saw him too and told me to stay put and not move. She quickly ran to the living room where we had guests over, and everyone was still awake. She told everyone what happened, and for 3 hours everyone went out and searched around the house. What I never told her though was that in that split second when she left the window started to rattle as if someone was trying to open it and get inside. They never did find him though. One night at around 1 a.m. or so, I was dead asleep with my boyfriend next to me. All of a sudden, I heard someone in my house shouting and asking if anyone was home. I woke up my ex and told him to go see what the hell was going on. We both got out of bed. I couldn't find my glasses, but the man was still shouting. I came out of my bedroom in my pajamas and saw there was a big bald man in what looked to be a police uniform standing in the entryway to my house. I was squinting, trying to get a better look at him, when he looked me in the eyes. "Excuse me, ma'am, I just wanted to tell you that your door was left unlocked. You should lock it from now on." I mumbled something to the effect of, "Oh, okay." He left immediately after. I was still as blind as a bat, but I could see that he walked away instead of getting into a car. No policeman would be policing a woodsy area like the one I live in on foot. The next day, I called the local police station and asked if any officers had reported this incident. They said they would check with the on-duty officers and get back to me. They called me the next day and said they'd checked with every single one of them. No one had done this. I still get freaked out whenever I think about this happening, and I wish I knew what this guy was up to and why he just left like that in the end. A long time ago, while my family was away on vacation, I was left home all alone. I got a sudden bad feeling one night, so instead I went to go stay at my friend's house down the road. While at his house, at around 2 a.m., I ended up receiving several blocked phone calls on my mobile phone. When I answered, the person on the other line didn't say anything. I could just hear them breathing, and after a few moments they hung up. A few weeks later, I decided to check my phone bills and discovered that those calls were coming from my home phone. There had been an unknown person inside my house. I never did report it, but I don't think I slept for months after that. Nothing was missing from the home, so I have no idea what their intentions could have been. I'm an extremely outdoorsy female. I love to spend a lot of time in nature. I spent the better part of my early 20s living in the remote northern locations and exploring a lot of Alaska, Yukon, and BC. I have many odd, frightening, and bizarre stories that came from my times in the north, and this is one of them. In the summer of 2012, when I was 22 years old, I was living and working in a pretty remote town in northern British Columbia. I worked from May to September. The place I worked at was a campground in a provincial park on the Alaskan Highway, 4 hours north of Fort Nelson and 2 hours south of the Yukon/British Columbia border. The best part about this park was the fact it had a beautiful natural hot spring, which attracted tourists from all over North America. They came every summer. I lived in an old trailer on a separate part of the campground where the rest of the staff lived. I quickly got used to living in a place that had no running water, no electricity, no cell phone service, no internet, and driving for hours to Fort Nelson every 2 weeks to get groceries. Laundry wasn't exactly easy either. Life was pretty sweet though. I got to hike, go for late-night dips in the springs, and make some traveling friends. I also got to spend a lot of quality time in nature, getting to know the flora and fauna of the landscape. My job at the campground park was facility operator, which was general maintenance and cleaning of the campsites, as well as the gatehouse. Sometimes I also had a few security shifts here and there. The feeling of living in the woods was completely different than the feeling of living in a city. As far as safety goes in the city that I'm from, there are people all around you and you're aware of the fact that your house or apartment could get broken into, but emergency services are pretty quick to respond, and neighbors are a big plus. In the woods, you feel much more vulnerable. The nearest police are 4 hours away, and I lived in a trailer that was run down enough that anyone could break into it, not to mention it was really dark, which made it all the more easy to sneak around at night. I was already on edge sleeping every night in a trailer. The one next to mine was abandoned by the previous manager of the campground after his son had bashed himself in the head inside of it. The previous manager had promised numerous times that he would hire a company to drive up from Fort Nelson and tow that abandoned trailer away, but that never happened. Not whilst I lived there, at least. Nobody seemed to care about it too much, though. I went into the trailer once and saw that blood and brains were still on the wall from way back then, and never went back in. Back in the 90s, there had also been a fatal bear attack at the hot springs. We all had to read the incredibly gruesome and detailed police report for our training. So yeah, it was an unsettling atmosphere to say the least. One night, probably at around 2 in the morning, I was asleep inside my trailer when I was woken to a very loud banging on the trailer door. Reasonably shaken, I looked outside the window next to my bed, only to see a car with its lights on and 2 men I'd never seen before standing at my door. I could feel the blood drain from my face. This was the moment I'd been scared of for all this time. Through the door, I called out, "Excuse me? How can I help you?" One of the guys, clearly hammered out of his mind, started rambling on about something. No matter how hard I tried, though, I couldn't understand what he was saying. "I'm sorry, sir, I can't understand what you're trying to tell me." The other guy starts frantically trying to explain something in the same drunken state as the first guy. I decided at this point that they probably didn't mean any harm. I opened the door to speak to them. They looked visibly shaken, and I could tell they were pretty desperate for help. They didn't have the mental capacity of a sober person though, so they couldn't coherently tell me what was wrong. One of the men started telling me a very long-winded story, and somehow I managed to piece things together through all of his slurring and hiccuping. Basically, he and his friends were on vacation. They came up from Fort Nelson to party and had a really long drive. They were at the hot spring drinking beers, which they were very sorry about doing without permission. They were very drunk when someone started running around the camp randomly stabbing people. I looked at the guy telling me the story and noticed he had blood all over his clothing. I repeated what he said. "You're telling me someone is out there right now going around stabbing everybody?" He replied, "Yes. Someone was running around stabbing everyone." The other guy yelled, "Come on, let's go!" They hopped into their car and sped off. I didn't even get the chance to. Furthermore, now I was standing at my trailer door in the darkness alone, thinking there was a maniac running around outside wielding a knife. I had no phone. The only person I knew who had a communication device was the ranger, and his cabin was a 5-minute walk away from my trailer. I remembered at that point that I did have some type of radio though. I ran inside my trailer and locked the door. I tried to get the ranger on the radio. Of course, his radio was switched off. The only thing I could think to do at this point was go to the ranger's cabin myself and notify him of this emergency situation. I slipped out of my trailer and ran through the darkness, across the maintenance ground, past the creepy suicide trailer. I ran towards the ranger's cabin, and every single noise I heard from the surrounding forest was making my heart pound faster and faster. I kept imagining this maniacal man sneaking through the bushes, entering people's tents and killing everyone like some bad horror film. I got to the ranger's cabin and pounded on his door. He answered within just a few moments, visibly sleep-deprived. I told him the whole story. Whilst I was still there, he called the police and told me they were on their way. It would take about 4 hours to get there. He grabbed his gun and walked me back to the trailer. He told me to not let anybody in. I stayed up the rest of the night listening for any sort of disturbance around me. The intense kind of listening, where you're concentrating so hard on the external sounds that might be made that you almost feel like you don't hear anything at all. After about 2 hours of doing this, my trailer started rocking back and forth. I froze. My heart dropped in my chest. I could hear the sound of someone breathing extremely heavily. I was thinking this was it. That knife-wielding maniac was going to murder me, and this trailer was going to be another abandoned one, which they'd have to tow away some years later. I'm just sitting there on my bed in the trailer as it's rocking back and forth, waiting for this maniac to stop tormenting me and just break the window and end me. I'm listening to this heavy breathing, and that's when I hear a grunt, a very non-human sounding grunt. I got a feeling this was not what I thought it was. I peered out the window and saw a bison was scratching its back on the side of my trailer, causing it to rock back and forth. The RCMP got there around 6:30 a.m. and proceeded with their investigation. For about 10 hours, they closed off the springs, and the entire campground turned into an episode of CSI. I didn't hear anything about what took place during the night until the investigation was over. Apparently, there was a guy at the springs who made a lewd comment about one of the females in another group, which resulted in an argument. The guy disappeared and returned an hour later with a knife. He stabbed 2 of the guys in the group and booked it away. Not before stopping at my trailer with his buddy to tell me of the incident, though. Yeah, one of the guys at my trailer was the guy going around stabbing people. My guess is that he and his friends stopped by my trailer to try and make it look like they were innocent. It was their drunken logic. The 2 men that were stabbed survived, which is very good. For many days following this incident, I was cleaning up blood-soaked clothing and rags from all over random places in the campground. My cousin and I went out drinking in Ohio. I was very drunk, so I stepped outside for some fresh air from the crowded bar. There was this guy outside who was kind of lanky and seemed to be having a smoke. Feeling disoriented, I sat down on the bench to rest my head a bit. That was when the guy came right up behind me and whispered to me, "You're never gonna make it in this world if I had it my way. I would take you home to my tool shed, tie you to the wall, and torture you to death." I responded, "Well, that sounds really lovely. Hold on, I'm really interested in that and all, but I've got to take a piss real quick, so I'll be right back." I rushed back into the bar and went to the men's restroom, where I locked the door until my head cleared up a bit. Then I came out and told my cousin we should leave right now. I was living with my godparents at the time of this event. It was around 6 p.m., and my godfather got back from work. He asked who had left all this blood near the pool in the backyard. Needless to say, I was very confused. I had been in the room right next to the pool the whole time, and I had no idea what he could possibly be talking about. We pulled up the security footage on our security system, only for it to show a man jumping the fence in broad daylight. He'd cut himself on the barbed wire and was looking for ways to get into the home through the back. I was only 10 feet away from him the entire time, and I didn't hear a single thing. It's scary to think about what could have happened if a window or the back door had been left unlocked. I would have been caught totally unawares. Last year, I took a trip in my Nissan Altima from Prescott, Arizona to New Orleans. To make a long story short, my ex-girlfriend, who was a tattoo artist, was being sued by a guy she had once inked, apparently over an injury he had sustained during the session. She asked me to come as a witness on her behalf, as I had been there the night in question. The trip was scheduled to take me between 20 and 22 hours driving along Route 40 East. I popped in my headphones, tossed my bag in the front seat, and started driving before the newspapers had even been delivered. It should be noted that the Altima was a 2-door coupe, and the only access to the back seat was by folding the 2 front seats forward. Rarely did I ever have more than one person in the car. I could hardly ever place anything in the back seat either, lest most of the time I completely forget it even existed. The first part of my trip went smoothly. Traffic was alright, the weather was fine as well, and my playlist was keeping me entertained. Yes, I know it might seem a bit strange that I listen to my music through headphones while driving, instead of using the radio, but that's just how I chose to relax. My first pit stop was in New Mexico, where I refueled and grabbed a bite to eat. Afterwards, I got back in my car, popped my headphones back in, and continued on my way east. Upon returning to the car, though, I noticed a stale taste in the air, but I dismissed it as a lingering scent from the restaurant. I'd driven for maybe another hour or so when I decided to pull over on the side of the road. I had to make a quick phone call, and I had to take a piss anyway by that point too. I was in Texas now, on a long stretch of highway that was pretty much desert in every direction. I stepped out of the car and stretched my legs. I took a discreet leak behind a bush, then called my ex to make her aware of my progress on my journey. I also dropped a quick voicemail to my boss. Keep in mind this whole time, I was pacing along the side of the road. Ultimately, though, I was still facing my car. There was no one around, and even though every half minute or so, another car would pass by, nobody stopped for any reason before I got back into my car. I put my earbuds back in and closed the driver's side door. I started my car and fired up the AC. I was just shifting the car into drive when I heard my passenger door slam shut. My heart leapt into my throat, and I tore my earbuds out immediately. I looked over to my right. The front seat was pushed forward, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone walking away from my car. I yelled out, "What the hell?" I spun around in my seat, immediately power locking all my doors. The person walking away from my vehicle was a short, disheveled man with thinning hair, a jeans jacket, and no shirt on underneath, maybe about 50 years old or so. I watched him in my rearview mirror, staggering around like he was drunk. He walked right into the middle of the road, where he stopped, bent over, then vomited all over the pavement. That's when I noticed he was wearing corduroy pants and blue Crocs. He wiped his mouth and turned to look at me. His mouth was kind of lopsided, and he was missing a few teeth as well. I could hear him trying to say something to me, but I could barely make it out from inside the car. I dialed 911 and gave the operator an estimate of where this guy was and that he'd tried to get into my car. I watched as the guy began to wander off into the desert, hanging off the belt on his back. I noticed one of those leather pouches employees keep utility knives in. I told the operator he had a knife and drove off swiftly after. Whatever was going on here, I didn't really want to get involved and get potentially stabbed. I was so shaken up by this that I didn't stop again until I was running on fumes, playing in my head over and over again about how that guy had gotten so close to my car without me noticing. Where had he even come from? The next time I stopped for gas was when it finally hit me. I didn't smoke, but there was an empty cigarette pack in my back seat. That's why the stale taste had been in the air. He had been lying in my back seat ever since I left New Mexico, and I hadn't even noticed. When the door slammed, he had not been trying to get in. He had been getting out. I had been listening to my earbuds the entire time, and I hadn't heard or noticed anything because of this. He could have stabbed me at any point, and I would have never seen it coming. I'm not sure what was wrong with him for him to be staggering about like that. But whatever happened, thank goodness he didn't decide to hurt me, and that he simply got out of my car instead. I'm glad I also didn't end up transporting him all the way to my destination. I never found out what happened to him, or what he wanted. I never tell this story to anyone, because most people find it very hard to believe. They assume I'm just messing with them, and truly, I wish that I was. I haven't listened to my earbuds in the car since then. I went on a date with a guy from Craigslist. I was 17 years old at the time. I put up an ad looking to meet someone. I don't remember the exact details. A guy responded who lived close to me, and so I emailed him back and gave him my number. He was actually one of the only ones who responded without a creepy message. He said his name was John, and that he was 26 years old. This guy John and I spoke for 2 days before meeting. We met on a Friday night. We texted back and forth, and he asked if I was single. I said yes, and he asked what kind of food I liked to eat, because he wanted to take me to a restaurant. I asked him a few questions about himself, and he told me he still lived with his mother, but had the top floor all to himself. He was a part-time model, and that made some pretty good money. Judging by his picture, him being a model was a fairly believable story. Friday night comes, and John comes to pick me up. He drove a silver 2-door car. He texted me and said he was waiting outside. After checking my hair and makeup one last time, I said goodbye to my parents, telling them I was heading out with friends. Then I left and got into John's car. The first thing I noticed was that he actually looked exactly like his photo. He had pale skin with dark hair and dark eyes. He looked a little bit older in person, but not that much, and he made up for it with snappy fashion sense. Actually, he looked kind of cool, and he was incredibly kind as well. His body language and smile totally put me at ease. Yes, it's really stupid to go on a date you met on Craigslist, but surprisingly, this guy was really normal. We chatted for a while as he started driving away from my hometown towards the highway. He wanted to drive us into the city to go to dinner, which wasn't too far away, only around a 25-minute journey. John started to reveal more details about himself to me on this journey. He told me he was embarrassed to tell me he lived with his mother, that I might think bad of him for not having his own place at his age. John got closer and closer to the highway. I can't tell you exactly what it was. I won't make it up because I don't exactly remember. There wasn't anything creepy going on either. I just suddenly felt put off by him. You know when you're on a date with someone and you're not quite sure, and then they tell you something that's your biggest turnoff? It was that kind of situation. Again, he didn't say anything too creepy, just was very off-putting. As we're getting closer and closer to the turnoff, I tell this perfectly nice guy that I'm really sorry, but I don't feel like going to dinner anymore. I'm not feeling very well. John's initial reaction was one of sympathy. "What's wrong? Are you okay? Am I driving badly?" I told him I just didn't feel well. Well, John then kept asking me, "What did I say? What did I do?" I told him it's not him, it's me. I wanted to go home because I really felt ill. "Okay, well, let me just drive you around for a bit before I take you back. I don't want to end the evening just like this." I knew without him driving me home, I'd have to walk over an hour, maybe more, so I told him that driving around for a second seemed like a fine idea. Instead of him turning around and heading back towards my house, though, he veered off and started heading to the town I knew he lived in. I should mention it was pitch black out, and the town where John lived was surrounded by dense woods. This wasn't even worth mentioning if you took the highway and the proper turnoffs to get there, but instead he decided he wanted to go via the back roads because it was more scenic, despite the fact I couldn't see a thing. John had gone from being incredibly talkative to almost completely silent now. He kept driving further into the wooded area. A few times I'd ask him questions about himself to break the awkward silence. At one point, I even put my hand down on his knee affectionately, trying to regain the friendly, flirty banter we'd had just moments before he blanked me. For the most part, he occasionally answered with soft grunts or nods. It was like he was having a tantrum or something. John pulled into the parking lot for the forest. It was around 9 p.m., so naturally it was totally empty. He slowly drifted along, looking around for other cars, then parked the car right at the end closest to the woods. There was no one else around. I hadn't even seen anyone pass us. No other cars on the way to get there. For 10 minutes he just sat there, staring into the darkness ahead. It was disturbing. I think I managed to make small talk for about 5 minutes, which is a long time when someone isn't saying anything back. I then joined him in his silence. I was afraid of appearing fake. I didn't want him to think I was scared. So some time of silence goes by, when abruptly John gets out of the car, closes the door, and locks it. I was stuck inside. His lights were on, so I could sort of see ahead in front of the car. There was a field that went on for about 20 feet. Then beyond that were trees and dense forests. To the left was the rest of the car park and the exit at the far end. To the immediate right was some more forest, with a small path. John disappeared into the area ahead. I tried the handle on the door, but it wouldn't open. I began to rationalize this away. Maybe he'd accidentally locked the door. I was telling myself that if he really wanted to do something, he would have stayed in the car. With no sign of John, I decided I needed to call someone. I looked around for my phone, only to find that I could no longer find it. This was an old silvery pay-as-you-go flip phone. I was confused that I couldn't find it, because I had put it right next to me. After looking for it for a good few minutes, it became sure that he had taken it with him. Mind you, I didn't want to start rooting around his car in case he might be watching me. I didn't want him to catch on that I was freaking out. At that point, I started looking for my phone with only my eyes, instead of making it obvious that I was petrified. My eyes were darting all around. There was nothing there. I looked up and squinted into the field and forest ahead. I saw John. He was standing about 10 feet from the car in that small field. He was standing and smiling, but it wasn't a friendly smile. He looked terrifying. This was not the same guy I got into the car with earlier. I looked ahead and smiled back. I was still trying to act like his behavior was normal, like nothing he was doing was scary at all. Still smiling, his tongue began to protrude from his mouth. He stuck it all the way out, then began wagging his tongue up and down while maintaining eye contact with me. I felt myself trembling. I was trying to compose myself, not taking his eyes off me, and with his tongue still out, he started unzipping his pants and then began to urinate in front of me, all while staring me dead in the eyes. This is the point I found it difficult to act like I was in on his behavior. I looked down at the floor, not wanting to watch what was in front of me. He didn't creep or slink back to the car. Instead, I heard his thundering steps, and then a slam against the window. I guess at this point, I was the luckiest person alive, because another car pulled into the parking lot. I don't know what this did to John, but immediately he got back in and laughed at me. Normal laughs like earlier, like nothing had been wrong. "So what music do you like? I'll put it on while I drive you home." He did drive me all the way home. When he pulled up to my house, I went for the door, but it was still locked. "I want you to promise me something," he said. I asked him what it was. If you ever see me after this, turn the other way and act like you don't know me. If you see me with my family, don't you dare say a word. I don't expect to bump into you, but don't say anything." I agreed and then asked him, "Have you seen my phone?" He told me no. I guess my phone was a small sacrifice for surprisingly making it home okay. When I got inside my house, I said goodnight to my parents and went upstairs to my room. I then turned on my computer. I wanted to gather as much information about this guy as I could. Back then, I used MSN Messenger, like AOL Instant Messenger, and logged in automatically whenever I started my PC. Now, before I get to the final part of this story, it's important that you know this. One day before, I had been at my best friend's house. We had the kind of friendship where it was like who could pick on the other the most. It was all in good fun, and mostly we just made minor fun of each other and had a big laugh. The day before, my friend had changed 2 contacts in my phone. She replaced the contact mom with the guy I had been texting back and forth with. I knew immediately she had done this because I saw the previous messages come up. I didn't change the numbers back at the time, thinking I would just do it later. When I logged into my MSN Messenger, I had a ton of messages from this guy and a few from my best friend. When John had locked me in the car, he had taken my phone and texted my mom, which was actually still this other guy. He had texted them, "I'm sorry, but I decided to move on. I found someone, so please don't look for me. I'm happy being left alone." The guy I was texting knew this was a big red flag. He responded and texted my phone back saying, "I don't think this is you. I know where you went, and I'm calling the police." Incredibly quick thinking from him. He had absolutely no idea where I was. I think his text saved my life that night, and it explains John's sudden change of behavior. Maybe it wasn't the random car that pulled into the parking lot. Maybe it really was that text. In 2009, I went on a trip to the Tiputini Research Facility in the rainforest of Ecuador as part of a tropical rainforest ecology course I took in university. We had been out on a hike all afternoon and were headed back to the station shortly after 1800. For those of you who don't know, on the equator the sun rises at 0600 and sets at 1800 pretty much every single day. It was quite dark now, and given the canopy cover, we were relying on our headlights and our guide to get back to the facility. As we were going along, I kept on hearing this strange noise coming from above us and slightly behind us. I wasn't too worried though, because there were lots of monkeys in the area. It was probably just observing us, and our guide didn't seem too concerned either. Once we got back to the camp though, I asked our guide privately about the noises. He explained to me that a jaguar had been waiting there for one of us to fall behind. He'd heard it too, but didn't start to freak out because then the group may have begun to panic as well, and that would have made things much worse. Needless to say, I stayed away from the tree line after dark after that. Jaguars aren't known to typically attack humans, but sometimes they do, and I wouldn't want to meet one in the dark in a heavily forested area, especially if I'd fallen behind. my husband and I went camping with some of our buddies. We sat around drinking until about 2-ish a.m. We were in northern Michigan, and we were at a campsite, but we were far from other campers. You would have to drive a car to get to our campsite, because we were way out there from everyone else. Anyways, we all get into our tents and pass out. Everyone else was asleep, but I woke up around 3-ish with a sudden urge to pee. I decided not to bring the lantern with me because I didn't want to wake everyone else up. I stumbled pretty far out and popped a squat. It was pitch black in the area I was. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face because it was such a cloudy and dark night. As I was finishing up, I started to hear footfalls behind me, creeping up on me. I had my back towards the woods, but I could tell it did not sound like any animal I knew. I suddenly had this sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I booked it back into my tent to be with the company of the others. I then laid there quietly and listened to these footsteps follow me back and walk around our tent for quite a while. Then they just walked off into the night. I went to check when daylight broke, but I still have no idea what it was, nor did I want to find out that night. Recently, my dad and I were scouting a pretty remote old dirt road, which was pretty far away from any other campgrounds. People had made campsites little more than a clear patch on the thick forest floor really, a little ways off the road here and there. We found a few of them, one of which had cocaine and condoms strewn about it. We eventually found a nice one though, and decided since it was getting dark already that we'd camp there for the night. After I set up my hammock, I decided to go and get some firewood. Eventually, I came upon a small clearing with a single dead tree in it. I started hacking off the branches with my knife. As I was chopping at the wood though, I started to hear footsteps out in the woods. It was way too quiet to be a bear or some other similar type of animal. I thought that maybe it was an elk or a wolf perhaps. I kept on hacking away. The thing is though, I started to notice I would only ever hear the footsteps while I was chopping, but as soon as I stopped, they would stop immediately. And that's when I said, man, screw this. I'll just take the wood I already have and start heading back. I began to hear more footsteps all around as I started my way back though. The forest was so thick that I couldn't see anything out there. If you've been to coastal BC, you'll know what I mean. I had left my machete in my hammock, and the walk back to camp with these footsteps following me was the most unnerving 15 minutes I'd had in a long time. We were far enough away from civilization that we couldn't head back right away either, so I had to sleep with my machete and my knife in either hand that night. Needless to say, it was a very restless sleep. At least I had enough firewood to cook a few bratwursts though. Eventually we made it back just fine, but I never figured out what those footsteps in the woods really were. My scariest experience was with lightning while hiking through the Colorado Trail in, you guessed it, Colorado. The trail was about 500 miles long through a range of terrain in the Rocky Mountains. I'm 99% certain I spotted and then lost sight of a mountain lion at some point, which was unnerving. Several times I was rather freaked out by some aggressive bulls when passing through herds of free-range cattle. That was scary too. But the scariest I have a good chance of dying here was being in wide open areas in the middle of an intense thunderstorm. The worst was on what I think was a snow mesa. The mesa is miles across at an elevation of around 12,000 feet, mostly flat and essentially treeless. As I was moving through, there were small scattered thunderstorms quickly developing as I was crossing the area, and as a result there was a lot of lightning. For those of you who don't know, in areas with a lot of valleys or high elevation, the weather is very unpredictable, and lightning strikes happen quite often. The trail across this area was 3 miles long, and there was nowhere to take cover. There were storms all around me, perhaps half a mile away or less, producing lightning strikes every few seconds. There were numerous storms like this, moving all around. It was so surreal. The part of the trail I was walking down could be in bright sunlight, while I watched storms move all around me just a short distance away. I had to slow down or speed up my pace to try and time my way through the paths of these storms. I ended up closer to the edge of some of them than I really wanted to be. There were some really close calls with the lightning strikes, close enough for my hair to get tingly, and for me to even smell some of it burning. It was scary being so exposed out there, being able to see tens of lightning strikes per minute around me. That was one of those I fucked up bad moments. A long moment that lasted 30 to 45 minutes until I finally emerged from that deadly area. So now that the case is over and I can talk about it freely, I figured I would share my story of the time I was abducted. This happened in 2021. I was 20 at the time, and had just gotten off work around 11 p.m. I went straight home to get ready to go out and meet my friend at the strip club. He'd messaged me via Facebook Messenger to hang out and smoke, and I told him I was meeting someone else and didn't really want to hang out that night, so he offered to drive me to and from. Well, around 12:30, he arrived to pick me up and said he had to take out some garbage first. He had a couch on the back of the pickup truck bed, which I assume was the garbage he was talking about. He said he'd made us some margaritas as well, but I told him I didn't want to drink till I got to my destination. We ended up just smoking marijuana on the way to dump the couch instead. It was about a 25 to 30 minute car ride to where he wanted to dump this couch. By the time we'd made it to the destination, it was already 1:15 a.m. There was a logging road just off the side of the highway that went on for miles. He pulled all the way down to the end and left the couch there, then got back in the truck and started driving back towards the highway. Once we'd gotten about halfway back to the highway though, he stopped, put his truck in park, then pulled out a pipe and started smoking more marijuana. After taking a hit, he turned his head to me and stared at me for a full minute with this weird smirk on his face. All of a sudden, he almost looked like he wanted to jump at me, but stopped himself in the moment, with his hands in a motion as if he was about to grab me. I was getting scared at this point. I was frozen in shock, not knowing if he was just joking around or not. I quickly realized it was not a joke though. I opened my door like I was about to get out, and he did the same. I closed my door and he closed his too. We ended up doing this door tag back and forth until he eventually got tired of it and got out of the truck and ran to my side. He threw open my door and tried to pull me out by my legs. As I was trying to kick him, I pulled my phone out to call the police. Of course, my Face ID didn't want to work in that moment though, and he ended up smacking the phone right out of my hands. I kicked him hard enough in the chest that he flew backwards, falling onto his butt. I grabbed my purse and hopped out of the truck. I started running towards the highway. I kept looking back to see how far behind me he was. He gave me a bit of a head start before chasing after me, grabbing me by the back of my shoulders when he caught up, and forcibly throwing me into a ditch. I landed on my stomach, with one leg straight out and the other bent at a weird angle. He jumped on top of my legs and held my left hand behind my back. I screamed and begged him to bring me home, and said I wouldn't tell anyone. He got upset that I was screaming, and tried suffocating me with his other hand while holding my left behind my back. I kept trying to pull his hands off my face with my right hand. It was getting to the point where I couldn't really breathe. Finally, he let go of my face. I turned my head around to see what he was doing, and to my surprise, I watched him pull zip ties out of his front jeans pocket. He zip-tied my hands behind my back, and then tried to forcibly pull my undergarments off me. I had a skirt on and was laying on my stomach. I remember digging my knees into the ground so he couldn't do it. He got up and started pacing around after he failed. He started muttering to himself, "It shouldn't have to happen this way. Just do what I say." I cried, telling him that if he was going to do anything to me, then to put me back in the truck first. He did. I'm not going to go into too much detail about this part of the story, but I noticed as soon as we got back to the truck, he pulled out a small Ziploc baggie containing a single condom. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he was going to need protection. After all that went down, he got back in the truck. Mind you, I was still tied up. He drove back to the highway and just started driving around. I made up every excuse to get him to take these off me, but of course he would not. At one point, I asked for a cigarette. I don't even smoke. He lit one, smoked on it for a bit, then held it up to my mouth saying, "I'll hold it for you." At this point, I was just thinking, what can I do to get myself out of this situation? I really thought I was going to die. I started saying anything I could, like, "You can be my sugar daddy. I'll pay to take us out to dinner tomorrow. If sex is the only thing you wanted from me, you could have just said that." He loved it so much, he started saying he would even put me on his life insurance policy, so when he died, I could get the money. After soothing him like this for a while, I asked him again if he could take the zip ties off me now. He pulled to the side of the road and pulled out a mini pocket knife from his car keys. He then cut them off me. It took a few tries because of how tightly he'd bound me. He gave me my phone back as well. I had an Apple Watch on my wrist and asked him for it after noticing he'd snatched that in the struggle too. He had this surprised look on his face and said, "Well, we need to go back and get it." He turned around and started heading back to where all this had just happened at. I guess it had been dropped in the struggle. I got so scared. I thought to myself, after all that, this is it? I'm going to die here, and nobody will know until somebody finds my body. And once we got there, he told me to stay in the truck. He got out and searched the ditch for my watch. He came back after 5 minutes and said he couldn't find it, but he would go back in the morning to look when it was light outside. We got back to the highway and headed back to town. Once we got back to town, he asked me, "What do you want to do now?" Like nothing had ever happened. I said, "Bring me to my mom's house. I have work in 4 hours and I'm really tired." It was 4:30 a.m. by this time. He did bring me back to my mom's, thankfully. After getting to my mom's house, I looked up his name on Google. I didn't know it, but apparently he was on parole for first-degree murder. He had killed someone before for their life insurance policy. I'm 22 now, and I'm thankful I got to see another day. I had to testify against him, and he was found guilty November 6th of 2023 of all the charges he was accused of. As of now, he hasn't quite been sentenced yet, though. My family has a cabin in a remote area of the Rocky Mountains. There's this one particular hike nearby that we would always go on when I was growing up. It took you up a large hill, cut down into a ravine, and took you down to an abandoned mining cabin. It was really cool, and the cabin itself was full of old antiques, books, cans, furniture, you name it. Last summer, I took my SO on the hike to show off this cool abandoned cabin to them. It had been about 5 years since I'd last been there, and it took us quite a while to find the trailhead because it was so overgrown now. We hacked our way through brush, and luckily I had a really good memory for the general direction we should be going in. As we were heading down the ravine, we saw the roof of the old cabin. Excited that we'd found our way through all the brush, we started to head towards it. Once we went inside, though, it was completely different than the last time I'd been there. Instead of the cool old furniture and antiques, there was some sort of nest. The nest stretched from floor to ceiling and across 2 entire walls of the cabin. The most unsettling thing about it, though, was that the nest appeared to be made of bones. Not small bones either. There were big ones. One was the size of a human clavicle even. I immediately had this terrible feeling and wanted to get the fuck out as soon as possible. We booked it out of there and ran up the ravine as quickly as our dog could keep up with us. We reached the top in less than 30 minutes and were at the top of the hill where we could look down and see the cabin below. We stopped to catch our breath at the top, which was fairly flat and had a lot of visibility. I decided to use that moment to try and get a signal on the satellite phone from the high point. I got a hold of my mom, and we were having a quick chat. I kept on hearing this strange noise, though. It was off in the distance, and I couldn't quite make it out, but my SO was hearing it too, and getting increasingly uncomfortable. I could finally make out the noise eventually, and I realized that was because it was getting louder and closer. It appeared to be the sound of 2 metal objects being clanked together, like someone banging a spoon against a skillet or something. My dog started to get super defensive and started snarling and barking in the direction of where we'd just hiked out of. Now we were completely freaked out. I hung up the call, we grabbed our packs, and ran the rest of the 2 miles back to our cabin. We reported our experience and gave our photos of the cabin interior to a local forest service, who concluded that the nest was most likely a bear or cougar den. The noise we heard following us out of the ravine, though, will haunt my nightmares for years to come, especially because they concluded it was totally unrelated. Not sure if this counts as scary, really, but I was a wildland firefighter in Yarnell. My crew was almost sent at around the same time as the 19 firefighters that died there, but we weren't sent until a few hours later. When we got there, that's when we learned that all those firefighters had passed away. That night, we were sleeping in the desert. Many of us don't like tents, so we just made do with tarp on the ground and slept on a bag on top of it. Anyway, I was awoken by a horrible wind. It was a very powerful one that blew sand and bugs against everything so hard that it actually hurt. I pulled the sleeping bag over my head to shut out the wind and sand. About half an hour later, there was a huge alarm and a lot of people running this way and that. I popped out and saw everybody was piling into the vehicle. Knowing that the fire wasn't far away and the wind was crazy, I took no chances. I rushed into the vehicle, and we all left right then and there. As I turned to look back at where we had just been, I could see the fire was already not too far away from where we were. And within just a few moments, it was fully caught ablaze. That was not a pleasant night. Another time, we were working very deep in a forest, where you literally wonder if you're the first human in the area. We were on night shift, and were supposed to stand apart by 50 yards and watch the fire in the distance. By that time, I was quite used to being in dark forests. I had become comfortable with it because I knew there was nothing nearby that would be a threat to me. So when I saw something moving in the dark about 20 feet away, I didn't really think that much of it. I was eager to see what animal this was, though. I turned my light on, and the first thing I saw was an upside-down triangular face and massive ears with huge glowing eyes. The face looked rather gray due to the light and ashes. This all happened within a span of 5 seconds, but to me it felt like forever. For a moment, my heart nearly stopped, as I thought I was seeing a goblin or something. I kept telling myself, "No, you aren't crazy. This isn't a goblin. That's not what you're looking at." Just as I was about to try and decide whether to scream for the nearest guys to come help me, I saw the creature move more and realized it was just a fawn covered in ashes. So yeah, that's a couple of my stories right there. I thought I'd share a creepy story that happened to my dad and his cousin when they were young. Now, this was about 20 years ago and wasn't really in seclusion, but nonetheless, it is pretty disturbing. When my dad was young, he would sleep over at his cousin's house during the weekends. The house was all one floor, consisting of the front door entrance attached to the living room and kitchen. The living room had a long hallway for the bathroom, his aunt and uncle's room, and then the bedroom where him and his cousin would sleep. His cousin's room was pretty small, with only a bed, dresser, and closet. The bed was pressed against the window, so when they slept, they would face the closet and the doorway. One night at around 3 a.m. or so, my dad recalled seeing shadows emerging from the closet and tried to wake his cousin up without any success. He didn't see or hear anything else afterward, so he fell back asleep eventually. The next night, my dad heard a noise coming from outside the window, just behind the bed. He woke his cousin up successfully this time, and they ran to the bedroom where the aunt and uncle were sleeping. When they went to check, nothing else happened for the remainder of the evening. A couple of weekends later, my dad was over for another sleepover, and here's where it got real scary. At some point in the night, around 1 a.m. or so, my dad once again began to hear something from the closet and saw more shadows moving around. Something he saw that night must have freaked him out more than normal though, because he started screaming. And all of a sudden, a man just sprinted out of the closet, down the hall and out the front door. His cousin woke up, as well as his aunt and uncle. The cops came and did some investigating, but they never ended up finding anything. The assumption was that some creep had been sneaking into the house and hiding in his cousin's closet. The window behind them was an easy lookout for the creep to look in and inspect the area. Overall, it gives me chills whenever they tell me the story. They seem so frightened of it still to this day. Summer of 2004, my family was supposed to vacation somewhere in Maine. My father was stuck in work and meetings though, so he was going to come up from Manhattan a few days after us. My mom wanted to drive up there for whatever reason, super annoying to me at the time, but we didn't really have a choice. My brother, sister, and I loaded into the car, and we started the long drive. I was about 14 at the time. The drive was fairly uneventful, but there were various delays, and we ended up arriving a lot later than originally planned. Because of this, the owners of the house we were renting had already turned in for the night, and we weren't able to get a hold of them to get the keys. Sounds like horrible planning, but apparently they were pretty strict about the time frame to pick them up. My mom decided she wanted some lobster, so we went out to one of our favorite spots. She called my dad to see if he could make us some reservations at a hotel while we ate and enjoyed the lobster. While we were eating, a guy came up and started chatting with my mom. I figured it was just a friendly local, making some conversation. During this, my dad called my mom, and my mom excused herself to speak to him. Apparently, all the hotels were booked for the night. Go figure. The plan was for us to drive to the nearest town now and find anywhere to stay until we could pick up the keys for the vacation home the next day. Apparently, the local had been listening in on my mom's conversation though, and came back over when she got off the phone. I want to say there was nothing outwardly off about him. He was very preppy, clean-cut, and unassuming. He'd fit in perfectly with any other normal person. He told my mom he had a big home with a big guest house, and we were more than welcome to stay. He and his wife wouldn't mind at all. No way were we just going to be staying in some random guy's house in Maine in the dark. No offense to anyone from Maine, but it can get very creepy when it's dark out there. My mom did her due diligence and tried to determine if this guy was legit. He said he was in finance and my mom was an investment banker, so she interrogated him a bit. It was enough for my mom to determine he wasn't totally full of shit. I called my dad myself, hysterical about the prospect of staying with this random guy. He said I was overreacting and that I needed to get out of the city more and accept that sometimes people are just nice. My brother, sister, and I got into our car and followed this guy back to his house. The guest house actually was really nice, fully furnished and everything, but the beds were sort of oddly placed. The guest house had 2 bedrooms, and instead of the beds being located in the middle and centered, imagine a symmetrical room layout where they were each right under the window in each room. It just seemed really weird. Anyway, fast forward. We're all getting ready to go to bed when my mom hears a knock at the door. It's the guy. He said he just wanted to check and make sure we were all settled in. What a nice thing to do. About 30 minutes later, he comes back to check in again. At this point, my mom was like, "Thanks, we're good. We'll stop by the house in the morning to say thank you." Fast forward another 30 to 45 minutes, and I couldn't sleep at all. I was terrified. I kept hearing this weird rustling noise, which was fairly odd because the guest house was nowhere around trees or in close proximity to bushes that might cause such a noise to happen. At this point, I looked over and saw my mom was wide awake too. She was motioning at the window with her eyes. Let me add that none of the windows had curtains at all. The guy said it was because his wife was in the process of redecorating. When I looked up to where my mom was looking, though, I could see a male figure was just standing at the window looking inside. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I don't know how long he had been there for. When he walked away, my mom waited for a bit, then told us to grab our stuff together. She wasn't messing around. We had my dad on the phone at this point, and he was pretty much flipping out at my mom about something. I didn't hear what they were arguing over, though. Mom said she was going to put the stuff in the car and to follow her out. This was around 2 a.m. or so. When we got into the car, we pulled around to the front of the main house so my mom could return the key and say goodbye. However, when we went to the front, all the lights were off. Not just all the lights, but it almost looked like no one had been home at all. The porch light, the table lamp, and the front windows, everything was pitch black. Also, the 2 cars were gone as well. The local's car and what we presumed to be his wife's car. After seeing this, my mom was pretty unsettled. She said we were leaving right now. We proceeded to drive to the gate at the end of the driveway, only to find it had been dead-bolted and locked shut from the inside. It wasn't a super strong gate though, so my dad said we should just ram it. We were in a big SUV after all. We just drove straight through it and right back to New York City, not speaking the entire time. We've never returned to Maine after, and my parents refused to speak about it again. I asked a family member if they knew why my parents refused to talk about it. I asked him when he was drunk so he might be more willing to let some things slip. All he said was they didn't tell us that the actual owners of the house were on vacation. I'm assuming my parents followed up with the local authorities to figure that out, but they never told us. I don't know who that man was or what was planned for that evening. I am curious as to whether there were any known serial killers or murderers in the area at the time, whether traveling or staying there. In 2018, I lived with my partner and my German Shepherd in the Humboldt Park neighborhood of Chicago. I was 33 years old, and our apartment was a 4th-floor walk-up unit. Very typical low-budget Chicago rental in a changing neighborhood. The layout of our building is going to matter in this story. Our building had a total of 12 units. Mine and the 3 below me had a shared front entrance, and the other 8 units were through a different one. All 12 apartments had connected back porches and stairs that shared a walkway to a rear gate, which led out to an open alley. From the front stairwell, there were windows on each landing to the back porches, so you could see the back door of my apartment when standing at the front door through that window. We had pretty good relations with our neighbors, especially those that lived directly below us and shared our front door. And that's the thing that saved all three of us, my partner, my dog, and me. My partner was in a touring band at the time and would leave for weekends or weeks at a time. It was a scary thing for me because I was SA'd and stalked by an ex in my teens and 20s. I was always worried something would tip him off and he'd start coming after me again. A little less than a month before a 2-week tour my partner had scheduled, I received a creepy message on Facebook from that stalker from yet another new account. It was about a week after my car had been broken into. The glove box had been emptied and things were thrown around, but the only thing that had been taken was a bag of dog treats. I even had $20 in the compartment between the seats, and they left the money alone. I was on high alert at this point, and very scared about the time I'd be alone during this tour. My partner was kind of irritated with me and the situation, and felt it was too last minute to cancel, especially over what amounted to a bad feeling and a few isolated things that weren't even direct threats. Truthfully, car break-ins are very, very common in Chicago anyway. It happened to me about 15 times. The police usually do reports over the phone and don't even come to the scene. That's how common it is. What I found the most strange, though, was that the thief didn't take the money. There was a homeless man who had started camping on the boulevard nearby recently, so I didn't think it could have been him. My partner left for his tour, and I set up some cameras and bought door braces for my front and back doors. I became completely nocturnal, unable to sleep at night. My poor dog developed diarrhea around this time. I thought maybe because she was picking up on my stress level. That meant I was taking her down all 4 flights of stairs for her to go 6 or 7 times a night. I began to have the distinct prickly crawling sensation of being watched whenever I would take her out. I couldn't tell where that person was though, or even if it was my own fear and paranoia. Her issues lasted an unusually long time too, almost a week or so. I was going in and out of the main door a lot, feeling very scared. At that point, I noticed that some of my neighbors didn't always pull the door all the way closed, so the lock would engage. I mentioned it to my downstairs neighbor one day, including that I was extra careful because of the stalker. He was supportive and said he'd mention it to everyone else when he saw them. I noticed the door was locked more frequently after that. My partner came home at about 11 a.m. on a Sunday morning. At 8:30 earlier that morning, my first-floor neighbor's place was burglarized. He was a metalhead dude who collected instruments, sold weed and slashed Alex, and lived all alone. I guess he went out for breakfast and forgot to lock his door while he was gone. Someone had come in, eaten the leftovers in his fridge, took a coat and pair of boots, took his college diploma as well, and left pretty much everything else. They left all the expensive musical instruments and mixing equipment, left the drugs as well. The only other thing they took were a set of keys. The keys were to the first-floor apartment and a master key for the front door and back gate. The neighbors ran into each other right after the break-in, and the second-floor one said to go tell me because I had a stalker. So that's what he did. He let me know what had happened. My partner had just gotten home from his tour when he knocked at the front door. I just about jumped out of my skin. I looked through the peephole and recognized him. The 3 of us stood in the stairs at my front door while he told us about the break-in. We jabber-jawed for a while, about 15 to 20 minutes I'd say. While we were in the middle of talking, we heard the front door open and close below us. We didn't really think that much about it. Then, though, we saw a man climbing up my back porch steps to my back door through the window. There was no other apartment he would have been going to. He had to walk past all 11 more accessible ones on his way to mine. I could see he was not my stalker, and I did not recognize him either, but his image is still burned into my mind. He was wearing flashy black shoes, the ones stolen from downstairs, and had a big black coat, which was oversized and hanging off his shoulders. We locked eyes through the window, and he froze halfway up the stairs to my back porch. He slowly took out a cell phone and called someone as he turned around halfway up the steps. He walked back down the stairs extremely stiffly, like he was pretending to be nonchalant, then bolted into a sprint as soon as he hit the porch below ours. My neighbor ran downstairs and dialed 911. My partner and I ran through the apartment to the back porch and saw a sedan and a windowless van pull out of the sketchy building 2 doors down. Both cars floored it down the alley. We didn't get the plates. The cops said it wouldn't have mattered though. There wasn't any crime committed and nothing concrete to justify stopping them. They very condescendingly explained this to me as they took my statement later. My neighbor is the one who actually made the call and has the police report. My partner and I were just considered witnesses. For a long time though, the thing that scared me the most was a tool my neighbor found when he went running downstairs. It was a 2x4 piece of wood, cut to about 2 feet. The last end of it had been made into a handle of some sorts. It almost looked like a paddle, and for a long time I couldn't figure out what it was supposed to be. Eventually though, we figured out it was a ram for the door. When I looked at my door afterward, it looked like the frame had been broken. It seemed like they used their master key in order to place their ram on my door, then had somebody wait at the back porch to catch me if I tried to run out that way. The other person went to the front entrance since they only had the one key. When we caught them before they could catch us unawares, it seemed they aborted the plan. I suspect they'd been watching me, especially while I was taking out my dog, and figured I was alone. It was pure coincidence my partner arrived home just 30 minutes before all of this. I feel we all could have been horribly injured or worse had we been trapped inside and had they gotten the jump on us. Nothing else ever came of it. My landlord refused to change the locks, but he did agree to let us out of our lease at least. I moved out of Chicago and have added a younger dog I'm training to do some bite work. My house is surrounded by cameras and floodlights now. So, I had a weird experience that I just can't resist sharing. This is a true story. Hopefully, I'll update it if anything new occurs. I live in a historical dorm building in the Northwest, here in the USA, living on the 5th floor of this 100-year-old structure with no elevator, I might add. The building is shaped kind of like a U, and my windows face another dorm room across the way. I've been sleeping like a night owl recently, going to bed around 3 a.m. and waking up at 10 for class. I'd never met my neighbor across the way, never even made eye contact with them really. He was a male and he had heavy curtains he always closed shut at dusk. They would be open when I woke up. Today I woke up really early, awoken by a weird dream I couldn't quite seem to remember. I sat up in my bed. My bed faces the window across. I could see the window of my neighbor directly in front of me. I had some things sitting in my windowsill, so I couldn't see all of their apartment, and they couldn't really see into mine either. My windows were also always fogged up. I liked it that way though, so no one could take a peek inside. At one point, I woke up feeling groggy in the night when I saw movement in the window across the way. I could see my neighbor opening their curtains, so somewhat instinctively I hid. They couldn't see me watching them, but I could see what they were doing. He opened his curtains almost like something from a dramatic movie, both hands splitting them apart down the middle. This is where things got a bit weird though. After he opened the window's curtains, he just kind of stood there like he was frozen. I watched him out of the corner of my window. He wasn't making eye contact, so he didn't seem to know I was there. He was just kind of staring into my room. I sat there as well, and we both stayed like that for 5 minutes. Suddenly, he broke his gaze, turned away, and walked out of my view. I stayed in bed for a while, but I was still very tired. It was about 7 a.m. I was thinking, what just happened? I got up and made some coffee, then sat back down in bed and watched some YouTube videos to get my mind off that weird experience. I chilled out and forgot about that weirdness. At the start of my day officially though, once more light began to pour in, I caught a glimpse of something in my window. I looked up and noticed there were 3 streak marks that had definitely not been there earlier this morning. With my windows being fogged up all the time, probably from the heat inside my room and the humidity outside, I realized that these were the marks of someone's fingers on the window pane. I had been watching my neighbor that morning. They were in the upper corner of the window, so nobody could touch this area easily. I realized that those marks were in the same place my neighbor had been staring at this morning. I pushed the thought out of my mind and went back to finishing my coffee. I couldn't help but look again though after I got up to put my coffee cup away in the kitchen. As I passed by the window, I noticed a new development. There were now streak marks coming from the top of the finger marks on my window and dragging across the entire thing. I immediately called my mom. She freaked out. There must have been an intruder. I reassured her though that no one had been in my room. Not that I had noticed at least. She asked if they were from the outside or inside of my window. I went up and slowly slid my finger across the marks, and as I left another streak behind, I realized they had been made from the inside. She told me to clean my windows and see if it happens again. I did so, and I'll see if it occurs again. I don't really know what's going on here. It seems like maybe my neighbor saw something, or maybe they were in a trance of sorts. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll try and ask them what they saw and why they were staring. All I can say is I think it will be very hard for me to sleep tonight. I went camping with a group of friends on some public land that I knew quite well. I spent a lot of time out there trail riding and camping most weekends for about 3 years or so. We set up camp at a spot we had used a few times. We had partied with other people at this spot on multiple occasions. This trip there were 6 of us there, and 4 of my friends decided to go to a party. This trip there were 6 of us there, and 4 of my friends decided to go to a party we found out about while on the trails earlier in the day. I was tired from digging my Jeep out of a sand washout though, that I'd had no business driving into anyway. I have to admit it did look pretty cool for the 2 minutes until I got really stuck. Anyways, my friend's girlfriend decided to stay back at camp with me, while everyone else left for the party. We watched the fire die down and listened to the animals outside. I won't lie, I did get a bit of a kick out of her being afraid of the coyotes making noise on the other side of the swamp. I assured her it was fine though. They wouldn't really bother with us at all. After a bit, we got into our sleeping bags, but just as I was starting to doze off, she suddenly asked me, "Did you hear that?" I just ignored her and tried to fall asleep. A minute or 2 later though, she sat up and asked me again. I responded that I didn't hear anything and to go to sleep. Then though, not even a minute later, I began to hear what sounded like an ice cream truck slowly driving down the trail we were on. This trail was one way in or out, about 3 miles long and ended in only a clearing. We were camped within 1/4 of a mile of the entrance/exit. We also went to the end of the trail after we ate dinner, and there was not anyone on it then. No one had driven past us either. I didn't hear the noise of the engine, only the creepy ice cream music moving past us. Not to mention the trail was a ruddy mess, so even a vehicle with a reasonably quiet exhaust would be revving high enough to be heard throughout the woods. I didn't tell her this though, because I didn't want to scare her even more. It sure scared the crap out of me though. When she asked if I heard it another time, and I did, I instead suggested we jump in the Jeep and go to the party the other guys were at. Even though I was tired, I slept on a raggedy couch next to a bonfire in a sand pit. Much better in my opinion than being hounded by some creepy ice cream truck in the woods all by ourselves. I often spend weeks alone in the woods by myself. I used to go on group trips about 2 weekends a month. For 10 years or so, I was practically born into camping, and I really love it. Most of my outings are trips to the Ocala National Forest in Florida and other state or national parks. Most of my odd occurrences are with other people and animals. I've stumbled into neo-Eastern rallies or clan gatherings several times, multiple interactions with the odd hunter and their tracking dogs as well. Last year, however, finally opened my eyes to the danger of being alone. I was heading to my usual spot in Ocala, a free primitive campground next to a secondary creek. That was when I noticed a Department of Corrections bus. The officer there stopped me and briefly inquired about my reasons for being there. I asked what was going on because I was going to be camping in the area. He said a body had been discovered by the road and was linked to a case in the area. He and the prisoners were there to search the surrounding area. The case was being built for a local man apparently linked to the murders. I left the scene and went home, rather than camping out there. While I was on the way back, though, I was thinking the entire time about an occurrence that happened last year when I was alone in my tent. I'd heard footsteps outside. Assuming it was a bear, I pulled the slide on my handgun, loud enough to be clearly heard. Rather than an animal noise, though, I was startled by a response of the whispered hush of a man's voice, laughing. I thought back on that, and realized I'd narrowly avoided becoming a part of that case myself. The man was later caught and arrested and linked to a ton of murders in the area. I think he's still serving time in prison now. This happened to my dad 10 years ago. Nothing too crazy. I was relatively young at the time, so it really creeped me out. We lived in a smallish city in a residential neighborhood, about 20 minutes from downtown. It was summer, and my dad was up late writing, around 3 a.m. or so. As he looked out the window, he could see a man and a woman, anywhere from 25 to 30 years old, walking down the street. They walked right up our driveway and right to our front door, possibly because they saw a light on inside. They knocked loudly on the door. My dad was already suspicious of what these two wanted. He decided not to open the door. Our door had a large glass window on it, and if you spoke loudly enough, you could hear someone on the other side. My dad asked them what they wanted, and they asked to come inside. My dad, of course, refused, but the couple repeatedly asked if he could call them a cab then. My dad said okay to this. As soon as he did, the couple again asked if they could come inside. My dad said no, and told them to wait at the end of the driveway. My dad then turned away from the door and shut all the lights off in the house. He never did get the chance to call a cab though. As he went to the window to watch the couple, they walked back to the end of the driveway, appeared to have a long conversation, and then walked back down the road, out of sight and into the darkness. I can understand someone showing up to ask for a cab if you live near a bar or a restaurant or something, but like I said, we were 20 minutes away from any of that stuff. Our neighborhood was mostly young families, and it was a very safe area. We did have a few incidents of people going to our cars at night if we left them unlocked, but that was it really. I was asleep the whole time this was happening. When my dad recounted the tale in the morning, it definitely spooked me. Afterwards, if I woke up in the middle of the night, I would have a difficult time getting back to sleep. My neighbors ended up having a break-in a few months after this incident, so we decided to get an alarm system for the house. It definitely helps me sleep at night. My mom owns her own business and works extremely hard. This means she spends many late nights sitting on the living room floor with her work sprawled out all around her. One night back in 2003, she had her typical routine going, sorting through paperwork and making piles. It was close to midnight on a Wednesday, so when the phone suddenly rang, she was a bit surprised. My dad worked third shift at a factory, so she assumed it must be him. When she answered the phone, though, there was no reply, just lots of heavy breathing on the other end. Admittedly creeped out, she hung up and called my dad. He told her it was not him that called, and she left it at that. Keep in mind this was almost 15 years ago, and we lived in a small town with practically no crime whatsoever. We never locked our doors, and we were never scared of dangerous people either. After that initial call, though, the phone calls started to come in every night, then multiple times a night. The person on the other end started talking eventually too. He started by saying, "Hello, Diane. You're so beautiful. I'd love to meet you." Things quickly escalated after, with him going into graphic detail of how he wanted to essay and strangle her. Of course, she stopped answering the phone, and she informed the police as well, but nothing was ever done about it. The phone would continue to ring every night onward. My parents weren't in the situation where my dad could stay home from work, and my mom truly believed the calls were just empty threats, so things continued on that way. That was until one night when he got brave. My mom was sitting on the floor in front of our huge mirrored cabinet with all of her work spread out around her. When the phone rang this time, she ignored it, as she had started to do. She was concentrating hard on a piece of paper in front of her when a glimmer of light in the mirror caught her eye. She looked up to see a pair of eyeglasses peering at her in the reflection. She spun around to face the front door, which her back had been turned to. There was a man standing there, just staring at her. She said they both stared at each other for what felt like forever, until she saw the doorknob start to turn. She started screaming, and the man quickly ran away. In light of this happening, my parents started locking all the doors, which was a totally foreign concept to this area. My older brother, who was about 17 at the time, was aware of the phone calls as well. He came running down the stairs with a baseball bat, but the man was already long gone. When the police came, they scoured our property and came across close to 200 cigarette butts right underneath our living room windows. They were all hidden behind the bushes. Apparently, he had been watching her for weeks on end. The police also happened to find a bike tire trail coming from the windows and going down to the sidewalk. The police took the cigarette butts and did DNA testing on them. They were able to match them to a convicted rapist who lived on the street. Robert Hahn was arrested while riding his bike. He went to prison for menacing an attempt to commit a crime. He had many priors, so we assumed he would be locked up for quite some time. The reason I'm telling this story is because he was recently released from prison. I love caving. I absolutely love it. I even joined a caving club. They send you an information packet once a month about featured cave tours. One month, they sent out a packet containing a 7 to 8 hour wild man caving tour. I've been on wild man tours before, and they're not too difficult. Maybe some rappelling or mild climbing. Nothing over an hour, though. This one had some real danger. climb too much to the right and you get stuck. Slip too far and you can fall in a hole. Getting rescued in a deep cave is basically impossible. There were 5 of us, 3 tour guides, me, and another person. About halfway through the cave, they let us rest on this shallow ledge thing that was right next to the biggest drop-off of the cave. The guides told us how with larger groups, they did the typical total darkness and had everyone turn off their headlamps and just look around. When he motioned for us to follow suit, we did so. After about 30 seconds in the darkness, though, there was this sound. Honestly, it sounded like footsteps, then falling rocks, and finally a screech of terror. Immediately, the head guide flipped on his headlamp and looked around us with a panicked glint. He thought one of us had fallen or jumped off the edge. He turned to the other 2 guides and asked if they'd heard it as well. They did, but they couldn't explain what it was. They hadn't moved at all, and the 2 of us were still there. He radioed to the surface and asked if any of the other tours were missing anyone. This was about 3 hours away from the start of the Wild Man path, and without our headlamps, it was literally like staring into a wall of black. There was no way an inexperienced or even an experienced caver would have made it that far by themselves. The guides asked us if we wanted to continue with the experience and would understand and refund us if we decided not to. We went along and eventually did complete the tour. Everything else was perfectly normal. I have no idea what that could have been. It certainly wasn't animal footsteps, and that screech was blood-chilling. Me and my friends have camped out at Mount Charleston in Nevada a lot of times before, and walked in the dead of night into the pitch darkness to tell each other scary stories. On this day, though, we weren't camping. We just wanted to enjoy the view and play in the snow a bit. We pulled over on the road. While we were all talking and having fun, though, we heard a growl and some footsteps in a bush nearby. We had heard that mountain lions were all over these roads. I had never seen one personally, but I'd had friends who had. We all got scared, because normally when we were out in the woods, we'd have guns or knives or machetes on us, but this time we didn't have anything. We ran as fast as we could back to our car, hearing whatever this was following behind us. While everyone else was hopping inside, I found out that my door was still locked, so I had to climb in through the window of another door. I even accidentally kicked the cute girl I had a crush on right in the face. She was mad and we were all scared. As we all piled in, we saw a big cat emerge from the brush. Needless to say, we got out of there as fast as we could, and whenever we decided to go in the future, we brought all our equipment with us just in case. I live at the base of a mountain, which is fairly secluded. No humans really go there, except for me and other people from my family. One summer evening, I decided to climb up to the top, which takes about 2 hours. I set off with my 3 dogs. When we got to the willow maze, which is exactly what it sounds like, basically a field of willows with little trails and very limited vision, the dogs started to act quite weird. While they would usually run ahead on the hike multiple times, this time they stayed right by me and seemed very anxious. Their anxious energy rubbed off on me, and suddenly I felt like there were eyes on me. I could hear rustling in the bushes. And that's when I heard a faint laughter of a man nearby. And that's also when I decided to get the hell out of there as fast as humanly possible. When I got home, I told my dad, and he told me there had been a murder in that area not long ago, but he didn't want to tell me unless he had to, on fear of scaring me from going out ever again. Nowadays, I try to stick to my regular route and avoid that creepy but beautiful willow maze. It's been about 10 years since this happened, but I still remember things pretty clearly. I should note that this is told from my perspective, and I wish I could get my mother's on it as well. Unfortunately, she doesn't remember the events as well as I do. For context, I live in a mid-sized city in the southern United States, where the main thing to do at the time was to go to the mall. Sure, we had a movie theater and a couple of bowling alleys, but besides that, there wasn't really much to do. My mom worked at a department store located in the mall, and having nothing better to do, I would regularly go and visit and sit in the break room while she worked. It gave me a reason to get out of the house, and if I wanted to, I was allowed to walk around the mall or get something to snack on in the food court. Honestly though, I was fairly shy back then, so I preferred to just stay in the break room and play video games on my 3DS. My mom's coworkers were very sweet to me and frequently popped in to say hello or check in on me during downtime. If I was lucky enough to go with my mom on weekends, I could usually convince my mom to pick up my friend. We were actually dating, but since we were both girls, I didn't want anyone to find out, and she'd come along with us. Going to the mall meant I was free from doing chores at home, and it was a cheap way to sneak in a secret date every now and then. My girlfriend, though, never really liked staying in the break room with me. She always wanted to walk around the mall instead. I should note that she really enjoyed taking walks, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to want to do so at the mall as well. I just didn't like walking as much as she did. I tried to weasel my way out of it whenever I could. I could usually convince her to just walk over to a nearby store and look around or grab something from the food court rather than going all around the area. I noticed pretty quickly, though, that she wasn't really trying to get me to walk around. She actually seemed to just not want to be in the break room. My girlfriend is much more perceptive to things than I was, and I assumed she just didn't like the ambiance for some reason. For a little while, I just let it go, but eventually I got frustrated, and I asked directly what was really bothering her about this break room. I thought she was going to tell me it was too cramped or the lights randomly cutting off made her uneasy, things that bothered me about it too, but no. She told me that she could hear things in the ceiling, like someone had been walking around up there. I had learned from my mother that there was in fact a room up in the ceiling, but it wasn't for walking around in, it was for maintenance. Most of the stuff in there was wiring and insulation. Technically, someone could go up there. I told my girlfriend this and said it was likely an employee just trying to fix things. She said it was fine, but she didn't really like it and still preferred walking around or sitting in the food court. I understood her discomfort and wanted to help, so I agreed. We had a really good relationship in the sense of communication, and though I did get a bit frustrated, I didn't really mind too much if it made her more comfortable. Later that day, I mentioned what my girlfriend had told me and asked what they were fixing in the ceiling to my mom. My mom looked very distressed though and said they hadn't been fixing anything that day. She wanted me to see something though. She took me into the receiving room of the department store, which was a room off in the back filled with boxes and random junk. The layout of this room though was sort of an L shape. Only one part was used for receiving. The other part was a way up into the ceiling. I should clarify for this next part that to get into the ceiling, the store would have to call for the mall's maintenance team. They didn't have a ladder or anything on hand to climb in there, as it would have been a safety hazard to leave around. The only thing this particular area had was the hatch that led to the ceiling. That was it. Needless to say, I was horrified to see what appeared to be gash marks leading up the wall to the hatch. I still remember the way they looked. Brown gashes that had been dug into the concrete wall of the receiving room. I asked my mom if this was a prank, but she told me that wasn't even the first time it had happened. She had no way of knowing I would even ask about it. According to her, these weird gashes would show up several times over the course of many months. Each time, the store would call the mall security and maintenance teams, who would clean the wall up and go into the ceiling to investigate. They never found anything with their searches though, and they eventually gave up looking altogether. The only explanation they could find was that it was likely a homeless individual who had somehow made their way into the ceiling and somehow avoided everyone during all the searches. I stopped staying at the mall with my mom after that, and any time I wanted my girlfriend to come over, we found somewhere else to go during the day. I didn't really feel safe going to the break room after that. I know nothing had technically happened up until that point, but I didn't want to risk hanging around with some random person skulking about in the ceiling. This happened back in 2021. I, 27 and female, had just moved from Melbourne to rural Australia to live with my fiancé. At that time, he was still only my boyfriend. He was 29 and was on military posting at the army base. The town we moved to was pretty isolated, about 4 to 5 hours to reach any large city in each direction. It was still big enough though, with a few different suburbs surrounding the main area. Neither of us really knew the area at all before moving, and this led us to get a house in a pretty sketchy part of town. I'll try to explain the setup of the house first, as this will be important later. The house we moved into was quite old. It had huge glass windows everywhere, including the entirety of the front of the house. Because of this, you could easily see into the kitchen, living room, and one of the unused bedrooms without coming down the driveway. There was an old metal fence to the left of the house, which was about 1.5 meters tall. It led directly into the backyard. To the right of the house was a small path, hidden by an overgrowth of bush and plants from the front. With a locked gate the height of the house that led to the back semi-enclosed patio and back door, the path was right next to the kitchen window. You couldn't exactly see out when the light was on, but you could see in if you were outside. When coming in through the back door from the patio, you would walk through the laundry with an adjacent bathroom, into the kitchen with our bedroom off to the left, and a second one directly next to ours. My boyfriend was out doing military stuff for a week, so I had been home alone. It was summer during this time, and it was quite hot. The house had terrible AC, so I had been sleeping with the windows open, and even left the back door wide open on accident when falling asleep a few times. I've always felt safe in Australia, and have lived mostly alone ever since I was 18. I didn't really have an issue with it. It comes to Friday, my 5th day there alone, and I decided to walk into town and find something to do. The walk took about an hour each way, and when I finally got home, I was looking forward to doing nothing besides getting out of this heat. I spent most of the afternoon in the living room, playing PlayStation and watching TV. I had heard a few weird noises though, down the side of the house on the path next to the kitchen, leading to the patio. The guy who lived next to us had a workshop of some kind though, so I assumed it must have just been him tinkering around. I'm one of those people who lay in bed before they're ready to go to sleep. As I laid there, around 10 p.m. or so, I was doing my nightly scroll of Reddit. This really saved my ass, as I read a story that prompted me to get up out of bed and go close and lock the back door, which I'd almost forgotten to do. The back door had a normal lock, then a reinforced deadlock with a key screwed into the wall. 45 minutes or so later, still hearing the neighbor tinkering around occasionally, I decided I was ready to actually go to bed. I go and start turning off all the lights, including the back patio light and kitchen light. I lay down in bed and am finishing up my mindless scrolling when I hear the noises again. This time though, it was much louder. Still, it could just be that the guy was working in his workshop even harder, or maybe some kind of animal rustling things around. I was about to put down my phone and write it off, when suddenly, I heard a loud bang at my back door. I instantly felt like everything was going in slow motion. I just knew someone was kicking the back door in. I thought to myself, this cannot be happening. Then came another bang, and another. It was all so loud, and it felt like the house itself was shaking. I could hear multiple points of glass shattering, and the banging continuing. This went on for what felt like an eternity, but was only a few minutes. In my panic, after the second or third bang, thinking I could scare them off by pretending a man was here, I yelled out in the deepest voice I could, then slammed my bedroom door closed. Obviously, that didn't really work. I locked it and called 000, then pushed my bed up against the door. The banging was still going on, even as I called the police. Just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. There was nowhere else to hide, so I was crouched down in the corner of the room near my bed. While on the phone with police, I could hear someone starting to kick in the bedroom door as well. I was screaming at this point. I don't even remember what I was saying to the operator, or what they were saying to me. I remember praying the police arrived before these people got inside my room. I could hear sirens. The banging on the bedroom door stopped immediately, and I saw torches shining into the bedroom window. Because I was so scared, I couldn't really comprehend what the operator was saying to me. I had no idea if those torchlights were whoever had just kicked in my back door and bedroom door, or if it was the police finally arriving. I don't remember how I realized this, but it turned out it was the police outside. The next thing I remember, I was in the kitchen surrounded by 10 officers, crying and trying to explain what had happened. I was so inconsolable that the police had to use my boyfriend's army photos on the fridge to get his details to call the duty officer to allow him to come home. Once I calmed down a bit and my boyfriend got back, I saw the back gate to the patio was completely broken. The bedroom door was cracked, and the back door had been thrown off its hinges, with the deadlock completely ripped out of the wall. The laundry window had been smashed in as well. There were 2 sets of clear footprints on the door from where they had kicked the door in. I checked my phone and called 000 at 12:04 a.m. and had been on the phone for less than 5 minutes. What I think happened is that they must have followed me back from my walk. They could easily see from the road that I was alone and had been watching me on the path next to the kitchen for the evening. The noises I thought were the neighbor tinkering must have been them, and once I turned the lights off, they finally made their move. I don't think they anticipated the back door would be so hard to break down though, which is why they smashed the laundry room window. They couldn't unlock the deadbolt without the key though, so I guess they broke it down somehow. Luckily, that extra time saved me from whatever they were trying to do. The guys weren't ever caught, and we ended up moving house within the next few weeks. My boyfriend and I even ended up breaking up, as he was regularly out on duty, and I couldn't stand to be home at night anymore. I would panic, cry, and not sleep until the sun would come up, and it put too much strain on the relationship. It wasn't until later that I realized I was experiencing PTSD, and after I worked through it, we got back together. I now live back in my home city in an apartment building that has 24/7 security, a billion cameras, and I got 2 dogs as well. I recently remembered something pretty creepy that happened when I was 16 years old. It was during the summertime, so I would be home from school just about every day. I lived with my parents, and we had these next-door neighbors who had one kid. He was 7 years old, and I didn't really know him that well. He wasn't in my age range. However, I would see him outside from time to time, and me and my family were quite friendly with his. One day during that summer, I guess the kids' parents both had to go somewhere, so they came over the day before and asked if I would be willing to babysit for them. They said they would be gone for probably 6 hours, from the morning until sometime in the afternoon. Now, I've never babysat before, but they said they would give me $50, so that made it a more easy decision. I quickly said yes. The next day, my parents both left for their jobs and I headed over next door. The kid's name was Jacob, and before his parents left, they gave me some basic instructions. Jacob was old enough that it shouldn't be too difficult to look after him. So, after his parents left, Jacob and I started playing video games together. For a 7-year-old, he was actually really good. We were having a lot of fun together. This continued for several hours, when all of a sudden it was interrupted by a knock at the front door. We paused the game and I got up to go see who was there. Jacob followed me. When we made it near the entryway of the home, I saw there was a man outside. He was standing on the front step and had long hair, a bit of a beard as well. He was wearing a sweatshirt and sweatpants as if he was out on a casual jog or something. I had no idea who the guy was, but after seeing him, I asked if Jacob knew the man. Jacob said that he didn't know who it was either, but the man had come to their house several days prior. When I asked if they had answered the door for him, he said no. I was curious as to why the man was here. I told Jacob to go in the other room, and then I answered the door. When I opened it up, the man looked kind of surprised actually. After saying hello, he asked if he could come inside the house. He didn't give a reason why. Obviously, I said no. I then asked him why he even wanted to come in. The man said that he was there to do a free floor inspection. I told him no thanks, and slammed the door shut in his face. This guy was certainly suspicious to me. I waited until he left the property and made sure he didn't go over to my house next door. He walked to a car that was parked on the side of the road and jumped inside. When he did, I went back over to Jacob and continued playing video games with him. A short time later, maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so, we paused the game to go and make some food. When we got to the kitchen, I noticed out the front window, though, that the man had not actually left and driven away. He was actually still inside his vehicle, which was parked a bit further down the street. I went closer to the window, and Jacob followed and looked out as well. While we were looking out the window, Jacob then told me he had seen this man also sitting in his car and seemingly watching him several days earlier. He said he'd been playing outside during that time when he noticed a man watching him from his vehicle, so he went back inside because he was scared. When he told me this, it made me even more suspicious about the man. We continued to watch the man from the window, and soon enough he noticed us watching him. He drove off immediately. We were both just glad he was gone. I was really confused, though, as to what he was doing. For the rest of the time that I looked after Jacob that day, we did not notice the man returning at all. Things went fairly well. When his parents got back, we immediately told them about that guy. I then went back over to my home. Personally, I never noticed the man in the neighborhood after. I'm guessing and hoping that he did not return. That was all very suspicious, though. I'd been driving for hours on a rural highway, close to sunset, when suddenly my car broke down. My phone had no signal, and as far as I could tell, I was far out from any town nearby. My car had started sputtering down the road, and eventually died out completely. I was now on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. I tried restarting the engine a few times, but nothing happened. At this point, I was really tired and getting quite frustrated as well. I got out and popped the hood, but I wasn't much of a mechanic. I didn't really know what to look for. I could see that smoke was rising from the engine for some reason, but that was about it. I had no idea at all what was wrong here. I thought about just walking to the nearest town, but obviously I had no idea how far away it was. Just a bit earlier on the road, though, I had passed by a small path that led to a driveway. It was a few miles back. I hoped there might be a house or some sort of help down that driveway. I grabbed a flashlight from the trunk and started walking. The light from the setting sun quickly faded, and when I finally arrived at the small drive, it was dark out. When I got there, I reached a small old home. It was barely visible behind a bunch of trees. The house appeared very unkempt. There was peeling paint and broken windows. The yard was completely overgrown, and the whole place looked abandoned. I was a bit skeptical of this. Obviously, I was not sure if anybody even lived there any longer. I decided to go and try anyways, though. What else was I going to do? When I knocked on the front door, there was no answer at first, so I knocked again. That was when I noticed the door was sitting open just a crack, so I pushed it open and took a few careful steps inside to see if anybody was around. The inside was pitch black and smelled dank and musty. The only light coming in was from an old flickering lamp on a table. I was thinking that this was really weird, but I was desperate for any help. I just hoped that somebody actually lived there. I heard a noise coming from the back of the home. It sounded like footsteps. I was nervous, but I called out, "Hello? Is anybody there? My car broke down and I was wondering if you could help me." There was no response. Whoever was walking around stopped immediately. I decided to leave due to the awkwardness of the situation and the fact that I was actually intruding a bit. I hadn't heard it happen, but somehow when I turned around, the door had shut behind me. When I went to leave, I tried to pull the handle, but I noticed it was locked as well. I started to panic. I noticed a small window near the ceiling, but it was too high for me to reach. I looked around for something to break the door open with, but I saw nothing useful near me. I didn't want to venture any further into the darkness of the home. As I was trying to find another way out, I heard a voice come from behind me. It was a low and raspy whisper. "What are you doing here?" I spun around, but there was nobody there that I could see. My heart was racing, and I felt like I was about to faint. I kept trying the door, hoping it would open, but it remained locked despite my efforts. I couldn't figure out how to unlock it either. It was like it was locked down from the other side. Suddenly, I heard footsteps again, but they were right behind me. I turned around slowly, and this time I saw a figure standing there in the shadows. It was hard to make out any details, but it looked just like a person. The figure moved closer, and I could see it was a man with his face obscured by some sort of hood. I backed away, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry. He just stared at me. The silence was deafening. I tried to reason with the man, saying I was sorry and I just needed help with my car. Once again, no response from the guy. He just stood there. I realized that I had to do something before he came any closer. I grabbed a heavy vase from a small table nearby and threw it at the figure, hoping to distract him. The vase shattered, and the figure hesitated for a moment before moving toward me. In a burst of adrenaline, somehow I managed to break the door open. I bolted outside, running through the overgrown yard and not stopping until I reached the road. My car was still right where I'd left it, but it was getting darker and I felt alone. I went back to where my car had broken down, hoping to flag down any passing car. I sat in my vehicle with the doors locked for almost 3 hours, waiting for anyone to drive by on this lonely rural highway. Thankfully, the man inside the house did not appear to follow me out to my vehicle. When I finally saw the headlights of another car coming down the road, I got out the flashlight and flagged them down. The driver was a nice man who offered to drive me to the next town. He dropped me off with no incident, and I finally had service there to call a tow truck and put an end to my terrible night. I realized the cabin was very sketchy, and it wasn't the greatest idea to enter it uninvited, but I was panicking about my broken-down vehicle and trying to get help before it got super dark. I hope that I never have to go through anything like that again. I lived in this poor area in southern rural Ohio for a period of time when I was younger. I think, if I recall correctly, that I was around 13 at the time. There weren't a lot of houses in the area, and the ones that were there were situated in different places on a series of hills. One thing I always thought was very neat was how the houses were on hills facing each other, and you could see them, but they were very far away. While we were there, I was very interested in astronomy. For my birthday, I got this really small telescope. It wasn't that powerful, and you couldn't really see anything much better in the sky than you could normally, but I still enjoyed the experience. When I started to get a bit bored, though, I learned I could do something a little more with this telescope of mine. I could spy on people on the side of the hill that we were facing. It was sort of a rear window thing, long before I even knew what a rear window even was. During the summer of that year, I spent way too much time doing this. My other siblings were more of the outdoors type than I was, so they were usually off with their buds doing things outside. I was always the one who had problems making friends. That didn't really bother me, though. I actually preferred to stay in my room and do things on my own. I should probably mention before I go on that I wouldn't do something like this nowadays. This was in the early 90s, and I was a kid that didn't really think about how intrusive, creepy, and weird this sort of thing would be. One day, I was sitting at my desk using the telescope to look around at my neighbors on the other side of the hill. I was pretty surprised, though, when I looked at one house and saw my older brother and one of his friends walking up to it. I didn't know the friend that well, so I assumed the house they were walking up to must be the friend's home. They didn't walk up to the door and go in, though. Instead, after looking around for a while, they went to the side of the home and went around to the back. At that point, I couldn't see them anymore. Even though they were out of view, I wondered what they were up to. I kept watching the house to see when they would emerge. It took a while, but I was so curious to see what was happening that I didn't stop watching. For a few moments, nothing happened, but then something very odd did. My brother's friend walked out the front door, looked around a bit, saw an aluminum bat on the porch, and grabbed it and walked back inside. I was shocked by what I was seeing. I mean, even seeing him come out the front door made me think he must have broken in through the back. I had no idea why he would have needed that baseball bat. I kept watching out of my telescope, knowing that from how far apart all the houses on that hill were, I was likely the only one seeing this, and I had no idea what to do about it. After a while, my brother and his friend emerged, carrying some items including the baseball bat. I watched, and they went and threw the bat down the side of the hill. Then they got into a truck that was in the driveway and drove off together. I went out to my parents and told them what I'd just seen. They didn't really believe me, but I insisted that I really had seen it. Even though it took a while, my dad said he wouldn't call the police, but I convinced him to go to the house to see what was going on. I showed him the correct one through the telescope, and he took off. I watched as my dad went over. He came out after a short time and stood on the porch for a while. I didn't know what he was up to, but I watched him stand there as if he were waiting for someone. It turns out he was waiting for the police, who arrived soon after. I saw them talking to him, and right then I heard the door to the house open. I heard my brother's voice talking to someone. They came and went into his bedroom. I stayed quiet and listened to them until they eventually left the house again. My brother and his friend were soon arrested. The house they broke into belonged to a guy they regularly bought weed from. They'd met up and something, I don't know what, went wrong in their transaction. My brother and his friend beat the guy down and robbed him. The guy did live, but he was severely affected by the damage. My brother and his friend didn't actually get into as much trouble as you might think, likely because of their ages. They were on probation for a while. What scared me the most, though, is wondering what my brother would have done to me if he had walked by my room and seen me looking over in the direction of that house through my telescope. I spent a bit of time when I was younger being homeless in a rural town. You couldn't find anywhere to sleep within the town itself because the police would always give you a hard time. Although I could wander around during the day, I had to find somewhere else to go during the night. That wasn't really a big deal, however, as there were plenty of hills and forests just outside of town. I had picked an old tent out of someone's garbage once, so I set it up in the woods just outside of the city. It was a decent protection against the winds and rains, but of course during the winter it was nothing against the cold. I did have some blankets to help out with that though. I lived in an area that was hot or warm for most of the year, but the couple of months it could get really cold, those were always the hardest times being homeless. Occasionally, there would be someone else who was homeless too, and we would camp out together. I was always nice to them, knowing they were in the same situation that I was. The tent could definitely hold 2 people, and those people would come and go. When this happened, I was all by myself. It was a very cold night, and I could tell it was going to be especially harsh. It was one of those times when you realize immediately there's a snowstorm on the way. I'm sure you know what I mean. This was one of those times. It was during the day and I could just see it in the clouds. Also, in the town I was in, there was a tendency for everyone to crowd the stores when a storm was coming in order to grab up as many supplies as they could. As I spent that day in town, I could see that was very clearly happening. I had a little bit of money myself, so I got a few things to take back to my tent with me. I got some food from the Dollar Tree that I hoped would last me a few days, just in case it was difficult to get around during the storm. It was already snowing by the time I had everything, and quite a bit before I made it back to my tent. The storm wasn't just snow though. It got really cold out there that night, and the wind was bad too. My tent was being battered by the wind. I was praying my hardest that the frail thing would be able to survive the storm. The strong gusts of wind were blowing everything around, and it was so loud, it was the only sound I could hear practically. Unfortunately for me, I've always found the sound of wind to be very comforting, so it helped to relax me a little bit. I had a flashlight I would use when I needed, but I didn't want to waste the battery. I got myself all bundled up in my blankets in the dark and tried my best to listen to the storm. Because of the darkness and the storm's noises, even though I was pretty cold, I was able to drift off to sleep at some point. When I suddenly woke up, I wasn't exactly sure what had made me wake up at first. It was still sometime during the night, and the storm was still raging on outside, just like it had been when I'd initially fallen asleep. I let my eyes adjust upon waking up, and what I saw definitely shocked me. The front flap of my tent had been opened, and I saw a dark figure emerging slowly into it. It was a big black shadow, and I couldn't make out who it was. Before I could even do anything, the figure grasped my leg. I tried kicking at it out of instinct, but it didn't let go. It began to pull me outside. Whatever it was had a hold on only one of my legs, so I kept trying to kick it with the other, hoping it would let go of me. They just kept swatting at my leg while I was kicking, and still trying to pull me outside. Frantically, I tried grabbing for something, and I did get what I was looking for. When I was halfway pulled out of the tent, I managed to grab the knife I kept for protection, and stabbed several times at the arm that was yanking me outside. I actually got him at least 3 times before he finally let go. When he did, I immediately pulled myself back inside the tent, getting snow all over the place. I pulled back against the back of the tent as far from the entrance as possible. It took a few moments, but the figure tried to come back and grab me again. When it did, I lunged out, stabbing it twice in the shoulder, before it finally retreated. At that point, I zipped up the tent again, and once again pulled myself to the back, which I forgot to mention was against a tree. I gathered my blankets around me, and held my knife out at the ready, prepared to slash again if the figure tried anything. I waited and waited. Each moment was nerve-wracking, as I kept expecting something to happen. Nothing did, however. The stabbing seemed to have scared him away. I assumed it was another homeless man who wanted to use my tent as shelter from the storm, but later, when I came across another homeless guy in the area, I didn't find anyone who had suffered any knife wounds. I never did find out who the man was. Several college friends of mine decided to go on a camping trip after we had completed our finals. We went to an area that was well known for its campgrounds. You could hike out and find many different camping areas, and although it was fairly popular, you could easily find a way to not come into contact with any other campers. We rented out a certain spot on the map that had a nice circle for us to put all our tents up in and around the fire area. We were planning on staying out there for a whole week. None of us had been camping very often, so we were bound to do some really stupid things while out there. But it was nice being out there in the countryside like we were. We had never been out like that before, that far away from society, and I found myself really enjoying it actually. After about 3 days there, we had cooked some late dinner and sat around the fire, drinking and telling stories to each other. I went to bed a lot earlier than everyone else did. I couldn't hold my beers as easily as they did, so I retired early and fell asleep rather quickly. I was woken up sometime later by what sounded like a scream coming from right outside my tent. I had no idea how long I'd been asleep for, but that woke me right up. I decided I needed to go outside and see what was going on. I guess 2 of our friends had stayed up later than everyone else, a girl and a guy. The girl kept saying that she'd seen some guy standing out in the woods watching her. The guy she'd been up with hadn't seen anything and was doing whatever he could to try and get her to calm down. It was very odd. 2 of the guys went out to look and see if there was indeed anyone out there. I stayed and tried to help my friend calm down. Before the 2 guys could come back, though, I suddenly heard her scream again and begin pointing out into the trees. When I looked out there, I saw at least 3 figures standing in the woods, hiding behind various trees and shrubbery. They looked like they were wearing dark clothes and some sort of masks on their faces as well. They weren't all standing together, mind you, but at different spots outside the circle of tents. It only took a moment after I'd spotted them that they turned around and ran off into the woods. Soon after, the 2 guys came back. They had seen the figures running and even tried chasing them down for a moment, but it was difficult to keep up in the dark of night. They eventually had to give up and come back. What was scariest of all was not just how they were dressed, but how they behaved as well. They seemed to be watching us for quite a while, but we had no idea why. If they ran when my friend screamed at them and I saw them, though, that could only make us think they were up to no good. You know, they were up to something they could only get away with if they remained in the dark and undetected. The rest of the night was very hard to sleep, and someone had to keep watch at all times. Nothing happened. The following day, the 2 guys went to report it to the people running the campground. We actually did end up staying for the rest of the time, but it was scary each night, expecting those guys to return. We also had no way to identify them, and no way of knowing what they were up to. My parents got divorced when I was really young. My sister and I ended up living with our mom because our dad wanted to go off on his own with tons of women, getting drunk all the time. My mom had to take whatever job she could, often leaving us with our grandparents when we were really young. However, we also ended up moving from place to place quite a bit, and there were times when it wasn't feasible to get us to our grandparents' house. As we got older, because of this, there would be times when we had to spend our time at home by ourselves. The places that my mom would get for us to live in were normally out of town, out in the country sort of places. They were much cheaper than living in the city. We lived in a few different hollers, thinking back on those sorts of times. Many of the early places didn't even have inside bathrooms. Of course, by the time I was 10 and my sister was 8, we did have homes with bathrooms in them. A lot of the places we didn't stay very long in, but there was one house that we were in for at least a couple of years. My mom was able to hold down a decent job for all of that time, so we didn't have any problems that would force us to move. Of course, we also didn't have anyone who could babysit us there, so we always spent the time at home by ourselves. The school bus let us off one fall day, and we walked down the road to the house. There were some other houses and kids in the area, but none that we knew very well. They were also only boys, so my mom didn't want us playing or interacting with them by ourselves. We only talked to them a little bit as we walked home from the bus. Our mom was always late on these nights. She was a waitress at a bar, and there were always a lot of people getting drunk at bars, so she would have to deal with them for a while. As usual, the two of us just remained in and had to take care of ourselves. It was getting dark on this night, and we were listening to the radio. We didn't have a TV back then. That was when my sister thought she had heard something. She told me she heard some noises coming from by the kitchen, which was the back of the house. I was 13 years old at the time, so I was still a bit frightened by these sorts of things. Still, I decided I had to go and see if there really was anything in there. I turned on the kitchen light in time to see that there were two boys at the back kitchen door. I could see them through the window, trying to break into the house. They managed to get the door open right as I'd come inside the kitchen. I only had a few moments to turn around and run, and get my sister to run with me into our bedroom. We did so, and locked the door behind us. We hid under the bed, listening to what was going on in the house. It sounded like the boys were knocking things over, and more than a few things were breaking. I couldn't tell what they were doing exactly, but it seemed like they were looking for something in particular. We were sure at one point we heard them go into our mom's room, which really scared me, because I knew that's where she kept her gun. It took a while, but soon enough they came over to our bedroom door and tried to open it. When they found they couldn't, they began taunting us and telling us to open the door right now. They tried pounding on the door and yelling at us, threatening us by telling us all sorts of terrifying things they were going to do to us. Fortunately, these boys were not very big and weren't strong enough to break down the bedroom door, which was much more solid than the kitchen door. The two of us were terrified and kept expecting the boys to make it through at any moment. Eventually, they gave up. I kept expecting to hear them shooting off my mom's gun or something, but nothing like that did happen. There were more noises going on outside, but the two of us couldn't do anything. Eventually, when it got quiet, we didn't leave the room. We hid under the bed instead, for hours until my mom eventually got home. The boys likely knew that she was out every evening, and that's why they chose when they did to break in. I'm not sure what happened to the boys or if anything did. We had to spend a lot of time home by ourselves even when we moved again, and it was terrifying. To this day, that break-in really scares me when I'm by myself. I'm a woman, and I work at a clothing store in a mall. This is something that happened over the summer. I started work at 12 p.m. and was working a closing shift. The mall is open until 9 o'clock, but our store closed at 8 on that particular day. It was a Saturday, so the mall was really busy. We got a lot of customers throughout the store, and I was busy basically the entire shift. When things started to get interesting, though, was at about 4 p.m. or so. I remembered that I was working at one of the 4 registers we had, ringing up all the various customers. A woman who I was helping told me that she wanted to let me know there was a man in the store that was acting incredibly suspiciously. I told the woman thank you for letting us know, and when I was done helping her, I notified another employee. I wasn't exactly sure what she meant by suspiciously, but I knew it couldn't be good. The description of the man was a white man with a green sweatshirt and jeans, average height. I glanced around the store, but I couldn't see all the areas from where I was. Plus, the many racks and displays of clothing that we had everywhere didn't allow me to see all the customers well. Still, I didn't catch any signs of such a man. Not even 5 minutes later, though, I got another complaint from a different woman who said that a guy in a green sweatshirt was following her all around the store. When I was done helping her, I decided to go find this guy myself and ask him what he thought he was doing. I left the counter and started walking around the store. Eventually, I did discover him in the back corner. He made eye contact with me for a brief moment before looking away as soon as he saw me walking toward him. After that, he turned around and began moving quickly toward the exit. Then he left. I figured he must have gotten the message without me having to say anything directly. He must have known he was doing something wrong and was going to get kicked out soon. I was just glad he was gone. Hopefully no more of our customers would be bothered by the man. For the rest of my shift, everything went pretty great. Things quieted down significantly after 7 p.m., and it was very calm for the final hour of work before getting off. There were 3 of us employees working, and at 8 o'clock the other 2 went home. I stayed back to finish up a few things, though. We closed the store by sliding the metal barrier from both sides. My last job of the day was to go around and make sure everything was relatively in order. It would usually only take me about 10 or 15 minutes. I would go sweep the floors, pick up garbage, and if any items were out of place or looking sloppy, I would fix them up a bit. Things were taking a little bit longer than usual because it had been such a busy Saturday. There were more things messed up than there usually were. I started in the front and made my way to the back. When I was almost done and at the very back of the store, I was looking through one of the clothing racks. For some reason, I instinctively looked up across at the other end. I was looking at the other back corner of the store. I immediately noticed something was wrong. There was a man hiding behind a clothing display inside another rack of clothes. He was peeking out, and I could just barely tell he was wearing something green. I realized it must have been the exact same man that had been here before. In that moment, thankfully he wasn't looking directly at me. My heart started racing, but I tried my best to act normal. The corner of the store that he was in was the only section I had not cleaned or organized yet, and I had been going to do it next. I sure wasn't going to do it anymore, though. After I finished organizing the rack of clothes that I was in, I casually walked over to the front end of the store. When I got there, I stopped and texted the mall security number. I hoped they would have a swift response time. I felt like I shouldn't leave the store because I was the only employee there, but I wanted to stay right by the front, as far away from that guy as possible. Soon, though, I heard a noise coming from the back of the store. As soon as I did, I ran to the gate and opened it, sliding it open just enough for me to get out, then pushing it down shut behind me. When I did, I just barely saw the man coming into view. I walked to the business next door and saw a security guard walking toward me from down the hallway. I waved him over, and at that same time saw out of the corner of my eye behind me the man leaving the store I worked at. I pointed at him, and the security guard had to chase the guy down. He did end up catching the man, and I had to make a report as well. I was just happy to be okay, though. Looking back, I'm glad I noticed the man when I did, because it's really creepy to think about how he was in there the entire time alone with me while I was working, and I never once noticed him before then. This happened back when I was in college. It was just after my freshman year had ended. I was driving back home for the summer, which was pretty far away. The school that I went to was about a 10-hour drive from home. I hoped to make it home in one single day, but things did not go as smoothly as I would have liked them to. Originally, I was going to leave the day after my final exams from my dorm room. I didn't have too much stuff to bring with me and could fit it all in my car very easily. However, my exams finished a little bit earlier than I expected. I had the thought to leave right then and there. I didn't really like my roommate that much, so I thought the sooner I left, the better. I left that day instead of waiting until the next. The drive was really long, but mostly entirely on freeways. By the time it was 10 o'clock at night, I found myself with still 3 more hours to drive. And that's when I started getting extremely sleepy. The more I drove, the harder it was to stay awake. I knew I wouldn't be able to make it home that night and would need to stop and rest. At that time, I did not have enough money for a hotel room. I technically did have enough, but I didn't want to spend it. Being a college student, I didn't have much money. I also hadn't started my summer job yet. I figured it wouldn't be a big deal if I just slept for a couple of hours in my vehicle. I'm not very big, and I could almost stretch out in the back. I put into my phone a search for a rest area. I was hoping there would be a place coming up soon that I could stop at, and thankfully there was one just a mile up the road. I did my best to stay awake until then. I opened my windows, turned my radio all the way up, and drank some water as well. None of that really seemed to help me much, though. Fortunately, I was able to make it to the rest area. When I pulled in, it wasn't quite what I was hoping for. I was hoping to see a large rest area with a decent-sized building and gas station, something with a lot of other people around. What I saw instead was a very quiet and small rest area with just a single little building, probably just bathrooms and a couple vending machines. There were only about 3 other cars parked along the long lane of parking spaces. I drove down to the far end and parked my own car. I was facing a small grassy area. Beyond that was surrounded by woods. This area was kind of creepy to me, but I was far too tired to really care all that much. Most of my things were in the trunk or my front passenger seat, but I did have a few bags of clothes in the back seat. I took a couple of pieces of clothing and covered the windows, but I was unable to cover the front window. Instead, I took a blanket and created a wall by hanging it over the seats. By the time I was done doing all that, I laid down and fell asleep almost immediately. My original plan had been to sleep for just a few hours. I didn't set an alarm or anything, but sleeping in the car, I figured I wouldn't be asleep for very long. I remember that when I woke up, it was still dark out. I didn't know exactly what time it was. I looked at my phone and saw that it was 1 a.m. Things were completely silent, but the silence was quickly interrupted by a noise. It sounded like footsteps that were very close by. I leaned over to the window my head was closest to, which was the back seat driver's side. When I looked down, I didn't see anything. I heard the footsteps continuing. They sounded like they were on the other side of my vehicle. I moved over to look out of that side. As I looked out, I saw there was only one other car in the parking lot in the rest stop now. It was at the complete other end, and I didn't see anybody else. It was very strange. I saw from behind the blanket I had put up that somebody was walking by the front end of my car now. My heart started racing. There wasn't really a reason why somebody should be walking around my car in a circle this way, especially when they were parked at the other end of the rest stop. I closed my eyes and was completely still. Then there was a knock at my driver's window. I almost jumped up, but I didn't. I stayed there and was silent. All I wanted was whoever this was to go away. After they knocked, things were completely silent for a few seconds. Then whoever was there tried opening the driver's side door. When they found it was locked, they went over and tried my rear driver's side. I had my keys next to me in the back, and I was now wide awake at this point. I realized that I should probably drive away, but in going to the front seat, whoever was there would surely see me for sure. Then, there was a loud bang on my window, right by my head. I tore down the blanket dividing the back seat and the front, and hopped into the driver's seat of the car. I tried not to look out of the window, but I saw a man jump right in front of it. I didn't get a good look at him, but he was right next to my car. It was terrifying. I started up the engine, and as soon as my car was running, I slapped it into reverse and backed up out of there. As I did, the man ran alongside me. I put the car into drive and sped away, back to the road. The man was unable to follow me. I drove all the way home after that, only stopping to get gas. I was wide awake the entire time after my experience. I ended up getting home at 5 o'clock in the morning, which was a really odd time to arrive back. I was able to get some more sleep after that though. Not really sure who that guy was, messing around with my vehicle, or what he wanted. I'm really glad I don't have to find out though. One day, I was in school for a seemingly average Thursday. I was a senior in high school, and in my third hour history class. This was one of my favorite classes because the teacher was really cool. For this story, I'll just call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was very laid back and would give us a lot of time to do homework in class. We would rarely have any actual homework because we could easily get it all done before we even left for the day. He would teach for the beginning, and then at the end of the class, it would pretty much be like study hall. We could talk, get work done. He would even let us go on our phones and listen to music as we did our work. On this day, it was a normal class period. I often had my headphones in as I studied, and I did on this day as well. We were working on our assignment, and I got done a bit early. I would joke around with Mr. Smith sometimes, as did some of the other students. I remembered that I went up to him to turn in my assignment, and he asked me if I could do him a favor real quick. He said he had to give back some iPads to another teacher. We had used them the previous day for a group assignment thing. There were about 10 iPads in this carrying case. I was happy to do this because it was something to do to get out of class. He wrote me a pass and I grabbed the iPad case. It was supposed to go to a teacher's classroom that was a little ways away. I left the classroom with my headphones still in and unpaused my music. I then started walking through the empty hallways to the other classroom. At this point, there was about 15 minutes left of class. Soon enough, I reached the room I was supposed to go to. I tried opening the door, but I found it was locked. I could see in the window as well that all the lights were off. I found this a bit odd, but quickly figured that the teacher must not be there. She probably just didn't teach a class during this hour or something. I turned around and started to head back to my own classroom. I had walked about halfway back when I saw something up ahead. There was a spot where two hallways intersected a ways up, and I saw a man up ahead who I didn't recognize at all. The man was clearly not a teacher or a student, and I didn't think he worked at the school either. It struck me as suspicious immediately. I only saw him for a second or two, because he passed by one hallway and into the other. The man hadn't looked in my direction at all. The problem was that he was walking in the direction my classroom was in. I kept walking up ahead. When I got to where the man had walked past, I stopped and looked down the hallway first. When I did, I saw the man again. He was a long ways down, near the area where my classroom was. It appeared the man was looking for something in particular. I didn't want to go down there, obviously. I started walking in the opposite direction. I took out my headphones at that point. Everything was silent. I didn't really know where I was going anymore. I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on here. After walking around the empty hallways for 5 minutes, I thought maybe the man would be gone by then. I started heading back for my class area. When I got back to that hallway where I had last seen him, the man appeared to be gone. I was just glad to see this. I started moving down the hallway, but just a few steps later, I heard footsteps coming from behind me. They were moving toward me at a rapid pace. There were some bathrooms right there, so I ducked inside. I didn't know who the person was, but I really didn't want them to see me. By now, I had very easily figured out they were not supposed to be in the school. After going inside the bathroom, at first I just waited there. When the footsteps began to get closer, I moved into one of the stalls. The man passed by and did not go inside. I waited a little while longer before looking out of the bathroom. When I did, I saw the person was down the hallway once again near where my class was. I left the bathroom and quickly tried to walk to the other hallway away from this guy. I must have been louder this time though, because when I did, I heard movement behind me. I saw the guy look right at me. Immediately, he turned and started moving in my direction. The guy was really far behind me, at least over 100 feet away. I moved as quickly as possible and down another hallway. By this point, I wanted to get out of the school entirely, or far enough away from the guy that he couldn't find me anymore. I moved down the hallway for a while and took a left to another one. I was going to the stairs to go down to the first floor. As I approached the stairs, I heard somebody coming up them. I stopped. I didn't know who this person could be. When they came into view, I saw they were a police officer. They asked me what I was doing, and I asked him what was going on. He told me the school was on lockdown, and they were searching for a man who was not supposed to be there. I pointed the officer in the direction I'd last seen him and went downstairs, where several more officers were waiting. I showed them my student ID, and we found a nearby classroom. They had me wait inside there until the lockdown was over. It lasted about 15 more minutes. Then it ended. We were let out, and by then it was time for the next class period. I'm not sure who that guy was, or what he was looking for. I also don't know how he got into our school either. I hadn't been able to hear that we were going into lockdown because my headphones were in, and I couldn't hear anything. Looking back, if I would have known, I would have tried to go into any classroom. I don't know what would have happened to me if the man had caught up with me, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. I was off work this night and relaxing at home. My roommate was out of town for a couple of days, visiting his parents. I was somewhat of a night owl anyway, so I enjoyed staying up late. It was around 12 o'clock and I was sipping on a beer while watching some TV when a faint sound came from above me. At first, I didn't even process it, like my body had just ignored it. After a few seconds, though, it kind of hit me all at once. I realized it could not possibly have been my roommate, like it usually would have been. I looked up at the ceiling and muted the TV to try and listen. A few seconds went by, and there was nothing. The sound had been so soft, and with the TV being on when I heard it, I really had no idea what it could have been, or even where upstairs it was coming from. Although this sounds pretty dumb of me, I really didn't feel like getting up, and wasn't worried enough about it to feel the need to check it out myself. I opened up the mini fridge I had next to the couch and grabbed another beer, cracking it open and taking a few sips to get back to relaxing. Before I could even unmute the TV, though, I heard that same thumping sound from above. I looked back up at the ceiling, and after a moment I could hear subtle footsteps slowly walking in the room right above me. My whole body felt like it went numb. I got up from the couch and went over to the stairs. I stood at the bottom of them and could hear a thumping sound resonating throughout the hallway. I called out my roommate's name. I knew it couldn't be him, but I was just hoping somehow it was. After there was no reply, I started scaling the stairs and flicked on the lights to the upstairs hallway. It was empty, but the door at the far end was now open. That was my roommate's room. I was 100% certain I'd closed it the day he left, and I never went in there. since there would be no reason to. Now it was currently open. My heart was pounding as I walked through the hallway and looked inside the room. It looked the same as it did when he'd left. Everything was clean and nothing was out of place at all. I went around and checked every room upstairs and still found nothing. I couldn't sleep that night and spent the next few days on edge as I waited for my roommate to get home. I never heard those sounds after that night or had any doors randomly open like that again. At this point, I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe someone found a way in and out without me knowing, or maybe it was something else entirely. To this day, I still don't know. I was born and raised in Alaska, Anchorage more specifically, and had decided to start my undergrad studies in a small college town in Montana. Anyway, due to many financial pitfalls, my family and I decided that me moving back home and going to school more locally would be the best bet. The academic year wrapped up, and my mom flew down to meet me for a road trip through Canada before re-entering the U.S. on the Alaskan side. Of course, because I had intended to live in Montana for 4 years, there was a lot of junk in my car weighing it down. I wasn't keen on speeding through unfamiliar roadways. The first day or so was great. My mom and I stopped here and there to do some shopping in a few larger Canadian cities. Overall, we made a point of traveling mostly during the daylight hours, but during the early morning and evenings, I usually drove. My mom had eye surgery a year or so before, so her eyesight tends to not be so great at night. On the third night, I was driving us to a hotel. Things were going fine, but we were a bit behind schedule. It was getting dark faster than I would have liked. Somewhere after Stork Crossing, we ended up with this complete jerk tailgating us with his high beams on. I was kind of annoyed because I was already going nearly 10 kilometers over the speed limit. I moved to the side and waited for the guy to go around me. I would like to point out that this was a single-lane, two-way road with nearly no traffic. Despite me getting out of the way and waiting for this guy to go around, they seemed to mimic my movements, staying right behind me even as I moved almost off the road. By now, I began feeling this heavy, cold feeling in the pit of my gut. My mom began panicking. As I said before, the woman's as blind as a bat in the dark, and I was having a fairly hard time making out anything in my mirrors, with this idiot's high beams blinding me. Unfortunately, I could not get the make and model of the vehicle, let alone a license plate number or anything about the driver. This all continued on for a while. I dropped down to the speed limit, sort of putting my foot down and saying that if he wanted to speed, he had to go around me. The tailgating and high beaming still continued, even as other people passed by and flashed their high beams at this guy. We were maybe 10 or so kilometers outside of Arlington when things really escalated. As we were now getting closer to civilization, my mom told me to just speed up and lose them. The driver suddenly sped up as well, as if sensing I was now actively fleeing. At this point, they started to attempt to ram us from the rear driver's side. It might have been sheer luck that they missed, or perhaps I simply accelerated faster than them. As all of this was happening, my mom was attempting to get a call through to emergency services. Neither of her phones had a signal. By now, I was easily breaking the speed limit by at least 20 kilometers per hour. When the engine behind revved up, the vehicle, a large SUV I now realized, zipped around us and suddenly slammed their brakes, with their vehicle now diagonal to us. I slammed on my brakes in response and nearly lost all control as I drove almost entirely off the road. In the passenger seat, my mom was screaming hysterically. I barely noticed, though. At the time, all I could make out was that in front of me, several figures were in the SUV. I remember seeing red before shifting into reverse and hitting the gas, shifting back into drive and speeding forward. I narrowly missed the back end of the SUV in the escape. After that, I wasn't entirely sure what happened. I was speeding off, and the vehicle was still following, but now much further back. As we pulled into Arlington, they disappeared down some random side street. My mom and I debated going to the police. We stopped at the first place with lights on, a hotel. My mom ran in to use the phone. I waited in the car, trembling from the rush and anxious in case that SUV was still prowling around. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some idiot teenagers who didn't understand driving etiquette or how to drive around somebody. Maybe it was just some prank. I also considered that it might have been insurance related, but they seemed more interested in forcing me off the road than making me hit them. In the end, there was nothing that could be done by the local police. So my mom and I just continued on, slightly paranoid now. When we finally got back, we agreed not to share this with Dan because he was already controlling and paranoid enough as it is. I suppose his paranoia is not without reason though, since if things had gone differently, I might not be here to share this story with you all. I've lived and worked here in Portland, Maine for a long time, and every spring we get almost biblical levels of rain. It's a huge pain in the butt, but it's something you just have to learn to live with after a while. You invest in a good umbrella and a waterproof coat, and just muddle on like a good Mainer does. Although, if some of you Californians saw the kind of weather we endure, you'd be more than likely to call us maniacs. As I said, for the most part the rain is nothing but a minor irritation, a price we pay for the magnificent falls that are enjoyed by leaf peepers from all over the country. As I found out one dark and rainy night though, the climate in this area of the country can sometimes make it straight up dangerous to live there. So picture the scene. It was raining cats and dogs practically. I was walking back to the apartment in an older part of town. It was fully dark out. One of the streets on my regular route has been around since the early 1800s. It's still lined with cobblestone, while the sidewalks are these big flat slate-like slabs that can get super slippery in the spring and fall. I'm pretty sure it's because of a kind of algae or moss that grows on them, making them very slimy. I'm not a biologist either way, so don't quote me on that though. All I'm saying is it can be like standing in an ice rink at certain times of the year. I'd already gotten an idea of how slippery it was as I was walking, but I got a text that I assumed was from my boss, hopefully regarding the raise I'd been probing for. The light on my phone must have thrown my vision off as I went to check, and in turn my footing, because one minute I was just walking along minding my own business, and next I was lying flat on the sidewalk with the wind knocked out of me. The first thought that registered through my brain was all sorts of expletives that I can't repeat here. As I tried to find my feet again, I couldn't do so. My left foot just didn't seem to do what I wanted it to do. When I went down to look, it was flopping around in a way that makes my stomach churn just thinking about it. Pain began to shoot through my leg, and in seconds it was like my entire body was racked with agony. Every time I moved, the shooting pain zapped up my calf and thigh. I began to realize I'd suffered either a serious break or some sort of other injury. Any other time I'd have called 911 then and there, but my phone had slipped out of my hands as I fell. When I looked around for it, it was nowhere to be seen. I started thinking it must have slipped off the sidewalk or something. As I was about to look, something else grabbed my attention. A sewer drain just off the sidewalk, one of those metal grid kinds, not a culvert. It hit me that my phone may have actually clattered down into the sewer as I fell. It was a horrendous stroke of misfortune, but I figured it couldn't be long until a passerby stumbled across me so I could get the help I needed. As I was looking around, getting increasingly pelted by the relentless New England deluge, I realized there was not a soul in the streets. You get accustomed to Maine rain, that's a given, but you still avoid going out in the worst of it. It occurred to me that if I actually wanted any help, I may have to call for it with all my might, or maybe even scream. I started screaming for help, that I'd fallen and could not get up any longer. I continued to scream, but no one responded. I could see lights on in windows of apartment buildings mere yards away, so I knew people must be able to hear me, but they chose to do nothing. I guess that's just how life is in big cities. These days, people are terrible, assume everything is fake or a scam or whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, a few minutes went by, and it became apparent that nobody was going to help me. If I wanted to actually make any progress in getting to the emergency room, I would have to drag myself along the wet sidewalk until I found someone compassionate enough to actually help me. Just before I was forced to undergo such indignity, though, I suddenly saw a silhouette of a person appear in a street light. I started calling out to my shadowy potential savior. You'd think if you saw a girl lying in the street calling out for help, with obvious pain in her voice, you'd at least change your pace to get over a little faster or something. But this guy noticed me, stopped for a moment as if to consider, and carried on walking over to me at the same speed, not acknowledging me at all. It was a weird feeling. That overwhelming sense of relief turned into absolute dread in just moments. The person approaching me was not exactly giving off helpful vibes like I expected. They were giving off quite the opposite. They didn't say anything in response as they continued to approach. I called out to them again. Sir, I think I've broken my ankle. Can you call 911 for me?" They just stayed completely silent. Seconds later, I was looking up at this guy, rain splashing my eyes. I could barely make out his facial features. "Well, what happened to you?" He seemed barely concerned at all. When I told him what the issue was, I spelled it out for this guy. He nodded his head and replied with a blank, It was frustrating, as it was unnerving. I told him all over again the backstory and begged him to call 911. Instead, he just towered over me, tilting his head like I was raising some kind of animal curiosity. I dropped my phone. Can you see it anywhere?" I remember asking that in the moment. He actually did start looking around for it, which made me momentarily feel a little better, that he might actually want to help me. In hindsight, I don't think he would have handed it over if he found it. His next move, one which I mistook for him trying to help me up, was him starting to pat me down for valuables. He went and grabbed my purse off me. I was stunned to silence as he rifled through its contents, helping himself to a few loose bills. I couldn't believe anyone could be so callous, even in a big city like this. I was disappointed, angry, and obviously still in pain. I wasn't outright scared, though, until the guy took out my photo ID I used for work. He stared at it for a moment, and then slipped it into his pocket and left everything else behind. That's when I realized he was not looking for monetary gain. He wasn't so much a thief or opportunist as an outright predator, and the thought of what he was going to do to me while I was lying here helpless completely terrified me. He didn't walk away with my ID. He just carried on standing over me, a grin of delight coming over his face at how helpless I was. He could do whatever he liked to me, and there wasn't a soul around to stop him. Me, a 30-year-old woman, started crying like a little girl. I begged him not to hurt me, to just leave with the money he'd taken. That only made him grin even further, but I was in no position to fight back. The best I could hope for was to hit him with his keys if he tried to take things further. Right then, as I was reaching for them lying there on the sidewalk, I heard one of the sweetest sounds I'd heard in my life. "Hey, excuse me, is everything all right there?" It was a guy's voice, polite but aggressive and accusatory. Someone had finally come out from one of the apartment buildings nearby. Instantly, the hooded guy began walking off, as chill as ever. "Hey, I'm talking to you!" The man just continued on his way. The guy who came out looked back at me, then went back inside, I'm guessing to get his wife and someone to call the police. He rushed out to ask if I was okay, which triggered an even bigger wave of ugly crying as I pointed to my absolutely messed up ankle. I shook my head back and forth. Cut to a few hours later. I was laid up in the hospital with a completely shattered ankle. I gave a statement to the cops and had even more of a cry when my mom came to visit. I went about informing all my coworkers that I wouldn't be seeing them for a few months. I got a small amount of closure when I heard the guy was arrested for petty theft. Apparently, he had a history of drug addiction and mental illness, and had committed a handful of opportunistic crimes over the last few years. As a result, this was his last strike, and he was going to be sent to jail for a few years, something I take great comfort in. Back in 2018, I ended up flying over to Greece for a week-long solo vacation. There were a few hotels I'd had my eye on while planning the trip, but then, for the same price, I found I could get an entire apartment on Airbnb. Some of the stuff they had available for rent was absolutely amazing too. For the price of an entire ensuite hotel room, I could get an apartment that looked like something a legitimate millionaire might choose to stay in during a visit to the French Riviera or something. Greece doesn't exactly have the strongest economy, so it kind of made sense it would be going for so cheap. Even so, though, compared to the other listings, there was certainly no other way to describe it other than suspiciously affordable. Like any other sane person might have done, I immediately went and checked all the reviews to make sure. Even with all the 5-star reviews and glowing praise of the apartment's owner, I still thought the whole thing was just way too good to be true. Then again, though, there were only 2 windows where the place was not fully booked. So not only did that show that the other people were genuinely interested in the place, but it also meant it was a first-come, first-served sort of deal, so to speak. I could book the place, check it out, then if it turned out to be some well-distinguished nightmare, I could maybe just find myself a hotel chain with a simpler but more reliable kind of room. The flight over to Greece was the first long flight I'd been on, and the whole process just completely exhausted me. It's weird that just sitting on a plane for 10 hours can do that to a person. I guess it was mainly the stress that took it out of me. Worrying that I'd lost my passport to e-ticket, constantly worrying I'd left something crucial back at home, all irrational first-time flyer stuff, I know. But after the relief of landing without a hitch and making it to the Airbnb okay, I felt like I could sleep for days on end. Even the elation of seeing the apartment didn't keep me up for long either, and my God was I surely elated. It was everything I could possibly have imagined. A magnificent mosaic of black and white tiles and wrought iron spiral staircases. Why, they could have charged double the asking price and people still would have paid to stay in a place like that. The question remained though, why exactly did it have such a low rate? I know, it was a huge question, one that any right-minded person would have still been asking themselves. I guess the place's beauty and my exhaustion made for a perfect cocktail to wipe my brain of thought, though. I told myself I could always properly survey the place the next morning, after a good night's sleep. I remember waking up just before dawn, though, to the sound of something scraping really close right next to me. I mean, maybe scraping isn't the right word. I ended up leaning over to the bedside table, switching on the light and seeing what was definitely a cockroach running for the darkness below the bed. I hate bugs, and cockroaches have to be at the top of the list for me. Suddenly, I understood why the pricing was so low. The entire building had an infestation they just couldn't get rid of. Maybe they couldn't afford to have the place bug-bombed or whatever. They were hoping for a few quick bucks from the Airbnb so they could afford it. That little theory of mine made much more sense when the owners refused me any kind of refund, giving me some bulk about how Greece has lots of bugs in the summer. Apparently, other guests didn't have a problem with it, so these guys knew what they were doing, acting as though a roach infestation was like having a few houseflies. If it wasn't already clear, there was no way in hell I was about to spend another night in that place that had roaches crawling all over during the night. Luckily, I hadn't actually unpacked yet. I was able to just grab my stuff, jump in the rental, and drive down through town towards the harbor front, where I knew that there were a bunch of hotels awaiting me. As I was driving, though, I started to feel like there was something wrong with my left ear. It kind of felt cold on the inside. I started thinking maybe I had some kind of ear infection, that the exhaustion and stress of flying had messed with my immune system. As I was driving on my way to book a new hotel room and start an epic email battle to get a refund, though, it wasn't like I was in much a position to do anything about it. Thing is, too, it was like 5 or 6 in the morning at that point, so it's not like any local clinics were open yet for me to get a once-over. When the weird feeling in my ear started getting even worse, I decided to pull over near the harbor front and stick a cotton swab in my ear to see if there was any blood or pus or anything. Apologies to those who find that a little gross, but if you did, stop reading now, because things are about to get way worse. I pulled over, fished around for a little Tupperware box of bathroom-related stuff, and pulled out a cotton swab. I gently pushed one end into my ear. Then, as I did, I felt something actually moving inside. At the time, I couldn't tell if it was because I'd pushed a clump of earwax or something further up my ear canal, but when I pulled the swab out again, I saw these 2 real thin dark brown things stuck to the tip. I remember looking at them and thinking, what the hell are these? Suddenly, the thought hit me like a brick wall. I kind of wiggled my head again and felt the same weird movement in my ear. That's when I realized something that was like a worst nightmare come to life. There had been roaches near my bed when I woke up, and something was moving around in my ear. Those 2 little things on the cotton swab were roach legs. There were roaches inside my ear canal. I was in complete denial for a minute or two, trying to talk myself into it being anything else. When I actually accepted what was happening, I started to hyperventilate. It took me a while to calm down, but when I did, the next move was to grab a pair of tweezers I had with me. I carefully inserted them into my ear and tried to coax the roach out all on my own. I can barely describe the horrifying feeling, working the tweezers in and touching the roach, only feeling it scuttle further into my ear canal. It was like it was trying to burrow into my brain. I know that's not exactly how ears and brains work, and they're not remotely connected in such a close way, but in my groggy, terrified state, it felt like it was trying to bite through my eardrum. The more I tried, the more it crawled in further. I realized if I was actually going to get these things out of my ear, I'd have to go to the actual hospital. That's how I ended up driving over to Post-Racist University Hospital, and throughout the whole of that drive, I was acutely aware of the thing now trying to burrow its way further in. At this point, I feel I should make it clear that while it was not explicitly painful, it was the worst kind of mental torture I'd ever experienced. Walking into the ER was the first real piece of luck I got that day. Because it was so early on a Monday morning, there was next to no one else waiting to be seen. After a mother-daughter combo got themselves seen too, I was called up to the desk to tell them what my problem was. The first nurse I spoke to didn't even speak English, so I had to wait a few more minutes while she found someone that did. When I finally got the chance to explain the situation, she had this look on her face that told me she clearly didn't believe me. She asked me if I was in pain. I was about to say no, but then I felt so nauseated I was about to puke. She still seemed skeptical, but she took me to see the doctor anyway, who looked in my ear with an otoscope. Although I don't speak Greek, the muted reaction the doctor had told me there was definitely some insects in my ear. Using the nurse as a translator, the doctor told me the most important thing was for me to keep calm. I was told that getting it out would be relatively easy, but if I didn't keep calm, things were going to get pretty bad. Hearing that was hardly relaxing. The nurse advised me to control my breathing and focus on the fact everything was going to be okay. After that, another nurse took my blood pressure, which turned out to be alarmingly high. I had no idea why they were doing all these tests on me. I'm sure they had their reasons, but I was desperate for them to get to the actual extraction already. Thankfully, that's the next thing they did. The nurse explained all the stuff the doctor was saying, like how they were going to use lidocaine as a prep for getting the roach out. The lidocaine did its job alright and acted as a numbing agent. but before it did, the roach went into overdrive trying to escape the incoming fluid. That was the worst it ever felt for me. I'm glad it was over after that, but literally being able to feel the thing dying and scrambling about in my ear, just suddenly slowing down as it died. I'm not sure there are words in the English language to sum out the horrifying nature of it all. About 2 minutes after feeling it succumb, the doctor took these big curved tweezers and started removing the roach, but not in one go. He did it piece by piece. Once the whole thing was out of me, the nurse showed me what they'd removed on a napkin. I guess it would have been about an inch long when it was intact, which normally is not all that big, but with it in your ear canal, that's pretty damn huge. After that, my ear canal was given one final check over, just to make sure there was nothing left behind. They told me I was free to go, with a prescription for oral antibiotics and a type I would need to put directly into my ear for a while. The whole thing felt numb for the next 24 hours. As the week went on, it didn't really feel any better either. I guess it was just the aftermath of having my ear invaded by both a cockroach and a pair of surgical tweezers. The half-dead scratching sensation in my ear, though, just wouldn't stop. When I got back to Baltimore, I went over to my doctor to get checked up again. About a week after I got back from Greece, I went for my appointment and told her about the whole cockroach trauma. Just to be safe, she asked a physician's assistant to flush my ear out, in hopes that removing any wax buildup would help my hearing and get rid of the pressure. Once my ear had been flushed, they took a look inside. I can't even begin to explain how much my heart sank when I heard the physician assistant say she saw what she believed to be another spiky insect leg inside my ear canal. I felt sick. The whole ordeal was not even over. All I wanted was for it to finally end. The doctor ended up flushing my ear again, pulling out even more pieces of a roach that the doctors hadn't even seen. This was almost 2 whole weeks after the first incident took place. I cried quietly while the whole thing was going on. My doctor was amazing. She actually gave me a hug when the whole thing was done. She'd been my family doctor for years, so we had quite a close relationship like that. She comforted me and told me there might still be more inside. She was going to make me an emergency appointment the next day. When the appointment was over, I went home and tried my best to relax before heading to the ENT clinic the next morning. When I got there, they sat me in an examination chair. Then the ear, nose, and throat doctor placed some sort of microscope next to my head. He didn't say much at all. The whole examination took place in silence, right up until he said the dreaded words of, "Oh yeah, there's still something in there all right." The next thing I know, he's using what looked like a large pair of scissors with a blunt end to fish around in my ear canal for more bugs. That time, no kind of numbing agent was used, so it was actually quite painful. I could hear pieces of bugs crunching as he gripped them and pulled them out, even when he finished, and had flushed my ear out with water again, to the point he was 99% sure everything was eliminated. I still didn't feel that much better. That surprised me. I figured that once everything was out, I'd actually feel free of the whole thing, but I didn't. Instead, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that so many bugs had existed in my ear for like 2 weeks, meaning there was a chance I was still going to develop a nasty ear infection. I've only really gotten over the whole thing over the past year or so, but even so, I'm deathly afraid of any crawling insect now that might sneak its way into my ear at night. I'm not nearly as bad as I used to be, but it's definitely still a thing for me, and I don't expect to be over it anytime soon. A few years back, I remember coming home late from work one evening. I was really tired and just went straight to the couch and watched some TV. It was very late though, and my eyelids got increasingly heavy. I turned off the TV and distinctly remember all the sleep mode lights on the various electronics that were hooked up to the TV. I also distinctly remember the way the street light was shining in through the blinds. I closed my eyes for what seemed like a few moments, and when I opened them, everything was exactly the same. I tried to move to get into a more comfortable position, but I realized I could not move at all. I instantly freaked out. My heart was pounding as I tried forcing every part of my body to move, but I couldn't do so. I tried to scream and yell for help, but nothing would come out of my mouth. I was terrified and felt helpless. It was a very strange and scary feeling. My mind was racing as I was trying to figure out why I was paralyzed. Was this something permanent? Did I need serious medical attention? As I was freaking out, I started to hear feet pattering in the hallway behind me. I was thinking maybe it was my younger sister. The pattern of the footsteps was consistent with that of a smaller child. I was beginning to feel relief that someone which I thought was probably my sister would come and help me. At that very moment, though, I realized my younger sister would have no business being up that late at night. She would have been too terrified to walk around in the basement anyway, not knowing if anyone was down there without any lights on. I realized these footsteps could not be my sister, and became even more terrified and confused by it all. I remember the fear was so overwhelming, I actually think it shocked my body for a moment. I feel like it helped me regain movement in my toes, and part of my back as well. The footsteps were pattering down the hall literally right behind my head, and back down the hall again. As I was panicking, I was able to use this partial movement of my back to scoot to the end of the couch. I fell off onto the floor, laying on my stomach with my face placed in the direction of those footsteps. I was still unable to move, and I began to hear those steps coming down the hall again. I was in a state of disbelief and complete terror as I heard each step getting closer and closer down the hallway. Finally, as the footsteps reached the end, around the corner of the wall, I saw what I can only describe as a little bizarrely shaped creature, maybe 2.5 to 3 feet tall. It was under a white sheet, so I couldn't see what it really looked like though. It was just casually walking down the hallway with a very strange and unsteady gait. The creature then stopped as it noticed me and turned directly towards me. It stared at me for a few moments. It almost reminded me of a smaller version of E.T. when it went trick-or-treating in the ghost costume for Halloween. It just looked awkward and not quite human, with a weird flat head. Not knowing what was under the sheet made it even more scary in its own right. The creature suddenly jerked its arms up and began waddling with intensity right towards my face. I was trying to scream and desperately escape, but I could only lay there motionless and helpless. I really thought I was going to die, or at least sustain serious permanent damage. It was pure horror and shock. Right as the creature tried to attack my face, I woke up with a start. The exact same spot I was in before. The sleep mode lights, street light beaming into the basement, it all looked the same. I was so confused and very disturbed. After doing a bit of research, I found out what I experienced was an episode of sleep paralysis. The dreams are easily mistaken for reality, almost like a full-on hallucination. It was so much different than any other dreams I'd ever had, and I will never forget that night. I hope to never experience anything like it again, and I hope you don't ever have to either. I was listening to some scary stories about drives down country roads, and I decided to share mine as well. One thing I've noticed in these stories, which has tended to be true of my own experiences driving down these roads, is that often they are very narrow, and sometimes you have to drive an extremely long way before you're able to find anywhere to turn around. Some rural roads I've been on have gone on for miles without coming to a driveway or any other turning point. I doubt that people who've not experienced driving on these roads would likely even believe that they exist. However, I've lived in areas where the dirt roads wind almost endlessly up into the hills. I had my own scary experience when I was just 13 years old. Yeah, I know what you're thinking right now. Why would a 13-year-old be driving a car in the first place? But where I grew up, that wasn't unusual. This was in the early 1970s. I'll tell you that my mom learned to drive when she was just 11. You weren't exactly going to come across police in waiting on these types of roads. So why did the driver's license even really matter, especially when there weren't going to be other people around on the road usually anyway? The police and everyone basically knew around here, but they weren't too likely to give you a ticket. Everyone was driving before they were old enough. When you turned off the main road onto the dirt road that led to my house, there was a really small convenience store there. My dad often sent me off to get some beer for him. Yeah, the store owner was also my aunt, and she knew I was getting it for my dad, so she always gave me the beer. I picked up the beer pretty quickly. I think my dad was probably pretty drunk as it was though. I thought I'd take the car and go driving a little while myself, so I drove out onto the main road for a while. Then I turned off onto a country road I'd never been on before. It was pretty fun for me to do this, find new places and explore areas I'd never been to. I thought the country road I lived on was small, but this one was barely large enough to fit the car on the road. The woods were really thick all around, and the further I went down this road, the more and more the road seemed to narrow. It seemed like the trees were almost converging onto the road, and more than once near the ending, a branch from a tree scraped against the window of my car as I drove along. This was extremely frustrating. I had to drive very slowly because of all the twists and turns in it. What the hell was I even supposed to do if another car came down the road? There was barely enough room to fit on the road, let alone room to turn. I had this horrible thought as well, that perhaps this road didn't lead anywhere at all. What would I do if it dead-ended? What if it used to lead to somewhere, but the forest had long since overgrown it? Worst of all, what if it led to somewhere that someone didn't want me to be? My dad had always told me that deep out in these hills, there were people you never wanted to meet up with. I didn't come across any other cars, but I did eventually come to a driveway. The problem, however, was that this driveway was gated off. I didn't see a house anywhere around either. I guess this could have just been a side road that led off to somewhere out on the hill, but it was either continue driving down the road I was already on, or find some way to use this driveway/side road to turn around. I nervously got out of the car. The gate was not locked, but it did have a bolt in it. I undid the bolt and opened the gate up. I kept looking around me, trying to see if anyone else was around. If they discovered what I was doing, who knows what would happen. I was getting into my car and turned around. I got my car out of the gate. I guess I should have just gone straight home, but I felt that I should at least go out and close it behind me. My car was now facing the opposite direction, so the only light I had to see by was my tail lights. I still felt obligated to shut it though. I got out and went over to close this gate. When I wrapped my hand around the bars though, I heard the unmistakable sound of a shotgun cocking. I had fired enough of them to know what that sounded like. I looked up, and by the meager red light of my taillights, I noticed someone standing not too far away. The red light made them look extremely intimidating, and they were definitely holding a gun. I watched them lower the gun and point it right at me. A lot of people instantly freeze when a gun is pointed at them. I didn't though. I let go of the gate and ran back to the car. No sooner than I'd slammed the door closed did I hear a shotgun blast ring out. Miraculously, it didn't hit me though. I took off as fast as I could down the narrow and dark road. The ride back home was terrifying, even scarier than it had been on the way there. I didn't calm down till I was back on the paved road and headed back to my own home. I told my dad what happened honestly. He was more upset it took me so long to get him his beer though. This was about 4.5 years ago, and I was 19 at the time. I was driving back home from the gym one night at around 1 a.m. or so. It was decently foggy outside. I passed by a crosswalk for our local trail called the Iron Horse Trail. that has sensors that light up if someone is going to cross. They went off right as I passed by it. I looked back in my rear-view mirror and could see there was a person standing right there in the middle of the crosswalk. He was not even 10 feet behind the car. I had no idea how I could have possibly missed him, but it was certainly an ominous sight, so I punched it away. As I got to a stop sign about 100 yards away, I took a deep breath and looked behind me again. The same person appeared to be following me, now at a sidewalk stoplight not even 15 feet behind me somehow. I floored it again and freaked out. I drove and drove for quite a while. I was way past the turn for my house now. I was at least 5 turns away. I stopped at the next stop sign to backtrack and turned around to go back towards my house. I lost my breath though midway, because in the middle of a turn, I saw what I thought to be that same person standing right in the middle of an unlit street with his back turned towards me. I felt thousands of shivers go down my spine. I held the gas down and blew right past him, or what I thought was the same man at least. I kept going down this long stretch. Eventually, I stopped to catch my breath though. I didn't even have a second before something landed on my roof with a metallic clang and the car started to violently shake. I hit the gas and saw a person roll off my roof and bounce off my bumper. I drove and drove for half an hour and hurried on my way home to calm down. I finally fell asleep in my bed. I was still living with my parents. I woke up the next morning to my mom saying, "Matt, were you racing around last night? I heard your car from a few blocks away. And why does the roof look like something fell on it?" I was groggy but got up, thinking it had just been a bad dream. I went into the garage with her and looked at the roof. It had marks on it like something had clearly landed there. Light dings and small dents, as if it had been struck by hail. I looked at my rear window and saw a very clear handprint on it and a boot scuff on my rear bumper. I lost any and all words I had. I didn't tell a single soul what happened that night. I still get shivers just thinking about it. I couldn't even drive that way for an entire week after. It was near Halloween time when my friends and I were telling ghost stories. My friend said she was going to tell a story about her parents' first date. She said she didn't like telling this story since it was actually true, but we pressured her to do so. To cut to the chase, the parents had spent a nice first date, and around the time they would have said goodnight, the male in the situation, my friend's dad, suggested that instead they go for a midnight hike of Provo Canyon. He apparently knew the place quite well, since he had done a fair amount of rock climbing in the area. The two drove up to the mouth of the canyon, got out of their cars, and started hiking under just the light of the stars, since it was a new moon. At some point, the male started getting a bad feeling, since the pathway ahead, which would pass under some trees, would be dark, and because it was getting to be quite late. He ignored that feeling though, and pressed on. In later retellings of the story, the woman would say she had felt that same feeling at what was probably the same time, though she didn't know the trail like he did. A minute later, the feeling came back to the man. He ignored it again and started walking a bit of the way into the trees. And that was when his foot hit something soft in the middle of the path. It was too dark to see what this soft thing was, and that feeling came back stronger than ever. Instead of trying to find out what his foot had bumped into, he and the woman both agreed to hightail it out of there. Years later, after having been married for some time, they were watching an interview with a serial killer named Ted Bundy. In response to a question asking him to describe the time he felt closest to being caught, he explained about the night he had lured a girl into Provo Canyon and had just killed her, when he heard some people coming up the trail. He explained how he hid in the trees just in time, only to watch some guy walk right into the body, then for some reason just turn around and walk away. I'm in the United States Coast Guard and used to be stationed in Oregon, where I'm actually from. There's trials and tribulations that your average human being would break down at the thought of there. We once rescued the broken body of a 3-year-old little girl whose own mother had thrown her off a bridge because of her schizophrenia. I pulled out more waterlogged corpses out of the ocean than I care to admit. But someone has to do it. The city where I was stationed in is steeped in local legend, from ghostly figures standing on the massive bridge peering over the side, like they're debating on whether or not their ethereal body should take the plunge, and hitchhiking specters. There's a bunch of pretty standard town lore. However, I had my own brush with the final calls for help from someone beyond the grave. Back in 2013, when I first joined the Coast Guard, we got a mayday call from a sailing vessel that was making its way from San Diego to Seattle. This was in November, and the coast was a breeding ground for bad weather. Awful life choices too, especially for sailboats, which were notorious along the west coast. Like any good guardsmen, we loaded up our lifeboats and headed towards the now capsized vessel, a mere 10 nautical miles away from our bay. When we got there, unfortunately, there was nothing left, except for debris and a couple of coolers, a life ring and some rigging as well. That was the only thing left of the side of the boat. Because of the incoming hurricane, we had to turn around and head home. We'd send out helicopters and boats as soon as the storm passed. However, we knew the chances of survival for the people on board had dropped to nil, especially because the waters were no more than 48 degrees Fahrenheit. With heavy hearts, we turned around and headed back for the land. There's always that what-if question in your head that makes you wonder if you could have done anything more. At the end of the day, though, you never know. You can't go back in time to try. Later that evening, I'm sitting in our communication center, monitoring the Marine Band radios and talking with my boss and best friend. All of a sudden, a frantic voice comes over the radio, and to this day, even typing it out or thinking about it gives me the chills. "Help! Mayday! I don't know where I am!" The voice was so quiet, and it sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well. It didn't help that the storm was probably interfering with the radio. I picked back up, asking the vessel what their position and nature of distress was. There was never any response. My boss came into the room and replayed the message now on our electronic charts. We could pull up the caller's position, and that's what he did. I watched his eyes grow wide with horror as he pointed at the chart. It was at the sailboat's last known position, before it had gone down to its rest on the bottom of the ocean floor. I can say with certainty that this must have been the man's final cry for mercy before the great Pacific swallowed him whole for the last time. We searched for the man for 72 hours. Lifeboats, helicopters, local police and fire departments, but we never found any sign of him. I'd been in the service for 5 years, and that's still the scariest thing I ever had to deal with in my life. I used to date a girl in college who lived 3 hours away. We would trade weekends, one at her school, one at my school. One day, she got really upset because she had driven all the way down to see me, and I happened to be in an all-night study session. She had known about this and knew I couldn't be home to see her. She texted me she was going to go back to her place, and then I never heard anything from her ever again. After 3 days of texting her repeatedly trying to make sure she was okay, the text started coming back as number not found. I sent her the stuff she'd left at my apartment in the mail, and that also was returned as no forwarding address. Her instant messenger account, which I never used but knew the name of, was now disconnected. It started to get even weirder. In a panic, I called her apartment landline and was told the people who had lived there had moved out. She had 3 roommates, and they hadn't left a number or any indication as to where they'd gone. I got really freaked out, needless to say. I asked friends who worked in school admin to pull some strings for me and make sure she was at least alive. When they checked, though, the school she was at did not have any records of her as a student. The license plate to her car was not registered to anyone either. None of our mutual friends ever saw her again. I called the police, but there were no car accidents involving anyone who fit her description on the stretch of road between our 2 schools. Not that night, nor in the 2 weeks after. I didn't ask for a longer time frame because at that point she had already been missing. The cops wouldn't file a missing persons report though, because I wasn't a family member. I have no idea what actually happened to her, why she freaked out on me so bad, or even if she's still alive. Maybe she's in a witness protection program or something. She just literally disappeared without a trace. The scariest thing that ever happened to me was in the parking lot of the Walmart in Mount Dora, Florida. It wasn't scary because it was life-threatening or some big unresolved mystery. It was scary because it's true. It was scary because we did get answers regarding the incident that had us running from a dark parking lot on a warm summer's night almost 10 years ago. Those were answers I still dwell on sometimes in my darkest of moments. Anyway, back in 2011, I was just 17 years old. A dumb kid who cared more about smoking than getting educated. Life was good in our small, well-off Florida town. Mount Dora is kind of known for its small-town charm, being home to a handful of museums and many, many antique stores that sell quaint little trinkets to tourists. As you can imagine though, that doesn't exactly make for the most exciting nightlife, and there's not much to do as a teenager looking for excitement. Instead of finding something productive to do, me and my friends would just cruise around in the evenings, getting stoned as f*** and wasting time talking about the band we would never end up forming. So there we are, chilling in the Walmart parking lot one night, passing around a J and listening to some Zeppelin on my buddy's car stereo. The place was pretty much deserted, except for a few parked cars and some raccoons pillaging some nearby garbage cans. We were laughing at the little critters, watching them use their tiny hands to rummage around through torn-up trash bags, when one of the nearby cars caught my eye. It was an '87 Cadillac. That detail always stuck with me. It was absolutely filthy even from the outside, like seriously nasty looking, like the only wash it had ever gotten was from the heavy Florida rains. Furthermore, you could just visibly see the inside of this car was filled with trash. Not like fast food wrappers on the dashboard and some junk in the trunk or whatever. I mean like pretty much all you could see inside was all kinds of garbage. Legit, the stuff that belongs in a trash bag. The exact kind the raccoons were currently ripping up. I wondered what kind of bum owned this thing. How'd they let that stuff just build up and build up until their car looked more like a dumpster than a sedan? I didn't really think any more of it though. Not until I saw something moving amongst the garbage. I told my friends and pointed over at this mobile trash can. Something was clearly moving around inside. They instantly laughed at me, telling me I was just seeing stuff, and I shouldn't smoke so much if I can't handle it. At the time, I just laughed, thinking that they might have been right. I mean, it was late and it was dark out, and yeah, I was pretty lifted. As time passed by, enough for me to start relaxing again, we were arguing over whether to hit up White Castle or Arby's. Once again, out of the corner of my eye, I see something in the garbage pile, shuffling around again, Only this time, I'm 100% sure I just saw something. My eyes were not playing tricks on me. I didn't care if my friends saw it too or not. They asked me what I was doing as I slowly opened the car door and got out. I walked quietly across the dark parking lot, slowly approaching this filthy Cadillac. I peered inside it. It was a sea of junk in there. Old soda cans, newspapers, plastic bags. I still remember just how badly that thing smelled, like old milk and rotten meat. Nothing was stirring now, though. The whole mess was perfectly still. I reached up and wiped a little of the grime away from the window with my sleeve of my jacket. Yeah, it was gross, but I needed to see inside. There was something hiding in that car, something watching us. I needed to know what it was. I reached up with a fist and began to lightly tap on the car's grubby window, hoping it would spook whoever it was in there into revealing themselves. But still, nothing moved. The only sound was the chirping of crickets. I could hear my friend rolling down a car window. "Dude, it's probably rats in that thing. Get away from there." Of course it was. Of course it was rats there. I was stoned out of my mind and freaked out about a dirty old car full of rotten food. What else could be attracted to a mess like that? What else could find its way into a locked car and scuttle amongst the trash? Feeling dumb, I turned back to my buddies in the car and started to say something. All of a sudden, I saw their faces change. I'd never seen them look that way in their entire life like they did that night. Their eyes were so big I could see the whites of them. I could see the hairs standing up on the back of their neck. They were looking behind me at the dirty old Cadillac. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't want to turn and look, but I had to just for a second to see what it was. It was a creature with pale, scaly skin pushing its grubby claws against the window. It smiled back at me as I felt my guts tighten with fear. It blinked and licked its lips, then cocked its misshapen head in my direction. I ran to the car with my buddies and they were screaming at me to hurry. I dived into the passenger seat as we rode off into the night, the tires screeching on the tarmac as we escaped. We were terrified, too freaked out to think about eating with our highs totally ruined. We headed home early to sleep it off and try to forget all about it. And the next morning I was eating breakfast, watching the local news, when a story came on that almost made me spit out my cereal. On the TV screen was that same old dirty Cadillac, the one that was filled with piles of garbage and rotten food. The news anchor was talking about what had been found amongst the junk. Something had indeed been living amongst the trash, the thing that had caught my eye just the night before. It was actually a kid. 3 kids, actually. Children left to sleep in that car by their neglectful parents. The scales I thought I saw on that one child were actually second-degree burns from where the parents had spilled hot coffee all over the poor little man. The news anchor explained that because of the drugs and alcohol found in the vehicle, there was little to no chance the kids would be returned to their parents. I was kind of glad for that. It got me thinking about how much we obsess over fictional monsters and paranormal things that lurk in the shadows, things that go bump in the night. But the things we really should be afraid of aren't fiends that haunt our imaginations, but monsters created in reality through gluttony, sloth, and indifference. Somewhere about May or April every year, I leave the shop in the hands of my cousin and take a 2-week vacation in the Ozarks. Our family has a 250-acre piece of land, used for hunting mostly. In my case, I just use it as a getaway from the stresses of modern life. The area has very little in the way of conveniences like electricity. Only dirt and gravel roads lead in and out. At the end of this long road sits a 100-year-old log cabin. This is where I spend my time. Just me, my thoughts, and the beauty of nature to keep me company. It's a routine I'd recommend everyone try out at least once. I could carry on and on about how beneficial nature is all day long, but that's not why I'm here. I want to share a strange and terrifying incident I had back in 2020 whilst I was out there. While the rest of the world were hiding away in their homes, Mark, my cousin, and I were working our tails off. Things still needed repairing, and we were the only people in the area willing to fill the demand. Without our employees, though, we were overwhelmed in no time. When Mark injured his hand, we finally threw our hands up in defeat and shut down. The world was going to have to wait until we figured out a way around the lockdowns, and during this period of transition, I decided to take a vacation. A week or two in the woods was just what I needed. I was up late one night reading when I heard a faint crack in the distance. The sound was familiar, but I was unable to place it in the moment. I sat quietly and waited for it to happen again, but I didn't hear it once more. I went back to my book, and the rest of the night was quiet. The next day, I found myself hiking away from the cabin when I came across a dead deer. It hadn't died from natural causes, clearly. The body had been hastily skinned and butchered as well. A lot of good meat had been wasted, and it made my blood boil, not just because of the horrible harvesting. Any hunter reading this knows July is way out of hunting season. It appeared to me we had a poaching problem on this land. I snapped a few photos on my phone to send to the game warden when I got back to town. Nature would have to take care of what was left. The really strange stuff, though, started later that afternoon. I was on the porch relaxing with a beer when a very odd feeling washed over me. The woods around me had become very quiet. No birds were singing, no crickets were chirping, nothing. Slowly, I started to feel like I was being watched. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and the uneasiness began to weigh down on me until I felt compelled to call out. No one moved or answered, obviously. This feeling lasted for almost an hour. Gradually, though, the tension slowly lifted, and I heard the forest coming back to life around me. It was unlike any experience I'd ever had. At dinner that night, I flipped through a book about the Ozark wildlife we had on a shelf. My visitor had probably been a common deer, but black bears and lions were also a possibility. The last two were said to be very rare in my neck of the woods, though. That said, wildlife has its own set of rules and goes anywhere it pleases. I wasn't too worried about any deer, but the others were very capable of killing me in a heartbeat. They also tended to be very shy of people, though. I had 3 days left of my stay, and I figured if I kept my eyes peeled and stuck close to the cabin, I'd be completely safe, and so that was my plan. For some reason, humans hadn't even crossed my mind, despite just finding a kill the day before. As a general rule, people are loud and easy to spot, and only a very seasoned woodsman can stay invisible in the forest. No matter the circumstances, I was determined to enjoy my remaining time. I was up early the next day as usual. I'd had breakfast and was filling a bucket from the well when another crack soon came. A second later, quickly followed by a ricocheting noise. And that's when it clicked for me. I was being shot at right now. The noise was the sound of a suppressed rifle. I dove behind my truck, which was parked nearby. I was kicking myself for not recognizing that the first night. Even though silencers are not very common, I do have friends that own them, so I know what they sound like. They're used for hunting, but the practice is more common in Europe than here. Contrary to what movies might make you think, suppressors don't make your gun silent. All they do is drastically reduce the sound of the gun. The actual action of the gun opening and closing, though, still makes a pretty loud clacking noise. None of that was important in the moment, though. Once I made it to cover, the shots stopped immediately. I was unsure as to where they were coming from, and I had no other choice but to try and escape some way. I was next to the truck already, so that's the option I chose. As quietly as possible, I opened the driver's side door and crawled into the cab. I put the keys in the ignition and started the engine. I expected the shots to start again, but they didn't. I wasn't willing to stick my head up and get it blown off though. Luckily for me, I had a straight path to the road. I yanked the transmission into gear and pressed the gas pedal with my hand. The most I could do was hold the wheel straight and hope I didn't crash into a tree. Not the easiest way to drive, that's for sure. After I got about 100 yards down the road, I quickly peeked over the dash. I didn't dare to expose myself any longer. A precision shot with a rifle could hit me about 300 yards out without much trouble. I continued driving like this until I was sure I was well out of range. At that point, I sat up in the seat and drove as fast as possible to the sheriff's station. When I arrived, I let them know they had a crazed poacher sniper on the loose. They were a lot calmer than I expected, and far more prepared than I thought they would be as well. The sheriff called in a nearby county to assist. They got together and planned out an operation quickly and professionally. I stood a few miles away while they cleared the area piece by piece. I was only allowed in after they were sure the person had fled. In my absence, he'd shot out the windows of the cabin, and there were several holes in the doors as well. I grabbed what I needed and returned home. It was all in the hands of law enforcement now. I was expecting a call within a few days updating me, but I heard nothing. After 2 weeks, I couldn't wait any longer. I contacted the sheriff and left a message. They called me back to say they had yet to capture the subject, and those exact words. They had found signs of old camps, but he hadn't been seen in almost a week. Missouri law enforcement had also been notified. They were monitoring their side of the border, just in case he crossed over into their state. That was the last time I had any real information. I suspect they may know more about this than they're telling me. There are thousands of acres out there for him to hide in. If he's as experienced as I think, they may never find him. I check in every month or two, and I'm always told I'll be notified should anything change. Now that life has returned to normal though, my cousins are planning to hunt the upcoming fall and spring seasons at that cabin. They went out to make repairs earlier this year, and they saw no signs of the guy in the area. For their sake, I hope he really is gone for good. That's about all I can tell you until he's finally found. Why he even did that in the first place, though, will remain a mystery to me until we do. This is a personal experience of my mom's, from her days working Walmart as a cashier in the liquor store section. The store has a liquor store inside the store itself. Between the vision center and the customer service desk, there's a door leading to the parking lot inside the liquor store that customers can enter and exit through. Okay, so now on to the actual story. My mom was on her 8th and final year at her Walmart store. She didn't think it would be her last year, but this event made her reconsider. The store wasn't in a bad part of town per se, but it did have the occasional creeps and of course drunks as well. She was organizing the shelf of wine coolers when the door to the outside opened. A skinny, tall man in his 30s walked in with his head down, looking really distressed. My mom asked the man if he was okay and said that he seemed to be really down. The man looked at my mom and said, "Sadly, not really. I've been having a really bad day. My girl left me, the car's close to dying on me. I feel so worthless. Can I have a hug? I need to feel a bit better." My mom was a little bit weirded out, but gave a very brief hug to the man. She smelled something like weed on his leather jacket, and she quickly pulled away. The man just smiled and walked into the store. About 10 minutes later, he came back and asked to buy about 4 small bottles of flavored vodka. It was called a UV, I believe. It comes in a lot of different flavors. When my mom asked for his ID, he gave it to her, so she gave him the flavors he requested, and he exited through the door leading back outside. About 30 minutes later, though, he returned and asked for more. She said she couldn't do it without her manager's approval. She then called the manager over her walkie-talkie she had near her. One of the service desk people answered instead. Her name was Sadie, and Sadie didn't really like my mom. She just gave the man what he wanted and he left again. Another 30 minutes go by. As my mom was ringing up these two young ladies, the man comes staggering back in, getting in line behind the two girls. He starts to make really rude comments about what he wants to do to them. And to my mom. He leaned over the counter, then whispered drunkenly in my mom's ear, "Give me all those little bottles, Schnape. You better not say no, or I'll take that little ass and make you sorry you did. Now hurry up and give me all of them, you Schnape." One of the girls ran into the main part of the store and to the service desk. Meanwhile, my mom was saying no, she couldn't and she wouldn't either. She was having an internal mental breakdown as this man walked around to the back of the cash register, basically trapping her behind the counter. It was right against the wall. And before he could do anything to her, two managers and another service clerk whose name was Jane came running in. As my mom cowered in the corner, the man, obviously drunk and feeling pretty ballsy, turned to the two managers and said, "Don't even think about stopping me. I'll knock your offs out, Schnape." One of the managers, the shorter of the two named Kyle, went to my mom's side. The other one, the taller one named James, looked down on this guy. "Yeah, you just try it, buddy. I'll meet you outside in a minute. Then we'll see how tough you really are." The man looked back and said, "This ain't over." He then sprinted out into the main part of the store. Kyle tried to calm my mom down, but she was panicking real bad. He asked Jane to take my mom to the back and clock her out for the day, while he called her mom to pick her up. As Jane and mom were about to leave, the man walked over. He tried to apologize for his horrible behavior, then asked if he could give my mom a hug to make her feel better. Jane shielded my mom and told the man to back off, or she'd make him sorry. He did flinch and back away. When they were about halfway to the back of the store where the time clock was, they heard the man yet again screaming profanities. They also heard a police officer yelling at the man to put down a box cutter. The psycho had grabbed the box cutter from a passing employee and was now brandishing it like a knife. My mom said that after that happened, she clocked out and just went home. She later found out the guy had been arrested. Not only was he drunk, he was also high on weed and coke. When she was asked if there should be charges pressed for all he'd done, her dad, being in full Papa Bear mode and wanting to protect my mom from further pain, said of course yes. Thankfully, she left 3 months later. She and I live a much happier life in the southern part of the United States now, but sometimes we still think about that crazy guy and how he tried to hurt my mom when all she was trying to do was her job. She was so kind to him too. I live by myself in an apartment which just so happens to be very close by a Walmart. Because of this, it's easy to go out and get my shopping done at any time of day. It's less than a mile away, and all I have to do is leave my apartment complex parking lot, drive for less than a minute down a busier street, then pull into the parking lot of the Walmart. Because of this, I've gone to that particular store many times since moving into my place a little over a year ago. This story happened about 2 months back or so. It was probably around 8 or 9 at night. I'm not sure exactly when. All I remember is realizing I needed to go grocery shopping right now because I was out of a lot of things I needed. I had first planned to go the next day, but then I remembered I would be busy for most of it. I made the decision then that I would just get it over with and go shopping right now. It wouldn't take too long anyway, maybe only about 30 minutes or so. The Walmart was so close by, what could possibly go wrong? I left my apartment and walked out to my car. My apartment complex has several large buildings and a large parking lot in the middle. After I got into my car, I drove the about 2 minutes it took to arrive at the Walmart. On this night, things seemed very quiet. The parking lot wasn't too full, and when I got inside the store, things were relatively calm. There were a few other customers, but not a whole lot. I got a cart and walked around the aisles, trying to remember everything I needed to buy. I always tend to forget to make shopping lists, and that causes me to go all around the store sometimes. Finally, after probably 20 or 30 minutes, I had everything I felt like I needed. It was about 10 items or so I headed up to the checkout lanes and used the self-checkout. Then I left the store with my cart full of groceries. In the entire time I had been inside shopping, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I walked out to my car, put the groceries inside it, then started driving home. I noticed a car was driving behind me leaving the Walmart parking lot, and it seemed to follow me down the street as well. This didn't really mean anything though, since it was such a short distance. That was until the car turned into my apartment complex with me. Still though, it was not that big of a deal yet. I figured that maybe they just lived there too. The car was a smaller and older looking sedan, but I couldn't tell you the exact make or model. I'm not exactly a car expert. I found a parking space near my building, and then parked in the parking lot. It's basically a free-for-all there. There's no documentation required or anything. Luckily, the parking lot's never full. I noticed the car that had been driving behind me parked nearby where I did, but across on the other side, facing another building. Meanwhile, I was facing my own building. I had never seen this car before, but also I'd never really paid that much attention to the cars around me. After I got out, I took all 3 of my Walmart bags I had and started to head inside my apartment building. As I did so, I heard footsteps behind me, coming from the guy who was driving that other vehicle. I assumed he would have gone into the other building. Now it was apparent though he was going to follow me into mine. He sped up a little bit as I got closer to my door. Now, I always went in the side door that was right by the stairs. I used that one because it was faster than taking the front door and walking down the hall to the stairs or waiting for the elevator. Because of that, I found it a bit strange this guy was also going to that same door. Most people would just walk in the front and not even bother. By the time I reached the side door, he was only 5 feet behind me. I was a little bit suspicious, but this man probably did live here, although I had never seen him before. He wore shorts, a dark gray sweatshirt with the hood up, and was carrying a Walmart bag as well. I didn't really want to let him in, but I didn't even know half the people that lived in my building. I figured he must live here. I did let him in. I held the door open for an extra second as he walked in after me. I was hoping he would continue walking down the hallway on the first floor as I went up the stairs to my apartment, but no, he followed up the stairs after me. The building had 4 floors and I was on the second. When I got there, I opened the door and headed down the hallway. The man behind me did the same. By this point, I was feeling really suspicious, but also telling myself it had to be a coincidence. I soon made it to my door, which was the second one on the left not too far down the hallway. There was a door directly across from me on the other side of the hallway as well. As I got to my door, I took up my keys to unlock it, and the man walked to the door across the hall. I looked over my shoulder and saw the man facing my neighbor's door, pulling out his phone. I felt a bit of relief and assumed he must be my neighbor's friend or something. I opened up my door and went inside. The first thing I did after entering was walk to my kitchen counter and put the grocery bags down on top of it. Literally right after I set them all down, I heard my apartment door start to open. I looked over and saw the man walking right in. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Out of pure instinct, I ran for the nearest room, which was a bathroom only a few feet away. I was able to get inside and close and lock the door. The man was now inside my apartment. I yelled at him to leave now, or I was going to call the police. He didn't say anything back to me. All I could do was hope he wouldn't try to enter the bathroom. Luckily, he didn't. He just stood right inside the doorway for a while. I heard him lock my front door, then move into the kitchen area, then the living room. I wanted to leave somehow, but I didn't think the man was far enough away for me to escape, and I didn't know if he would chase after me either. I was wondering what he wanted and why he was in my apartment now. It sounded like he was walking into my bedroom. When he did, I opened up the bathroom door and ran for my front door. I unlocked it as I heard the man walking back from my bedroom to where I was. I was able to make it outside into the hallway, then sprinted for the stairs. After getting downstairs, I went into the lobby and called the police. The lobby felt safer for whatever reason. It had a few tables, chairs, and the mailroom. I waited there the entire time for the police to show up. I didn't see the man in all that time. I would guess it took the police about 10 minutes to arrive. Soon they appeared out front, and I ran out to let them in. I told them my unit number and waited in the lobby as they went up. When they got there, unfortunately, the man was already long gone. I went back up to my apartment to see it quite messed up. The man had stolen a number of things from me. This was obviously frustrating, but also it was okay. The good part was that now he was gone, and I was fine in the end. I spoke with the officers for about an hour, then filled out a police report with them. Then they left. I was pretty scared for the rest of the night after what just happened. The guy didn't come back or anything though, obviously. I don't think he was ever found either though. After this, I'm extremely careful now. I also haven't been back to that Walmart since then. The man must have seen me shopping inside, and for whatever reason, decided to follow me back to my apartment. You ever work night shifts? I know some of you must have. I've seen things around here and there about people stuck working during the midnight hours. They're definitely my favorites. Normal people really don't know what it's like to be wide awake while the rest of the world is sleeping. It's lonely, sure. I find it difficult to keep up with my daywalker friends, and I'm pretty sure it's also cost me 1 or 2 girlfriends. Above all though, it's weird. Due to my own dumb mistakes, it's pretty much all the work I can get though. Yeah, I got a record. Now, many places won't even take me on, let alone give me any serious responsibility. When the local Walmart here in Nogales, Arizona offered me a position as a third shift security guard, I pretty much had to jump at that chance. The pay was awesome too. Well, as awesome as it's going to get for a guy with my kind of past anyway. So I'm sat in the security office one night, trying not to pass out from boredom. I'd given up on trying to read the gigantic Stephen King book I'd gotten for my 30th birthday. I kept telling myself to read more, but it's pretty tough. I didn't exactly do good in school, so I feel like I missed out on so many cool stories. Yeah, I've seen The Shining and all that, but I get sick of people telling me how much better the book is. It makes me feel dumb for not having read it. Anyway, because I'd given up, I was dying of boredom, so I decided to go on a little foot patrol. Maybe grab a bit of a smoke at one of the emergency exits or something. The boss man checks the CCTV occasionally, just to make sure we're not sleeping on the job. Can you believe some guys actually get fired for doing that? Anyway, I get up and wander around the store a bit in clear view of the cameras, before ducking out to the exit for a moment to light up a smoke. Now, parking lots can get pretty crazy, as I'm sure you might imagine. I've seen full-on fistfights between customers over stuff as small as a parking space. I've had to chase away couples getting a little too fresh in their cars, although that can be pretty hilarious sometimes. It gets even weirder at night though. Feds, dealers, people who met on Craigslist selling each other weird stuff, deciding for some reason to choose me and the Walmart parking lot to be their witness. As I'm lighting up, a single parked sedan catches my attention. The rest of the lot was completely deserted, so it really stuck out like a sore thumb here. This old battered Ford just sat there all by itself. Oh, what now? I was thinking to myself, just preparing for whatever crazy shit was about to unfold before me. I watched the car for a minute or two, seeing the driver clearly in the front seat. Well, not perfectly clearly. It was almost pitch black, so obviously I couldn't make out their face or anything. But you know when you can see like the outline of a person in the front seat. He was not moving at all. He was sat perfectly still in the middle of the parking lot. I started making little bets to myself in a little game I like to call Nookie or mental illness. Pretty much every encounter I ever have during this shift can be put into one of those three categories. Either they're high, horny, or completely insane. My first thought here was that this guy was waiting for a lady of the night, calling one of those dumb 1-800 numbers or jerking it to something gross on his phone. Either way, it was nothing I'd need to call the cops over. I finished my smoke and headed back inside. An hour or so later, though, the same deal occurs. My eyes were closing and I was finding it harder and harder to stay awake. So I made one of those terrible tasting instant coffees and headed out for another smoke. Only when I get to the emergency exit, I didn't step out into the night. That same car was there, not having moved an inch. Obviously, I was starting to get a little bit suspicious now, mainly because I had no idea what it could be doing there. I can spot a deal or some shady stuff or a meetup from a mile away, but those are over and done with kind of fast. They don't hang around in the parking lot loitering for hours on end, especially not still in their driver's seat. Then it hit me though. All the exterior cameras were night vision capable. All I had to do was head back to the office and mess with the settings a bit. I could get a much better look into the interior of the car. So, with the Mission Impossible theme playing in my head, I rushed back to the office and started spying on this sedan. I zoomed in as close to the car as I could get with these cameras. The scene was more lit up by the light-sensitive camera lens as well. I could see the guy's face a little bit better. A big vintage mustache. The dude had these sunglasses on too. Sat in the car in the middle of the night with shades on? Must have been high as a kite or something. If it's something related, I'm obliged to get out there and wave them away. No one wants the cops called on them when they have a vehicle full of something illicit or whatever. It's an easy enough task. I wander again out to the car, taking it pretty slow. 9 times out of 10 as I'm approaching, the lights will turn on and the car will speed out of the parking lot. Only this one just continues sitting there. The guy was not moving at all. I tap on the back window gently and say something stern along the lines of, "Hey, time to leave, buddy, this ain't a motel." Still no movement though. I turn on my torch and I see why. I didn't take in much detail. I didn't need to. There was blood everywhere inside the car. Things that clearly should have been inside this guy were festering on the floor. Trickles of blood were appearing from underneath his shades, where whoever had done this had apparently ripped his eyes out. I ran as far as I could before I vomited hot coffee into the parking lot surface. I was still retching as I called 911. It all seems like a blur now, looking back on it, but what I saw in that car still appears before my eyes sometimes. It shows up when I close them at night. It's burned into my memory, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. Nogales is a border town, and it didn't take long for cops to work out that the body was some kind of cartel-related incident. God knows what this poor guy had done, but he must have messed up bad enough to warrant this sort of punishment. These days, I carry a .38 on the job. I've never been interested in firearms, but I feel like I should carry one now, especially when I go out into the parking lot of the Nogales Walmart, just in case I run into the guys who turned that old sedan into something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. A few years back, when I was around 18, I entered a very rebellious period of my life. I've always been a prodigy child, always did as I was told. Never stayed out too late, didn't smoke, didn't drink, scored the highest in all my classes. All my family, my friends, and my friends' families thought I was the perfect kid. But then, something changed. I was on a lot of medication due to my health, and started going through bouts of depression. I started acting up like never before. I stopped going to school, I would stay in bed all day, and I didn't talk to anyone. Slowly over time, I started talking to strangers online instead. Initially, it was just talking to them online. I would talk to a few people until I found someone interesting. I would dedicate all my time to talking to them till they no longer held my interest. Then I moved on to the next person. This went on for about a year, and then I eventually started meeting these people in person as well. Most of the meetings were sexual, and I was very reckless. I slept around with more people than I'd like to admit, and regardless of my lack of concern for my own safety, I somehow never met anyone that had any evil intentions. We'd meet a couple of times, do the dirty, and that was that. That was until I met this one guy. I was talking to a couple of people at the time. I wasn't interested in any sort of relationship, just sort of hoeing around. This guy starts talking to me and asks me about my hobbies, my interests, what I do. I told him I don't smoke or drink, and he was quite shocked. I told him it wasn't that I'd never done it. I tried, but it just felt like it wasn't my thing. We talked for a couple of weeks, and I ended up talking about how I'd been going through depression, and at first he listened. Eventually, he started telling me I should try smoking to relieve my anxiety and stress. I had always turned it down, but he was relentless. After a month or so of talking online, we decided to meet. We never had any sort of sexual conversation or anything, so to me, we were just going to meet as friends. I was supposed to meet another guy as well, an acquaintance, for something I needed. I suggested to the online chat guy that we meet briefly for lunch, then he could drop me off at the other person's place. He agreed, and we decided on where to go. The day we were supposed to meet, we met at a local cafe. We had brunch, and I got in his car for him to drop me off at the place I had to go to. It was a good 45-minute drive or so I put on some music and decided to relax. About 5 minutes in, though, he offered me a cigarette. I declined, and he insisted, and kept insisting until I eventually gave in and agreed. I opened the box, and there was only a single cigarette in there. I told him it was his last one, and asked if he was sure he wanted me to smoke it, since he would have enjoyed it far more than I. He said yes. I took the cigarette out, but I could tell that something was off about it. It didn't look like it was store-bought. Rather, it looked like it had been rolled by hand. Then again, I hadn't smoked enough cigarettes to be sure what they were supposed to look like, so I lit it up and smoked it. I couldn't even smoke half of it. It made me inexplicably nauseous. I gave up halfway through and offered it back to him. Instead of smoking it, though, he simply threw it out the window. I thought it was weird, but assumed maybe he didn't want to drive distracted or something. 30 minutes later, I started feeling very sick. My whole body was shaking, and I was extremely nauseous. I could barely keep my eyes open. I kept telling him I wasn't feeling good, and maybe we should go to the ER instead of where we were going. He kept insisting I just relax and lay back. Everything about this now felt off. I told him to stop the car and drop me off right now, but he refused. All I could think of was pulling out my phone and calling the police. When he noticed what I was doing, he stopped the car and threw me out of it. I couldn't even stand. I sat on the roadside and called the guy I was supposed to visit. He immediately drove to where I was and picked me up, took me to his place where I threw up all over his living room multiple times. For the next hour and a half, I lay on the couch, my whole body convulsing and constantly throwing up. The guy brought me water, gave me some electrolytes, and kept insisting we go to the hospital right now, but I kept on refusing. I had no idea what I had smoked, but I was sure it was not just a plain old cigarette. I was scared that if it had been some illegal drug and the hospital caught on, I would get into trouble. I absolutely did not want my parents to find out what I'd been up to either. So I laid there, throwing up and convulsing, letting whatever that was get out of my system. All these years later, I'm now married to the guy who picked me up from the roadside and helped me through that insanely hurtful time. Oh, and yeah, the cigarette was laced. I got my first job working at Walmart in the summer of 2014. I was a young 16-year-old who was still in high school at the time. This is something that happened about a month into the job. I was a cashier, so obviously I would just be working at the check lanes all the time. Because I was a minor, I wasn't allowed to work past 10 p.m. I would often work right up until then, though. I noticed that after 7 o'clock, the store would often get quieter and quieter, and by 9 p.m. it would be almost dead. Back then, we were actually open 24 hours a day. I was really glad I didn't have to work that late, though. One time, I was working a shift all the way until 10. I started at 4, and a few hours in, things were really starting to quiet down. The busy early evening had turned into a slow and meandering night. I had just finished checking out a customer and had nobody else immediately in line. A man then walked into the check lane. He was thin and average height. He approached me, and the only thing he was holding was a single Snapple, which is a bottled fruit drink if you don't know. He held it up to me and said he wanted to return it. He said he'd bought the Snapple, tried it, and quote, "It tasted like..." I told him he had to go to customer service to make returns. The man refused, though. He said he wanted to return it right here and now. I pointed to customer service again and said he had to go there to return it. It wasn't that far away either. He didn't understand, or he just didn't want to, because the man told me exactly how much he paid and asked if I could just give the money back to him right now. I was sure he hadn't bought it at my check lane, because I hadn't seen him before. Obviously, making a return is not quite that simple as just handing the item back and being given money. Being the fairly new employee I was, I didn't want to go against policy either. I remember that the man took another sip of the drink, which was almost halfway gone by now, then finally walked away. I watched him start to head over to the customer service area. I wondered if they were even going to let him return it. Given the fact he'd opened it and was actively drinking it, I got another customer in my lane at that point though. I turned around to help them instead of paying more attention to that guy. After a few more people got in line, I was kept busy for the next few minutes. I ended up sort of forgetting about him for a little while. About 10 minutes later though, I saw the guy get into my line again. I remembered him. When it was his turn, he told me they wouldn't let him return the drink. What a surprise. I told him I was sorry, but that wasn't good enough for this guy. He demanded I give him his money back. I wondered why this guy thought this was my problem. After I told him I was not going to give him any money, he really started to lose it. The man cursed at me, then held up the Snapple. It was still about half full, and the lid was off. He splashed it right into my face. Everything that was left in the bottle hit me and got into my eyes and hair. I was really shocked. He then slammed the bottle to the ground, cursed at me again, and stormed off. I saw a couple of people standing around. There weren't many people over here, thankfully, but the few that were looked just as shocked as I was. After a few moments, somebody came over and asked if I was okay. I was fine, but extremely embarrassed. My boss came over and told me I could go wash up, then take a 15-minute break. He asked me a little bit about the situation as well, and I gave him all the details I could. I went and washed off my face. Then I went into the break room. When I came back out into the store after my break, I headed for my check lane. As I was on the way there, I couldn't believe my eyes. Down at the end of the checkout area by the exit, there were several police officers removing that same man from the store. I didn't even know he was still inside. He was yelling something as they slowly exited. I had to ask what was going on. I found out one of my coworkers had found the guy had been yelling at another employee near the electronics department. I don't think that conversation was about Snapple though. The man was asked to leave, and he refused. He started yelling at the employee, threatening to kill them. The police were called. They arrived quite quickly. The man did not comply when they asked him to leave. It seemed to me like the guy just wanted trouble. I found out he had no receipt from the Snapple he got either, and that's why they wouldn't let him return it at the customer service area. The guy was by far the wildest customer I've ever seen. When the man was angry with me, I kinda just wanted to give him the $2 or whatever the Snapple costed, but I didn't have any cash on me, and I couldn't just give him cash out the register. I would get in trouble, obviously. That, plus the fact he harassed another employee for a completely different reason, I don't think it would have solved anything in the end. I worked at Walmart for a few more months before quitting and finding another job. A few years ago, I used to work as a Walmart cashier. It was a job I'd only had for about 3 months or so. I would typically work afternoons and evenings, and it was only a part-time job. I should also mention I was a 17-year-old female at the time. I'm in my 20s now. This was my second job ever, and it really wasn't that bad, honestly. I would just scan items for customers, and most of my shifts were anywhere from 4 to 8 hours long. One time, I was working 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the checkout lanes. Things started out fairly busy, and slowly got quieter as the night continued on. I was kept busy for almost the entire time, though, with many customers going through my line. Most of the customers were very nice, but every now and then there would be a strange one or a rude one. I would always try to be polite and sometimes make pleasant conversation. Early on in my shift, probably about an hour in or so, a man came into my checkout lane. I don't remember what he bought at all. It was just a couple of items. When he got face to face with me to pay, he asked me what time I got off work. I told him I got off at 9, not really thinking much of it. I assumed he was just making conversation with me. The guy was a little bit taller than me, so not very tall at all. I'm only 5'3" myself. He had short dark hair like a buzz cut and was wearing baggy shorts and a t-shirt. After I told him when I got off, he said, "See you then," and then kind of smiled at me. He took his items and walked away. I took this as a joke because it honestly seemed like he was making one to me. The way he smiled and the way he laughed didn't seem serious at all. It was for sure weird though, but whatever. I kept on working after that. The hours went by and I'd forgotten all about that man from earlier. A little later into the night though, he actually showed up again to my surprise. I was almost done with my shift and still working at the same register. Things were much quieter in the store now. I remember that I was scanning items for a customer when I happened to notice that guy walking around near me. He was coming from a direction as if he had just entered the store. When he got close to me, he looked at me and said, "Just 10 more minutes, right?" I looked at my watch and it was 8:50. I was a bit confused, but just kind of said, yeah. I smiled a little at the guy. Then he walked away. I was left wondering why he was here again and why he'd even asked me that. At the time, I was just glad he'd left all on his own. I kept working, not really thinking too much of it. 10 minutes later, when it was 9 o'clock, I was now done working. I left my checkout lane and went in and clocked out. I got my things and started walking for the exit. When I made it out of the store, I began to walk toward my car. I was parked at the far back end of the parking lot. It had been really busy earlier in the day when I'd gotten there. I made it no farther than 10 feet though, when a car suddenly pulled up right in front of me. It was this little red 2-door car, and it stopped right there in front of me. Before I could walk around it, the driver's window rolled down, and I could see the man that was driving it was the same guy who'd talked to me inside earlier. He told me to get in his car on the passenger side. I said I couldn't, and I started to walk around his car behind it. That's when he started to back up. It was before I could get all the way around. It was like he was trying to block my way with his car. He told me again to get inside. I tried to walk farther away. At a certain point though, I just started running. I was able to make it past his car and started running for my own. He began to drive in the direction I was running in. As I got to my car, unlocked it, and jumped inside, the man pulled into the space directly next to mine. I didn't even have time to start the car and drive away. I knew that now he would definitely follow me wherever I went. At least my doors were all locked now, though, and I was away from him. He didn't attempt to get out of his vehicle, but instead rolled down a window again and tried to call out to me some more. I ignored what he was saying, though, and texted a coworker, who I knew was still inside working. Before long, he told the store manager about it. I waited in my car and tried to ignore the man as best I could. Within a couple of minutes, one of our store managers had walked out into the parking lot and approached the man's vehicle. He asked what the man was doing and threatened to call the police if he didn't leave right now. The man finally started backing up, then drove away. I waited for a bit, and soon after I left and went home. After that night, I never saw that man again. I worked there for maybe another month after. Then I quit. Looking back, I'm so grateful my coworker and manager were there. I really believe this guy would have followed me home in his car. I don't know exactly what he wanted, but it was definitely a bizarre situation. I'm a 32-year-old female, but this story takes place 10 years ago back in 2013 in Orlando, Florida. I was 22 at the time. One night, my husband and I decided to go to Walmart to pick up a couple of things. We'd brought along our daughter, who was about to be 2 years old. Once we entered the Walmart, my husband and I split up. He went over to the hunting and fishing section, and my daughter and I went over to the baby clothes. I was there for about 5 minutes when I was approached by an older-looking Asian woman. She came up to me and asked me if I believed in God. At the time, I was kind of a pushover, and I didn't like being stern or rude. I responded back with a simple yes. She proceeded to pull out a tablet and started to ask me if I believed God is a woman. She turned on a slideshow. I repeatedly told her no, but she insisted I finish this video she was trying to show me. While all this was going on, I was trying to walk away. She continued to follow me around the baby section. She handed me a card with a handwritten address on the back and told me her church was having a meeting sometime during that week. I should attend. I told her okay and took the card, just to try and get her away from me. She continued talking and asking about myself and my daughter though, and continued to follow us. With perfect timing, my husband walked up and began talking to me, with the lady rushing away as soon as she saw him. I still didn't think anything of this until about 6 months later. I'm scrolling on Facebook, and a friend from high school wrote this as her status. Please be careful at the E-Colonial Walmart. There's an Asian woman walking around asking people if God is a woman. She's also giving out a fake address disguised as a church. She's accompanied by 2 men. They approach women and children, so ladies, please be aware, especially when out at night and while you're with your children. If my husband wasn't with me or showed up at that very moment, but God only knows what would have happened to my daughter and I. So yeah, thank God for my husband. This is my story of when I went shopping at Walmart almost 2 years ago. I'm a female for some background. I went to a local Walmart probably about 10 minutes away from where I live. It was about 10 p.m. or so when I got there. The store was pretty quiet, with it being a little later at night than I was used to being there. I started shopping on one side of the store. Maybe about 10 minutes into being inside, I was alone in an aisle when a man entered it as well. I didn't even really look at him, but he approached me right away and said hi to me. I just remember he had really short brownish hair and he was slightly taller than me. I said hello back to him and then he asked me if I needed a ride. I told him no and was honestly kind of confused. The guy asked me again if I was sure I didn't need a ride. He came across as a little bit odd to me. I told him no, that I was sure. I really did not need a ride. The man said he could give me one if I needed it. I started to just walk away from him in the other direction, but he kind of followed after me. He wasn't saying anything, but as I walked out of the aisle into another one, he followed me around like a lost duckling. I continued to move further away, but the man remained firmly behind me. Eventually, I stopped, and the guy stopped again. He told me again he could give me a ride if I needed it. It was really starting to get frustrating by now. I turned to the man and told him that for the last time, I did not need a ride, nor did I want one. I asked him to leave me alone. The guy said, all right, and then he actually walked away. After that, I resumed my shopping. Eventually, I made my way over to the grocery area and got several items over there. I was in that area for about 15 minutes or so. During this time, I did not see that guy at all. I went over to the self-checkout and paid for everything. The next time I saw that man was right after I was leaving the checkout area and making my way toward the exit. I started walking to the exit doors, and the guy was walking along them as well. He was coming from the other side, though. I tried to avoid making eye contact with him. Still, though, I wanted to know what he was going to do. If he was going to try and talk to me and follow me again or what. I stopped where I was and stood there with my bags in my hands. I wanted to see him leave the store first. The man walked out of the doors. Then I started to leave after him. I went outside and looked around. I didn't see him anywhere. I started walking back to my car. I was parked a ways down, about halfway back or so. As I was walking to my vehicle, though, I heard someone start walking from behind me. It all happened so suddenly. I was almost halfway to my vehicle when I looked behind me. Of course, the man was right there. He was staring at me with the most intense eyes and walking right in my direction. Maybe his car was also parked near the location of mine. But really, I felt like he was headed right towards me. I started walking even faster just to be safe. I felt like I could make it to my car before he could approach me because I was far enough ahead of him. I tried to ignore the man and kept walking faster and faster to my car. I arrived and opened the door to my back seat to put my shopping bags inside. As I was doing this, I heard the footsteps behind me turn into abrupt sprinting. I looked back and saw the man running towards me full speed. I tossed the bags in the back and moved to the front of my car. I opened the door and jumped inside as fast as I possibly could. Once I was inside, I locked the door just moments before the man arrived. He dove straight for the driver's door right next to me and unsuccessfully tried to yank it open. Then he started knocking on the window. I started driving away immediately. He kept knocking until I was out of his reach. The crazy man even tried to chase my car on foot for a short time, until I was far enough away that he could not catch me any longer. I was finally away from him now. I was able to get out of the lot before the man actually had a chance to get to his own car and follow me. Since that experience, I've not gone back to that Walmart. That man was sketchy from the very beginning. I can't imagine why he was asking to give me a ride over and over again. I would recommend anybody going to Walmart late at night keep a good account of your surroundings. There was a period of about 3 years where my family took yearly vacations to a nearby state park. My dad had bought an RV from a buddy, so we'd camp out in that usually. It was really fun when I was younger, but that last year was miserable. I was almost 14 by then, and hanging out with my family was the last thing I wanted to do at that age. It was spring break, and all my friends were already going to places like Florida. I did anything I could think of to pass the time. I remember sleeping a lot, and going on a lot of walks as well. I was just bored to death sitting around camp waiting for bugs to bite me. I did meet a few girls my age, but they weren't able to hang out much. We'd been cramped up for about 4 days when I ran into this cute older guy. He told me his name was Steve and he was 19. A group of his friends had invited him along for the holiday, but they all had to leave early apparently. He'd been spending his days drinking beer and fishing. Being deceitful and immature like I was, I lied and told him I was 17. When he asked me if I wanted a beer, I accepted quite quickly. I'd never even tasted alcohol at that age, but I just wanted to look cool. We walked through a small clump of trees separating the two camping areas and to his tent. He pulled out a can of beer from a cooler and handed it to me. It tasted so bad I almost spit it right back in his face, but somehow I managed to choke it down. He and I sat down at the picnic table and continued our discussion. Although I hated it, I kept on drinking the beer. Halfway through a single can, I already had a kind of buzz going. Of course, at that time, all I knew was that I felt really good. The taste began to improve with every sip, and before I knew it, I was already drunk. By the time I'd finished the first can, Steve had popped a fresh one open and had it ready for me. I started taking bigger and bigger drinks as the minutes passed by. I could tell I'd started acting like a total idiot. I also began feeling very tired and laid my head down to listen while Steve talked at me. I guess at one point I must have passed out altogether. I remember raising my head up at one point and saw Steve standing a few feet away talking on his cell phone. I laid my head back down, but woke up again soon feeling sick. It wasn't long before I was throwing up everywhere. I was so embarrassed. I kept blaming it on food poisoning, and he was holding my hair back and laughing. This took place over a period of hours, but it all seemed to happen in just minutes. And this is when things started to go south. I had just finished puking and was in the process of wiping off my face when a car suddenly pulled into the camping spot. I assumed one of his friends must have returned. It was starting to get quite dark, and I knew my parents would start missing me soon. I'd left for a hike just after lunch, and now I was terribly embarrassed and just wanted to get away. In my mind, I was sober enough to get past my parents. Steve was standing at the car talking to another guy his age, it seemed. I took my chance to slip away. I said goodbye and thanked him for the beers, but he called out to me to wait a bit. He suggested I stay longer and have some water so I could sober up some more. He was talking toward me the entire time. I thanked him but said I needed to get back soon. I could even hear my parents calling out for me through the trees at this point. I turned again, but only took about 3 steps before I felt someone grab me from behind. It was Steve. I asked him what the hell he was doing, but he didn't say anything. I quickly realized he was dragging me to the car. The other man already had the trunk open and was nervously looking around. I began fighting to get away, but Steve was so strong. The closer to the car I got, the more panicked I became. I could hear the other man saying, hurry up," in a rushed tone. The fear really kicked in now. I started screaming at the top of my lungs, anything I could think of. "Mom! Dad, help!" Anything. My parents were yelling back at me now. It became too risky for Steve, and I heard him screaming some expletives before he let me go. He shoved me down onto the paved surface of the road. I expected I would soon be grabbed again. I balled up my fist, preparing to fight, but when I turned, no one was there. I looked up just in time to see Steve hop into the passenger side of the car, and the car sped off with the trunk still open. A massive feeling of relief washed over me. I emptied my stomach onto the pavement everywhere at once. My dad scooped me up like I was a feather and hurried me back to the camper. It took almost an hour for the sheriffs to arrive. They put out a bulletin or whatever it's called for the car, but that was of little help. I knew nothing about cars, and I was too busy fighting for my life to get the plate number. Despite my protests, I was taken to the hospital for some testing. After I was cleared, we returned home and waited for news. That would be the last family vacation we'd ever go on. Sleep was hard to come by for a long time. My parents put me in counseling, which did help a lot. The doctor gave me a prescription in case of anxiety attacks, but I didn't need to use that very often. The hardest part after was dating, actually. I had a lot of trouble being alone around men. The majority of times I went out in groups. Drinking was impossible. The risk of being taken advantage of or drugged was way too high. In fact, I wouldn't drink alone with a man until my husband and I married. I'd like to leave you all with an important message. Young women have so much pressure on them these days. It's not just about being pretty. They feel pressured to grow up faster than they need to, and that sometimes leads to poor decisions like the one I made. I'm not going to preach to you here. I realize you're going to do what you want, but if you find yourself in a similar position, pay attention to your instincts. They rarely lead you wrong. I went to Walmart very late at night a few months ago. The Walmart was located just a few kilometers away from my house. It's the most convenient place for me to shop, especially late at night, as the Walmart is open until 11 p.m. One night at about 10:30, I found myself completely out of toothpaste. Instead of just putting it off until the next day like I had already done and forgotten so many times, I decided to just go right now and get it over with. I headed out and drove over to the Walmart. As expected, the parking lot was pretty quiet when I arrived. I got there maybe 20 minutes till closing, so I knew I had to be fast when I was inside. I made my way right over to where I suspected the toothpaste would be. I arrived at the aisle and started looking for the brand I wanted. Nobody else was nearby at all, and the store was very quiet at this hour. After I found the toothpaste, I walked past a few more aisles, heading to the checkouts. When I passed by one of the aisles, though, I did a double take as I saw what appeared to be a man on the ground. I stopped to see exactly what he was doing because of how unusual the sight was. The man had moved a few items on the shelf to the side. Then he got onto the lowest shelf, and it looked like he was going to hide behind the other items there. I was watching him do this. As he was going behind all the items, he noticed me and kind of stopped what he was doing. I turned and kept walking to go to checkout, but I only got a short ways away before I heard the man emerge from the aisle behind me. I looked back, and he was now walking straight toward me. I had a really bad feeling about this one. Instead of going to the checkout, I went right into a random aisle. I don't really know why. I guess I wanted to see if the man was following me for sure. Maybe I wanted to try and lose him somehow or something. I went through where they had the temporary stuff like holiday merchandise, then turned again into another aisle. I walked a little ways in, but I still couldn't tell if the man was following me. I didn't see him around anywhere nearby, but I was also changing aisles so often that it was impossible to tell. Eventually, I made it to the far side of the store. It was not the grocery side, but the other one. I made it to the sporting goods aisle and felt like I had finally lost the man. I looked to my left and right and didn't see him anywhere. I decided I would stay there for a minute or two, then leave. By now, the Walmart was closing in less than 10 minutes. I was thinking the guy had either left or maybe went back to his hiding place. Whatever it was, as long as he left me alone, I really didn't care any longer. I looked at a few items they had on the shelf casually. Then I heard footsteps coming from one of the main walkways of the store, going past the aisle I was in. I was near the end of the aisle close to this walkway. I wasn't sure if it was the man or an employee or somebody else. When they came into view, thankfully I saw it was just another customer. The guy walked past me and through the aisle, then out of it. I went back to what I was looking at. I got a bit distracted and was looking at some of the exercise equipment. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me. I looked back and saw the first guy who had followed me before. Now he was holding a baseball bat. He must have picked it right up off the shelf at the end of the aisle. He was walking toward me slowly. I heard somebody call out from behind us though. "What are you doing, man?" It was the customer who had walked past me. The man with the bat then turned around and headed for that customer instead. The customer started running away, and the man with the bat chased after him. I ran after both of them, but a ways back and got out my phone to dial the police. I wanted to make sure the guy with the bat didn't catch up to the customer, because that customer had kind of saved me. At the same time, I didn't want him to start going after me again. An employee saw all of us running. I remember they yelled at all of us to stop. Maybe they thought it was some kind of silly prank for a video or something, but this was extremely serious. The customer was able to get far enough away. This deranged man with the bat was not the fastest. I kept my distance. Eventually, he started taking a swing at products on the shelves. I headed toward the front of the store, finding every employee I could along the way and warning them about this crazed man. The police got there just minutes later. They found the man hiding once again in an aisle with his bat at the ready. He eventually came out without incident and gave up his bat to the police. This experience deterred me from Walmart for a while. I didn't want to go back because I was afraid that something like this might happen again. Recently, I've been back a couple of times. It's gone fairly smoothly, but I will never forget that night. This is my true scary experience that happened this past May. It was a weekend, a Saturday to be exact. I had a lot of shopping to do, and not a lot of work, so I decided to get an early start in the morning. There were a number of things I had to get, so I'll spare you all the boring details of everything. Basically, I'd be going to about 4 different stores around town. I live in a suburban area where they have just about everything nearby, and most of the stores are only a few miles apart. Not all of them, though. When I got groceries, I would always go to the local supermarket, so I decided that would be my last stop. My first stop was Walmart. I don't typically go there. In fact, I hadn't been to this particular Walmart in over a month now. I made the 10-minute drive or so from my house to the Walmart and got there at probably around 9 a.m. The store was actually pretty quiet, so it made it real easy to go in and find what I needed to. And that's exactly what I did. I was in the Walmart for maybe about 10 minutes. That was long enough for me to notice a man staring at me for an uncomfortably long amount of time. He was wearing sunglasses inside and a black baseball cap with no logo or anything on it. I spotted him when I was in the electronics area. We were the only 2 people in this particular spot. I moved away a short time later, but I noticed the man again when I was up at the self-checkouts. I was checking out, and he was just standing a ways away. After I left the store, I walked out and got into my car. I didn't bother to look behind me. I wasn't worried about the guy following me or anything like that. As far as I was concerned, he was still back inside that store. So, after that, I drove to the next store I needed to go to, which was a clothing store about 5 minutes away. When I got there, I parked and went inside, only to see the same man appear a couple of minutes later. I honestly thought it was a coincidence at first. He was no longer staring at me so blatantly, but walking a ways away and looking in another direction. I went on with what I had to do. I was inside for maybe 15 or 20 minutes in this store. After I left, though, I began to get really suspicious. When I was walking out to my car, I could tell the guy was walking right behind me. This parking lot was a lot quieter and smaller than Walmart's, so it was a lot easier to tell. He wasn't like right behind me or anything. He was a ways back, but I could tell he was following me. I got inside my car and looked around for him. He got inside a vehicle that was a little ways away, parked off to my left. I left and kept a close eye on him as I did so. I made sure he did not follow my car out right behind me. Actually, he didn't. He was still parked even as I got onto the road. I went to another store and didn't notice or see him there at all. Now I only had one more place to go to, and that was the grocery store. The grocery store was not all that big and had somewhat of a smaller parking lot as well. After I parked my car and went inside, I shopped without seeing the man at all. I'd actually forgotten about him entirely. After finishing my shopping and walking out to my vehicle, it was as soon as I stepped outside that I noticed him again. He was sitting in his car, but I could tell he was watching me as I walked over to my own vehicle. It was obvious. There weren't many cars in the parking lot at all, and nobody was parked next to him on either side. I didn't know what the deal was here. There was no way this was just a crazy coincidence anymore. He didn't even attempt to go inside the store, but just waited in his car in the lot. For a moment, I actually thought about confronting him face to face, but I immediately decided that was a bad idea. I just went over to my car, put the groceries in the back, and started to drive home. As soon as I left the parking lot this time, though, the man pulled out right behind me. Now his car was on my tail as I drove home. I didn't know what to do. Obviously, I know now, looking back with hindsight, that I should have probably driven my vehicle to a police station. In the moment, though, I didn't think of that. I have no excuse as to why. I was stuck just driving home and hoping the man would not go all the way there with me. Of course he did. For 10 minutes he remained right on my side all the way until I got to my street. Now, when I reached my street, I knew I had to do something, so I drove right past my house. After that, I went to the next street over, then made a right turn. This put me back on a somewhat busy road. I knew this area pretty well. Not long after this, the guy made an opposite turn than I did. I was a bit surprised to see him give up so fast, but it felt good not to see him behind me anymore. I turned around at the next opportunity and headed back to my house. At this point, it only took me about a minute to get back to my place. After I got to my street, I pulled into my driveway, got out of my car, and grabbed a few bags to bring them into my house. It was at this exact moment that I saw a car pulling onto my street. It was the man. I could tell immediately. He was still a far ways away, but he would likely be able to see me as he got closer. My car was also right in the driveway in plain view of anybody to drive past. I sprinted to my house and unlocked the door. I got inside as quick as possible. I literally just made it in a second before he drove past my house. I watched from my front window as the car slowed down and almost came to a complete stop. It didn't stop completely though. It was going along at 2 or 3 miles per hour. This went on for 30 seconds as it slowly coasted its way down the street right in front of my house. Then, suddenly the car veered to the left and sped off. I watched it drive down the rest of the street and even left my house to make sure it was gone entirely. Sure enough, it drove down to another street. I went out to my car and brought the rest of my groceries and items inside. I went back in and checked out the window several more times to make sure the guy did not come back. I haven't seen him since then. I really don't know who that guy was or what he was doing. He was definitely following me around, but for what reason I couldn't possibly tell you. The creepiest thing is that he likely knows where I live. I'm hoping he never decides to come back and that I never have to see him ever again. When I was 15 years old, I had one of the most bone-chilling and eye-opening experiences I've ever had to this day. This was almost a decade ago, and I'd been smoking the Bove's lettuce since before the story happened. I'll try to remember as many details as I can, though. I grew up in a small, crime-ridden Appalachian city, and there were a lot of dodgy characters growing up in that sort of environment. I was usually pretty good at handling those types of people, but this time it was all out of my control. It started on a fall night, in the most ridiculous place it could possibly start, at the local Walmart. My dad's sister and I were doing some midweek grocery shopping. My sister and I were naturally acting crazy and making fun of the local late-night Walmart creatures trying to make each other laugh. My sister spotted a guy down an aisle from us and pointed out that he looked like a stereotypical creeper. Boy, was she right. This guy was seriously giving off the lovely bones but in real life vibes. He had big glasses with thick frames and a weird, thin, greasy middle part in his hair. I can't remember everything he was wearing, but I remember he had on this oversized tan jacket. My sister and I giggled at him. To this day, I don't even know if he really noticed us kind of subtly mocking him, or if he'd even seen us before we noticed him. The rest of the shopping trip, he came popping up in the same aisles as us, unsurprisingly. I didn't really think that much about it. I was with my big, scary dad, and this guy was also grocery shopping anyway. Maybe he really was just shopping for the things he needed. Everything else was perfectly normal for the next few days. That was until I woke up in the middle of the night one night. I couldn't figure out what had awoken me at first. I had the overwhelming feeling I was being watched, though. My childhood home was haunted, but this felt quite different. It felt distinctly dirty. I couldn't go back to sleep. I was really groggy the next day. Now, this kept happening for weeks on end, and my mom kept blaming it on the amount of caffeine I would drink. That was until one weekend, when my parents went on a day trip to a town 3 or 4 hours away. That left me all alone in the house. I was used to being home alone, and I usually relished in that feeling, but this time it was quite different. I felt really uncomfortable, and honestly kind of anxious. I texted my friend, who we'll call Mike for the sake of this story. I asked him to come pick me up so we could go smoke and hang out somewhere else. I walked out to his car and we took off, having a completely normal conversation. That was, except for the fact that Mike kept looking into his rear view mirror. I asked him if he was okay, and he said yes. It was just strange that this guy appeared to be following us. He was driving around like a maniac. When we hit a red light, I turned around to get a better look at the situation. The car pulled up right beside my passenger window, though. In a bit of a panic, I scooted away, and what I saw chilled me to the bone and almost immediately made me break down. It was the man my sister and I had been joking about in the Walmart, and he was looking right at me. His jaw and teeth were totally clenched, and his eyes were empty and emotionless. And I started panicking as he laid down his horn at us, making us jump in surprise. What the hell is going on? I remember Mike asking over and over again, but I couldn't breathe or articulate the situation at all. Luckily, Mike was pretty quick on his feet without any explanation, and hightailed it to our local police station. We went inside and talked with the head officer, who was actually one of our friend's dads. Mike had actually memorized the license plate number, and they ended up running a report, sending an officer out to look for his car. After talking to the officer, Mike also pointed out the man had been parked across the street from my house. They sent an officer to my home as well, and called my parents too. The most horrifying thing about all of this was what happened next, though. When an officer arrived to my house, he found the man in my front yard digging through the bushes right outside my bedroom window. He was arrested on the spot and inspected by officers. The man had a crowbar and duct tape, zip ties, condoms, as well as a taser hidden in the bush right outside my room. That's when those eerie feelings I'd been feeling for weeks finally made sense to me. My grandfather had always said I was insanely intuitive, and this proved him right. It turns out this guy was a registered sex offender. The state pressed charges along with my parents. Nothing in my life has ever been so traumatizing as this, but I guess the moral of the story is to always trust your gut whenever you feel something isn't right, especially if it's waking you up in the middle of the night. I was just at Walmart last night, and something really crazy happened. I was driving to get some replacement Halloween lights for my balcony. It wasn't too late at night, but it wasn't exactly the earliest either. The Walmart near me was still open for another hour though, which was super convenient for me. Before I left, I wanted to check and make sure that the lights didn't work one last time. I was a bit hesitant to be going to Walmart so late at night. To give more context to this story, the city I live in is not exactly the safest. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff over the years, but this one event might be the wildest I ever saw. So as I'm driving down the dark road to Walmart, I was all of a sudden passed by a bunch of police cars and fire trucks. They were driving really fast. It seemed like something pretty serious was going on. When I finally arrived at Walmart, I saw it was surrounded by almost a dozen police cars. Everybody was leaving. When I went to ask an employee what was going on, he told me the story as best he could. A few minutes before I showed up, some crazy guy hot-wired an excavator at a construction site down the road. He drove it through a bunch of utility poles and even a storage unit. He completely leveled it before eventually making his way over to Walmart. He started ramming the excavator into the automotive section of the Walmart. After it stalled out, he got out and ran inside and pulled out a machete. When the police got there, he resisted arrest. It took 7 cops just to subdue him. This all happened right next to the Halloween section in the front part of Walmart, which was also near the automotive section. It's crazy to think about what might have happened if I didn't decide to test my lights one more time and showed up just a bit earlier. So I was at Walmart today with a simple goal of buying some odds and ends for a business trip coming up. Well, as you might expect, I was at the section where they sell all the typical array of travel-sized toiletries. 1-ounce tubes of toothpaste, mini bottles of shampoo, etc., etc. I just wanted a few of those small plastic bottles you can put anything in. I was in the process of looking at a pack of them when I heard a gruff voice then ask, "Hey, are you looking for some good lotion?" I turned to see a middle-aged man who was quite red in the face. He was also very sweaty, as if he had just finished a rigorous workout. As you can imagine, I was a bit caught off guard by this unexpected interaction. I think the only response I managed to stammer out was, Without skipping a beat or even waiting for me to finish my confused response though, the guy grabs one of those mini tubes of Gold Bond lotion, then says, "This right here, this is a real good lotion. You just squirt it right on where it hurts." Before I even had a grasp of the whole situation, the man then squeezed at least half of the lotion in the tube onto his mostly bald head. I hadn't noticed at first, but his scalp was very scabby, and not typical scabs either. Well, I assumed they were scabs anyway. They were quarter-sized, extremely crusty, and inflamed wounds on his head. After he squirted the lotion on, he immediately rubbed it into a particularly bad-looking scab, then started to moan. He tossed the tube right back in with the other mini Gold Bond lotions. Then he said in a matter-of-fact way, "This is for Caucasian people. Cocoa butter is for the black people." I didn't really know how to respond to this. I noticed a woman several feet behind us, looking at him with a bug-eyed expression on her face of surprise. I realized the polite thing to have done would have been to continue to stand there and listen to this interesting individual inform me about what lotions are most appropriate for each racial group. But it may come to no surprise that I was thoroughly creeped out by this weirdo. For some reason, I grabbed a handful of compact toothbrushes, which I didn't even need, and tossed them into my cart. I then scurried down the aisle away from this man. I have to admit, I was quite scared he would start following me. I found myself zigzagging through random aisles until I eventually stopped somewhere in the automotive section. To my great relief, I saw no signs of him following me any further, although I continued the rest of my Walmart shopping a bit on edge, very worried I would encounter the strange man again. Thankfully, if he did follow me, I was able to finish shopping without seeing him or having any further incidents. I realize this is very far from a typical scary story, but it did personally freak me the hell out. That's why I'm sharing it. I'm a female and was 19 at the time of this story. I went shopping at Walmart one time at about 7 o'clock at night. The store was not that busy, but it also wasn't quite dead. There were a decent amount of other shoppers. I was getting maybe about 5 things, so not a whole lot. I wasn't planning on being there very long either. As I was in one of the grocery aisles, this guy approached me and started instantly giving me compliments. Obviously, he was interested in me, but the problem was he was much older than I was. I was polite to the guy, but when he asked me for my phone number, I said no. I felt that this was just really weird. I mean, even if he was around my age, the way he was going about this struck me as really odd. When I said no, I tried to be nice, but after some obvious disappointment, the man walked away. He went out of my sight, and I returned to my shopping. I felt some embarrassment from the really awkward conversation. Luckily, no one else had been around to witness it. I was hoping I wouldn't see the man again. I continued to shop around the store. I was as fast as I could be, and only needed a couple of other things. I found them pretty quickly, and headed up to the check lanes. I didn't see the man during this time. I checked out, took my stuff, and then left the store. I got out to my car and started driving home. So far, everything about this was very normal. It took me roughly 10 minutes to get back home. I took the highway for most of it, then a couple of quieter roads. When I got to my own road, though, I saw a car pulling into it behind me. It was nighttime, so of the vehicle behind me, I could only really see their headlights, not the car itself at all. The car followed me down the street. I assumed it must be one of my neighbors, but when I pulled into my parents' driveway, who I lived with at the time, the car pulled in right behind me. This was really weird. I knew that both of my parents were already home. I had no idea who this person could be. I parked in the driveway, and the car turned off their engine right behind me. It didn't look like any car I recognized. The driver's door to the car opened, and I saw a man get out and start approaching my vehicle. That's when I recognized him. It was that same guy from Walmart earlier. What on earth was this guy doing here? He soon reached my driver's door, and he knocked on the window. I could hear him asking me to open the door. I wanted to get away from this guy, but he was parked too close for me to drive away. I got my phone and was going to call the police, but I first decided to call my dad. He was inside the house and already right there. As I was calling him, the man was knocking on my window and even tried opening my door. My dad said he was coming outside. Within a minute, he was out the front door. When the other guy saw him, he ran back to his car and drove away. I went inside after that, and we called the police, obviously. The guy was long gone, but I still wanted to report the incident. I had no idea the man was even following me at all when I drove home. It was much harder to tell with it being night out and all, but I wish I would have noticed it sooner. It made me worry for a while after that. knowing the guy knew exactly where we lived. Luckily though, I never saw him again. Many years ago, when I was about 10 years old or so, I would go with my mother to the store quite a lot. If we were grocery shopping or doing whatever, I would tag along because I really enjoyed it. I have a younger sister, and she would usually sit in the shopping cart my mother pushed around the store. One day we went to Walmart, and I think my mom was doing the usual shopping for something or other. She had the cart like usual, and it was just her, my sister, and me. I don't remember a whole lot, but I do know that it was nighttime. I think the store was fairly quiet as well. I know that I left my mother wherever she was and went into one of the toy aisles. My favorite thing to do when my mother shopped was to go and look at toys, video games, and all the fish that Walmart used to sell. I would do this just about every single time we went to either Walmart or Target. At this time, my mother was at the other end of the store while I was browsing in the toy area. There were probably about 3 or 4 toy aisles. One of them was the girls' stuff. Another one was action figures, then Lego stuff, etc., etc. I remember that I went into the Lego aisle, and I was the only person there for a few minutes. I could have spent all day in that aisle looking at all the cool sets they had. Very soon, though, another man walked in. He was at the other end of the aisle, looking at the Legos for less than a minute. Then he walked over to me. He stopped right next to me, and I looked up at him. That's when he asked me which set I was looking at. I showed him whichever one it was. I don't even really remember, though. I was a pretty shy kid, so immediately I didn't really know what to say or do with this stranger talking to me. The man told me he would buy it for me. I knew immediately something wasn't right. I was really suspicious about this guy. I said to the man, "No, it's okay." He looked really surprised by my answer and asked me why not. I didn't really know what to say to deny him, so I told him that I didn't really want it that bad, or something along those lines. He just kind of said okay, but kept standing right next to me. I decided after a little while to leave the aisle and move to a different one. I went to the next aisle over. I had only been there for a few seconds when the man then entered that aisle as well, without saying anything at all. This caused me to want to move again, and I decided to go much further away this time. I wanted to find my mother, but I wasn't completely sure where she was at this point in time. I walked out of the aisle and started wandering around the store to try and find her. When I got near the groceries area, I saw the man again. I just knew now that he was following me. I ended up walking basically all around the entire store. I saw the man multiple times. The whole time I was walking pretty fast, and I didn't stop at all. I was afraid the man would approach me again if I did so. Finally, after probably 30 minutes of wandering around, I found my mother. I was really happy to see her. I walked over and stood next to her for the rest of the shopping trip. At one point, though, I did see the man again. It was shortly before we were leaving. He was standing about 50 feet away, just staring at me. We left, and after that, I never saw him again. I was just really happy to be away from him and leaving the store. I didn't really think that much about it. I was too young to realize how bad of a situation it really was. Many times since then, I've remembered it, and I'm really glad I decided to just walk away from him when I did. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.